Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis Show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to another episode of Finding Gnosis. We are trying to find out what is going on in this strange existence and what the hell we should be doing whilst we are here. Do click on the link in the live chat if you'd like to join us on this almighty crusade. The link should be pinned, as I said, in the live chat. So feel free to step on up and join in as we try to decode reality. And speaking of decoding reality, I've been asked to have a look at this video. The Ancients Decoded Reality, it's called. So we will take a look at this now. Let me just remove the overlay. Okay, there we go. We will have a look at this. Feel free to come on and join in as we surf the web, dude. Jackie says, good luck finding out. Yeah, thank you. And she says, maybe today will be the day we finish the puzzle. Yeah, maybe. You never know. You never know. Right. Let me see. Hopefully, let me know in the chat if you can hear this when I press play.
When I die and the name is rest, gonna go to the place
What a
that's
tune.
best. When I lay me down to die, going up to the spirit in the sky. Going up to the spirit in the sky. That's where I'm gonna go when I die. When I die and the name is rest, I'm gonna go to the place that's best.
Since I was like 10, I've been obsessed with ancient texts, and I do mean obsessed. I read them and still read them like people read data reports. I compare all the versions and the translations, line-by-line comparisons, and something has always bothered me. I've been digging through ancient texts since I was little, and not like a handful, not like 10 or 20. I'm talking over 190 sacred writings from every corner of human civilization. Christian, Hindu, Buddhist, Jewish, Islamic, Taoist, Gnostic, Egyptian, Mayan, Hermetic, Confucian, Sumerian, indigenous. These are texts written thousands of miles apart, thousands of years apart, with no way to influence each other. And yet, somewhere between the lines, they're all whispering the exact same message. And it's not similar. It's not a kind of like message. It's the exact same 5 truths over and over. So this video isn't body language and persuasion, and it's definitely not about religion in any way. So if your level of certainty about the world is super high, this might itch a little, and you know that certainty in human behavior shows up when something needs to be protected.
Well, the first thought is it's not surprising that the stories are the same. The human experience is derived from, shared drives causing us to desire certain things, and the desire of these things cause certain things to happen within certain parameters. So it's not surprising that stories turn out to be the same the world over, even though peoples are separated by vast geographic distances and the sands of time. But anyway, let's keep going, see what this dude has to say.
You do not have to agree with any of this to get something powerful from it. All right. There's something worth considering regardless of your faith or your background. First, if God or ultimate truth is real, then it or he or she existed way before any book, any language, or one single tradition ever appeared, which means that truth wouldn't belong to just one place or one people. Second, when civilizations that are separated by oceans and centuries describe the same insights about reality and human nature and meaning, it suggests they were observing something universal rather than inventing something locally. And just like gravity existed before we ever had a name for it, and mathematics works the same everywhere on Earth, truth, and I mean truth with a capital T, doesn't change based on culture or belief. It just gets described through different and very flawed human.
But what is truth, my boy? What is truth? Does anybody know? Let's see. He reckons he does.
Lenses. This is why the deepest spiritual experiences sound so unbelievably similar across traditions. And I think it's why history's greatest teachers didn't try to fracture humanity, but they tried to wake it up to something it already carried inside of it. Across every culture, every timeline, every belief system humans have ever built. When I first saw the pattern forming, it didn't feel like research in any way. It felt like finding a message that humanity buried, like fragments of a treasure map that we, as a species, were unconsciously developing for some future generation to find. And I think there are a few things that nobody wants to be said out loud. First, if truth is real, if it's fundamental, it should show up everywhere, in every era, every tribe.
Why wouldn't people want that said out loud?
Every myth, every scripture, and I think that it actually does. But somehow, I think we miss something.
We get lost in the arguments about who's right. We get lost in the differences, the translations, the rituals, the politics, and the fear. We started defending our favorite book instead of noticing what all the books were trying to say. If you can imagine dozens of civilizations who never met, they never traded language, they never shared a single word with each other, all describing the same fundamental truths of reality.
But, you know, as I said, it's not surprising because, you know, the human experience is derived from having the same drives. We all have the same drives, the same desires, and we have the same evolutionary instincts for survival and fear of that which endangers us. So it's not surprising that stories are similar around the world. It's also not surprising because we came from one people in Africa. So obviously, you know, we were whispering to each other when we came down from the trees. And, you know, some of those whispers carried on as we moved around the world. The remnants of our culture back then would have, in some way, impregnated themselves in our ongoing cultural narrative, whether we like it or not. So again, not surprising that stories are similar, but anyway.
What would that mean? What would that force us to consider? Because if that's true, then the greatest spiritual secret on earth was never hidden at all. It was just scattered like a puzzle all across our species' story. And if all of those pieces could come together, we might see something pretty astonishing. But before we talk about the message they left us, you have to understand why these truths were actually hidden in the first place. And they were hidden. This isn't debated. I promise it's not conspiracy and churches and governments that did it. It's way older than that. Before we go any further, you need to understand something that almost everybody gets wrong about all these ancient texts, because I know there's a lot of videos out there that talk about them. These ancient texts were not trying to be mysterious. They weren't trying to be poetic. They weren't trying to confuse anybody. They were trying to describe the utterly indescribable by using a human brain and human language that was never designed to grasp any of this at all. That is truly the core problem. Language.
And can it ever? Let's see.
So language, any language, is a cage. It's a net with holes that are way too wide to catch something that's truly infinite. And the people who wrote these texts, they knew that. That's why Lao Tzu opens the Tao Te Ching with the most brutally honest sentence in the ancient texts altogether. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. The meaning is, the moment that you try to explain ultimate truth, you've already distorted it and filtered it and tried to contain it. Jesus understood this too. He literally tells the disciples that he speaks in parables because most people aren't ready to comprehend the truth directly. They didn't have language for quantum physics and non-duality or consciousness models like we do today, which is still an infantile language. They had to compress the infinite into words. So every ancient culture hit the exact same wall. How do you describe an experience bigger than thought itself with a language that's built out of thought? How do you describe God? Unity, infinity, consciousness with a vocabulary built for farms and weather and trading spices and chickens with each other. How do you tell people the universe is one before they even understand atoms or galaxies or even their own mind? The answer is you can't. So they did the only thing that they could. They spoke in metaphors and symbols.
I mean, they could have given some appreciation of the fact that everything exists on a plane of existence, and that existence is one thing. I'm sure they could have come up with something, but he reckons they couldn't. But let me just keep playing this. Sorry, guys, I don't know why it's frozen. One moment, guys.
Myths and stories, poetry and parables and riddles, and sometimes it was just silence. And they didn't do this to hide the truth. The truth was just too large to fit through the doorway of our primitive little language. If you can imagine standing in front of a sunrise so massive and overwhelming that words feel absolutely stupid to describe it. Now imagine trying to explain that sunrise to somebody who's never seen light before. This is why ancient texts seem contradictory. The problem wasn't the message. It was the translation. Different cultures, different metaphors, different symbols. It was the same truth filtered through different and extremely human limitations. And when you finally zoom out far enough, the differences disappear. The metaphors line up, the symbols overlap, and in my estimation, the contradictions dissolve. You start to see that these were fragments of maps. And once I noticed that, something insane happened. The patterns in these texts started connecting like constellations across all these continents, across millennia, across belief systems that supposedly are against each other. They weren't opposing each other at all. They were completing each other. And that's when these 5 truths revealed themselves. So here's where we go next. If every civilization on Earth discovered the same truths, if humans who never met somehow describe the exact same reality, the question becomes, what exactly did they all see? Here's what they all agreed on. This is the first truth. The one the ancient world tried their absolute hardest to communicate to us. And it's also the one that we've gone the farthest away from. You are not separate. You never were, and you never could be. Every single ancient civilization on Earth figured this out. in the Upanishads from India, they had a saying called Tat Twam Usi. I think that's how you pronounce it, but it basically means you are that. Not connected to it, not loved by it. You are the divine wearing this human costume. Jesus even said this. He said the entire kingdom of God is within you, not in a building or book, in you. In the ancient Sufi texts, they said you are not a drop in the ocean. You are the entire ocean in a drop. If you look at her.
But what good is that to you? Let's see.
Hermetic texts, all is one. If you look at Taoism, everything is the Tao expressing itself in 10,000 forms. If you look at the ancient Mayan text, which is called the Popol Vuh, you see heart of sky, heart of earth. This is the universe as a single living being. Even looking at Buddhism, there is no separate self. If you look inside the Kabbalah, which is one of my favorite quotes, they say creation is one emanation, divided only in appearance. And if you look into quantum physics, what are we starting to discover? Everything is one field, fragmented by perception. Different cultures, different metaphors, same exact truth. There is no you versus the world. There's only this one universe, like experiencing itself from your point of view. Separation.
Okay. And he hasn't got to yet whether he thinks this is good or bad. If we are consciousness separated into fragments via a material existence that encapsulates us, is it good that we're fragmented? Let's see what he says about that, because I have a view, perhaps controversial. It's not good because it leads to suffering. Materiality itself, the fragmentation of the consciousness, is the problem. The imprisonment of, segments of it, particles of this consciousness, is the problem. He says we're all one. We may be systematically all one, but clearly we're not privy to the details as individuals of this system. We are mere cogs in the machine. We're not in any way able to reach out and understand each other intrinsically. We're not able to empathize easily. We're not able to receive the views of others instantaneously, or perhaps ever. We only ever give an estimation of things from our own perspective. And I don't think that speaks of unity. It speaks of separation caused by, as I said, the material encapsulation of consciousness. Materiality separates what was previously all one. Materiality drives the separation. Let's see what he says anyway. Sorry. By the way, I'm eating my dinner here. It's a gluten-free tortilla wrap with vegan soya chunks that apparently taste like chicken, and some baby leaf salad with some sauce. What sauce? Garlic and herb sauce. There you go. It's lovely. So anyway, salad dressing. Okay. So
is what they're trying to show us is a hallucination. Being divided is a glitch in humanity, and isolation is not really real. This is the kind of the metaphor they're trying to get us to understand. When a wave rises up out of the ocean, it looks separate. It has its own little shape, it has its own motion, its own lifespan, but the wave is not actually a thing. It's the ocean, just for a few seconds, expressing itself in a temporary form. When you were born, that was the ocean rising. When you die, the wave goes back into itself. You never stopped being the ocean, you just forgot for a minute. And when every ancient text says things like one spirit, one God and Father of all, as above, so below. You are that. The kingdom is within. All is mind. Everything is the Tao.
You never stop being part of the ocean, but yet you still do have, whether you like it or not, you have your own subjective experience. So again, I'm waiting for this man to come up with whether he thinks this is good or bad. Haven't heard that yet.
all trying to point at the same thing. You are the universe, aware of itself. You are the divine, looking out through human eyes temporarily. You are not the world. The world is in you. And here's the super raw part that they didn't say outright. Every mystic hinted at this. If you aren't separate, then your entire life, your entire identity, your whole entire worldview might just be built on a misunderstanding. And that misunderstanding is what makes most of us suffer. Because the moment that you believe that you're separate, you start fearing loss and death and rejection and scarcity. And we start chasing significance and validation and control. We start defending our little ego like it's sacred. But the
defense of the ego, chasing of things, this is all driven by the materiality of things. It's all driven by the DNA molecule gaming us, driving us forth to try and fill a hole, to feed ourselves, to get sex, etc., etc. That is literally the design of this reality, materially speaking. It causes that. It causes the ego. The ego has developed to protect oneself and drive oneself forward in competition with others and in self-preservation. It's an inescapable truth that materiality has caused us to have this fragmentation, caused us to have this separated nature, this subjective war of outlooks. And even if you zoom out and say, but we are all one, we are one system working, I don't know how that can bring peace to you. Maybe you can fatalistically accept what is and say, well, there's not much I can do about it because it's a massive, bigger system than me, causing it to come into being, causing everything to happen. But for it to somehow make you sleep easy at night, I would say you're either delusional in terms of the gravity of things here. Because if you are that powerless and you're trapped in a system which is causing immense suffering, is that not hellish? And that's a question I have. I mean, also, weirdly, another bizarre thought here is, if you are part of the system, if we are all one with it, then us being here is in actual fact part of the causation for everything that is, both the good and the bad and the ugly. We are in actual fact to blame for all evil, because if we are at one with it, we are part of it. Sounds bizarre, but essentially that is the truth. If we are all one, well, then we are part of the mechanism. We are to blame because our actions, our thoughts, everything are causing what is. No matter if we think we're being good or bad, you are serving the machine. You are causing things to happen by being here. I'm not suggesting you off yourselves. But anyway, that's just a thought I've had. If we are all one, then we're part of the guilty as charged evil in this realm. We are part of that, and there's no getting away of that. There's no getting away from that. We are serving it by being here. Does that bother this man? Anyway, let's see. Yeah, I knew I'd seen him around. DePoop says this guy is connected to the CIA. Every word that comes from his mouth is worse than a lie. Yeah, I believe he was a body language expert or something. I think I've seen him before saying stuff in that regard about body language, yeah. But look, reading his body language, I believe he thinks that. I think this dude thinks this is revelationary and good news. He doesn't seem to be perturbed or upset about this idea. So All right, let's keep going.
The moment that we remember what we actually are, the fear goes away, conflict all dissolves, loneliness goes away, death changes meaning entirely, and life becomes something that we can.
It's all very superficial and glib, isn't it? Loneliness goes away. Really, I mean, the problem with these kinds of thoughts is they're very elitist. You have to have some level of ability to interpret reality in a way that makes what he's saying palatable for you. So you have to have some level of education. I'm not saying he's smart, but you have to have some level of education where you can play with his wording, what he is saying, so that it provides you with some kind of salve. Now, not everybody is endowed with that ability, but he's not thinking about them. For him, everything is okay, because if you realize you are at one with everything, you can feel at peace because we're all in this together. Tell that to the little girl who is being molested, raped, and murdered horrifically. Tell that to some of Epstein's victims who committed suicide after their terrible experience at the hands of very evil, sinister, powerful people. Is he happy being at one with that? Is he happy being in a material existence that allows and causes that kind of thing to happen? Does he lie in bed at night feeling at peace because, he's connected to all that is? He's part of a system. I wonder indeed. I doubt that he extends his thoughts to the uncomfortable truths of what he is in actual fact preaching. I believe he stays in the rather shallow waters of his superficial interpretation of matters, paddling away in the sunlight, remaining purposefully oblivious, turning in the other direction from the shark-infested waters behind him, out in the deep blue sea, where people who can't swim are being gobbled up by monstrous sharks, stung by jellyfish, and drowning in violent seas. Anyway, we'll keep going. Welcome to the Finding Gnosis show. I do hope you are exceedingly well.
Finally understand a single field of consciousness somehow playing out as billions of expressions trying to remember itself. This is why truth number one sits at the foundation of everything else. Because if we are not separate from each other, and if you're not separate from the universe, then what comes next is the operating system of reality. Number two, fear is an illusion and love is the truth. So if the first truth is that you're not separate, the second truth is the one that keeps shaping your entire life without you realizing it. Fear is the greatest lie ever told. Love is the only thing that's real. Every ancient text. It doesn't matter the
fear is not real. Why the spikes in cortisol in your limbic system when you see something happening? Why are you running away? If fear isn't real, why run away from a lion? If fear isn't real, why close your window at night and put on your burglar alarm when you go away? If fear isn't something to be measured or taken into consideration, why do you try to protect yourself medically? Jackie says fear is definitely real and intended. Well, yeah, it's a rational thing to be afraid sometimes in this dangerous world. And again, I must reiterate, the danger is caused by materiality itself. This man is going on about spirituality. Spirituality doesn't cause any problems here. It's the material world. It's the panging, the hunger for, trying to stuff our gobs with more energy, more literal material. It's the chasing of material, be that other people, money, bigger houses, cars. It's trying to stand on a material stage as if it means anything. as if it rises us up from the terrible trouble that we're in if we really are all one. If we really are all one, we are in deep trouble because, as I said, there's a lot of sinister stuff going on here. There's a lot of terrible, brutal suffering going on. Anyway, I'm going on and on. Trying to talk while I'm having dinner and watching. It's quite hard, actually. But anyway, there we go.
Culture, it doesn't matter what language, repeats the same idea so many times it's almost suspicious. The most repeated phrase in the entire Bible is fear not, or do not be afraid. A quote from Jesus says, perfect love casts out fear. We hear the Buddha say, hatred does not cease by hatred. By love alone is hatred healed. In the Bhagavad Gita, we read, the path of devotion, love, leads to liberation. The path of ignorance, fear, leads to suffering. In the Tao Te Ching, we see courage comes from love. Paralysis comes from fear. In the Dhammapada, we read, the mind is everything, meaning that fear...
Love changes everything, indeed. Understanding, perhaps, is a synonym you could use there, because if you understand people, you realize, yeah, that it's not really their fault when they're idiots or arseholes. But love is a bit of a stretch. Do you have to love them? If you love them, you'd be quite happy if they remained an arsehole. You wouldn't wish to change them, because we don't wish to change that which we love. So I don't know. Fear seems real, because fear is something that makes us wish we were changing what was happening, or what could happen, to a better state for ourselves or others. So yeah, I don't think necessarily it is about love. I think it's about understanding, because, as I said, if you love something, you wouldn't want it to change. If you love somebody, you wouldn't want it to change. But clearly, we do want some people to change. We want them to be better people. We want them not to, for example, commit sin or do misdeeds. And we want to change ourselves sometimes.
Starts in the mind and not the world itself. In ancient Sufi wisdom, we specifically see from Rumi, your job is not to seek for love, but to find and remove the barriers you built against it. How beautiful is that? All these civilizations that never spoke a single word to each other somehow arrived at the same conclusion about reality. Fear is an illusion that keeps us asleep, and love is the frequency or the thing that wakes us up. Fear shrinks self, and love expands the self. Fear breeds ego, and
I don't know about that. There have been documented studies. You can look this up at your leisure. The higher one is in oxytocin, the less likely you are to be invitational, warm, and hospitable to outsiders. Now, is oxytocin not a hormonal squirt within the body's system that is reflective of emotional connection, warm, fuzzy feelings, love? And as I said, in-group behavior, where people feel bonded towards each other, okay, and they feel happy in each other's company, it creates oxytocin, feelings of happiness, well-being, when you are around those people. And it has been studied, and it has been shown that these higher levels of oxytocin that you get from this kind of in-group satisfaction means that you are more hostile to outsiders, because you want to protect the group that you belong in, because you want to keep those feelings of love going, subconsciously at least. So I don't know if love is the cause of all great things, or it's a cause of problems. It can be both. Yeah, Jackie says love can cause pain, and equally fear, it can be good or bad. This man doesn't see the duality of things. And the problem with all is one. You have to then to begin to accept that there are many different perspectives and many different vantage points to this. And in many ways, meaning goes out the window. That's the problem with everything is one, because if we are all speaking different languages, having different views on reality, different experiences, well, it's not a simple analysis. There's always another side to the story. And again, I must reiterate, it's the materiality that is causing the friction here. It's the competition for material resources, whether they're food, energy, shelter, or, products like cars, whatever devices, gadgets we desire. And obviously people are material beings. It's the competition for these things that actually causes the demolition of oneness, the spiritual oneness that exists. He believes this man exists because it's the competition that separates us, and the material reality we're in pits us mercilessly against each other. So whilst you can zoom out and say we are all one, I don't know how you can get any solace when you look out of your own eyes and see the material reality compels you to act in a certain way, gives you certain drives that are the cause of the problems here. And also the mere fact, I've said this before, the mere fact we all have a subjective outlook, that is evidence that the objective situation here isn't good, because we have a subjective outlook that is different from others around us. And so when we meet and talk about reality, we again have a tendency sometimes to have disagreement. A lot of the time, most of the time, to have disagreement over matters, because we're looking at it from different angles. We're looking at it from different angles, and we're also competing with each other. And that's all because we are in a material existence. Truth Over Lies is here. Hello to Truth Over Lies. Welcome. You're on the Finding Gnosis show.
Oh, yeah. You okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. Am I making any sense to you?
To be perfectly honest, I'm not really listening that much.
Okay, thanks for that. I'm going to press play.
Love dissolves. Fear isolates you, and love reminds you who the hell you actually are. Fear makes you chase approval, validation, and money and control. It makes us compare ourselves to everybody else. Fear makes us live like something is missing. Love, in the ancient sense, isn't romantic. What they mean is oneness. It's alignment. It's essentially the recognition that we're made of the same stuff, the same light or same source, whatever you want to call it. That's why fear feels bad, because it's biologically incompatible with what you actually are. Every mistake you've ever made, every relationship that blew up, every regret you carry, every time you sabotage your own potential, it's all.
Okay, so Gary, you said something interesting in the chat. You said, can you love your enemy? You'd suggest you can. Yes, I believe you can. But is that love, or is it just understand? I mean, you can have pity and compassion for them. But at the end of the day, if they're coming at you, what are you going to do? You're going to try and compete with them. And you're going to maybe you're going to shoot them perhaps in self-defense if they're coming at you. You might say you'll do it with love in your heart. But what does it mean to say you love your enemy? Tell me.
Oh, before I start talking, just bear with me for 1 minute. So I haven't been on in quite a few weeks now. So I'm not feeling too good tonight. So I'm only going to come on for a few minutes, if you don't mind.
That's fine, brother. I do hope you feel better soon.
Yeah. I'm just going to come on quickly to apologize to what was her name? The Australian girl. Do you know who I'm talking?
Pristine. Yeah.
Pristine, yeah. And someone else, I can't remember the name, but yeah, I was a bit naughty last time. Sometimes I get in a bit stupid mood, so yeah. But what was I going to say? I was going to come on and say something. How are you, by the way? Keeping well?
I'm okay, but I want to know about loving your enemy. Tell me what that means to you.
To me, I think it's just basically. I mean, I sound like a Christian saying that, don't I? I mean, for me, I think I've got one foot in the door of Christianity, but to me, that's not the be all and end all. For me, I just believe in loving your enemy, and that is the superior way of being.
Okay, but what does it mean? I want to know what it means to love your enemy. Tell me.
Basically, I just think we're all flawed, and to act in a decent manner in certain circumstances. I mean, we've all got various anatomy. Some of us have got neurological issues, physical issues. That all affects how we behave. No, that's not always an excuse. We should all look to behave and act as well as we can, as moral.
Again, I'm asking you, why are they your enemy if you love them? I don't think the two things can coexist. I don't think somebody can be your enemy if you love them. So I think the phrase in and of itself is bizarre and an oxymoron. You love your enemy. Why are they your enemy?
You're coming at it from like your own Gnostic point of view. You see, you are a bit of a secularist, are you not?
If you want to label me as such, that's your prerogative.
I mean, I don't like labels. I'm just trying to kind of get a better handle of you know what your views are. But no, I just think we're all human beings, and I think we're well, at least
again. I'm asking you, what is loving your enemy? What does it mean? Why are they your enemy if you love them? It doesn't make sense.
If you'd allow me like a few seconds to try and elucidate myself, I'm a terrible communicator at the best of times, so please bear with me. So I just think we're all human beings. Some of us are obviously psychopaths and sociopaths, but I believe the superior way of being for all of us is to love our enemies because we are all flawed beings. And even if we haven't got the capacity to love, i.e. psychopaths, or at least some psychopaths, then once our time is up on this earth, then we it's a higher way of resonating, love.
Look.
You don't have to like your enemy.
I know, I understand what you're saying, but look. The word is important. Love is something that has many different forms. I'm aware of that. But I find it problematic to say that you love your enemies, because as I've said, they wouldn't be your enemy if you love them. I would say the actual word is understanding. You understand your enemies, and maybe you have compassion for them. You don't. Sorry?
Because if you understood somebody who wanted to, I don't know, go rape somebody or unalive somebody, you might think, well, why on earth?
You can understand them because you know that they're a psychopath and there's something anatomically and neurologically wrong with them. But to say that you love them, that's a bit of a stretch.
You would want to do that to another who haven't done anything towards them or their family, you know.
Well, I mean, if this guy is right, this guy is coming at it from the angle that we are all one. It's not their fault this is the system we're in. And this goes back to my point that, well, if this is the system we're in and we are all one and everything is causing everything to happen, well, it's a bad system. Materially speaking, material is causing all of this to happen. Spirituality is where it's at. Maybe we shouldn't be here. Anyway, I just want to say, Der Poop says, didn't he say there is no separation? So there's no separation between love and fear. It's all one. That's what I was saying earlier. If you truly believe everything is all one, well, then there isn't any point in saying anything because there's no meaning to anything because everything gets cancelled out by everything else. I was trying to say that earlier on, but you put it very well there, Poops. Thank you for that. Hello to American Zombie who says, what's up? I hope you can come on, American Zombie. Good to see you here. Jackie's happy to see you. I want to welcome Fatima to the show before we click on the video, and then we have objective ethics. So, Fatima, I don't know how long you've been listening, but I am watching a video about this man who reckons there are fundamental truths in all major world religions, and it seems to be that he's saying we are all one, and basically that should bring you peace. That knowledge should bring you peace. I don't think it's as simple as that. But anyway,
what'd you say? What'd you say? You kind of broke up.
He seems to be so far saying that we are all one, okay, and that should somehow bring you peace. But I don't know if it's as simple as to say it will bring you peace.
It's not simple like that. No, like if we're all one, then like as you said, there's no reason for us to do anything. Like, why are we still in it? Why are there still good and evil if we're all one? Like that is, or like why do the vast majority of people still think in the good and evil binary if we're all just one singular thing? You know, like that can only be true if there's other substances and properties. That's why I'm not like a dualist or like a monist. I am a pluralist, which means I think there's more than one substances. There's more than just one or two. There's a lot of them. So no, we're all one in the sense that we all exist at the same time, but we're not all the same. Yeah, that's what I believe. If that makes any sense, you know.
Okay,
but then again,
I want to welcome Objective Ethics because we want to get through this video, Fatima. So I have to keep moving. But Objective Ethics, I don't know how long you've been listening, brother. But welcome to the Finding Gnosis show. Great to have you here again. What is it you'd like to say, if anything, at this moment?
Yeah, it's always good to see you, family, and hello to everybody else in the chat on the panel here. Nice to be with you. No, just really quickly, it sounds like from what little I've heard, this guy's a non-dualist, idealist, maybe, you know, and that mentality or that philosophical model is interesting, and it does harken back to the Eastern religions in particular. You can think back like Taoism, for example, or you could even go to philosophy like Neoplatonism and the one, you know, with Plotinus. But this is not like anything new. It's out there, but no. I don't think that when you use the term dualism, that gets used in so many different ways. Kantian dualism is the mind-body concept, but dualism is really also believing that the material world is separate from consciousness, which is how I tend to think of it. And I agree that I think that I don't think consciousness is fundamental. I think it's emergent. But at any rate, so just to kind of put all that into context, but I think what the brother is talking about, this loving your enemy, because I do believe, even though I'm not a religious person, I'm an agnostic, I do believe that morality is objective. And I believe that the way that we get to this value system for our moral decisions, what we ought to do, is based on the fact that every human being is a moral agent. Every human being is equal on that. It starts on that same level. So you can hate the action, but that doesn't mean you have to hate the person. And it's really difficult for us to try and separate those two things out, because we do tend to base our quote unquote love and hate on the individual and tie the individual to the actions together. But I think that we can separate that out and say, look, we're all human beings. We all have this agency. We all have an equal right to our freedom and well-being. And because we all have an equal right to our freedom and well-being, we ought to have it. And because we have a reason to have it, and if we have a reason to have it, we ought to have it. Therefore, we ought not interfere with other people's freedom and well-being. And so that gives us this common ground. But we can look at behaviors and say, no, that's fucked up. People shouldn't be messing with kids. They shouldn't be hurting women, and blah blah blah. So there's a significant difference there.
Exploiting their people, yeah.
Right. And as I say, I'm having a problem with this. Sorry for getting on one today, but this whole you can love them, or you can have compassion for them. Because let's just take this example. It's a hypothetical, but maybe I'm just riffing here. I don't know if it will make any sense. Say someone is a sadistic psychopath in their nature, yeah. They enjoy hurting people, yeah. Now you love them. They are your enemy because they get enjoyment from hurting you or people you love, or even just random strangers. They're not somebody that you like in terms of behavior. Now you can love them and say, oh, you know, the system, life itself made this monster. It's not their fault. What does that love mean in actual effect? Because you don't want them to continue as they are. You want to eradicate that part of their nature. And in doing so, it may well mean that you have to eradicate them as a person. So I'm not so sure that we actually love our enemies. Does that make sense? Because look, let's be real. If someone was a pedophilic murderer, you can say you can love them. They are your enemy, but you love them. You understand them and you want to treat them with. But look, at the end of the day, you're not going to want them to continue as they are. You're going to want them to stop them doing what they do. And in my view, that's the right thing to do. That's the right thing to do. But it also may be problematic to that person because they may enjoy being the monster, you know? So do you get what I'm saying? I'm not so sure.
Yeah, brother.
Again, words are a problem here.
No. I think you're on the right page. The thing is, I think, and sorry, let me cut in just real quick, gentlemen. I've only have a few minutes. I got to get ready for work, but I don't mean to be rude. But no, DNW, I see what you're saying, brother. But the thing to remember is that there is no such thing as libertarian free will. That's just an illusion, right? So we have to consider, once we understand that, then we have to take a step back and say, well, what the fuck are we doing with our justice system, with our criminals, right? How are we handling these people? If we realize that we are a product of our environment and the information that we are exposed to has a direct effect on our actions, our decision-making processes, which leads to actions, then what we do is we focus on rehabilitating our criminals it's easy to comprehend this at the low level, right? We could teach people, hey, look, you don't have to be a thief. If we teach you the value of working hard for the things that you want, you'll actually have a lot more self-respect and a lot more joy from obtaining these things than trying to steal from people. We could teach people this and rehabilitate thieves, right? Well, we should be able to do this on any level for any criminal behavior, to rehabilitate them and focus on making them a better person, not by force, but by basically educating them. Instead of just locking criminals up and then letting them out, we find that this is dysfunctional. Here in America, the statistics are something like 60% of criminals will reoffend within 3 years. 90% of criminals will reoffend within 10 years. So these statistics tell us that just locking people up isn't stopping them from being criminals.
I agree with you. That's what we should be doing. But again, I'm just questioning this whole loving them. I don't know if we actually love them. And that's all I'm getting at. Sorry.
No, we can't.
No. I guess what I'm saying is that if we recognize that this is the solution, right, with the criminals, then we say, well, why are we even wasting our time rehabilitating them? Why don't we just off every criminal? Well, the reason we don't just off every criminal is because we have what we call justice and mercy. So that works, and then we can extrapolate that to the big stuff. We still want to have justice. We still want to have mercy. We still want to recognize the humanity, even the worst of the worst people. So if it works in the small scale, it works in the big scale too.
Thank you for your input there. Sorry, Fatima.
I'm like, does that really apply to even like the worst of humans? I think we know who I've been, comparing as the worst of humans for the past few days, and other people.
I think it does actually. I mean, in a lot of the Western countries now that don't have capital punishment, they do put people even for life terms in prison, and they don't. It's not like the old days where they're chained up and tortured or given bread and water. They're not treated like animals, even though they've done terrible things. So maybe that's the best possible outcome here. Maybe that's the best possible outcome for these individuals.
Is to what?
Is to, I mean, if we are to see them as human and quote love them as our enemies, well, maybe the best possible outcome is that we imprison them for life and give them, an adequate state of comfort. But I suppose the other option here is, I'm just riffing again, but we could also give them the option of euthanasia. If they don't enjoy that,
Yeah,
if they don't enjoy the situation where they're imprisoned for life, I suppose a humane thing to do would be to say, well, we can't let you out, but we're either going to hold you up here, or you can kill yourself.
Really? Because you say we still have to treat them like as if they're human, but I counter that with like, well, they obviously didn't see their own victims as humans, so like why give them that fair treatment? I think they already disqualify that by treating their victims as like the worst of the worst. Like, I don't think that's fair. Like, because like if they already see the world as a zero-sum game where they can just abuse whoever they want, kill whoever they want at any which horrible way, and they're proud of it. What do we do with that kind of person? I don't want to like go to sleep knowing that kind of person is like just like sleeping soundly, in my like personal opinion, because like they have harmed and like took away the lives of so many individuals. It's not just it's like a lot of people fall into this category. Like, I live in America, and there's 2 million prisoners. Some might say that's a lot, but I want to think like a good 100,000 of those people are like just the worst of the worst. You know what I mean? And like, here's the thing: we don't even imprison all of like the worst of the worst. We still let them go sometimes, and then they get into power. They become
right.
Overt.
I want to welcome Christine here. Sorry, we need to move on. Christine,
sorry.
What would you like to say?
Yeah, I'm done.
If anything at the moment.
Happy Valentine's Day. I have nothing to say, really. Is it still Friday the 13th for you guys? I don't know.
It's still Friday the 13th
Anyways,
over here, but happy Valentine's Day to you in Australia.
Yeah,
Yes, thank you.
Pristine, thank you. It's the 13th year, but it's about to be in like a few hours. Yeah.
Yes,
Okay, we'll keep going then, guys.
Fear.
Yes.
Every spiritual leader across time is basically saying you're suffering because you're believing a lie. The moment that you drop fear, you don't just all of a sudden find love. You're not finding love. You're returning to it. It's your default state. That's why we're born with it. There's the only real thing underneath all the noise is just that. But all the ancients didn't stop there. They all said the same thing next, something that modern science is finally catching up to. And if love is real and fear is an illusion, then who's creating the illusion? Your mind.
Again, I want to reiterate, I don't think fear is an illusion. I think these things are both valid in terms of existing as a human emotion or experience. You can be in a fearful state or a loving state, and they both have attributes that show them as having effects. So they surely are real. They surely are real. Yeah.
Which leads us to truth number 3. Your mind is not a camera. It is a projector. So your brain doesn't record reality. It generates reality. I'm talking about the most ancient spiritual teaching on earth. And it's the most modern scientific discovery at the same time. But let's go back. If you look at the Dhammapada, we see what you think you become. If you look at the Hermetic texts, the all is mind. In the Hindu...
I mean, look, there is some truth that your thoughts are very powerful, and, they can lead you this way or that. They can help you grow and develop. But, I mean, again, this view that your thoughts are all that matter. I mean, he is crazy considering he's already said we're all one. So clearly there are impacts on us shaping our thoughts. So again, he's saying one thing and then refuting it with his next statement. The man's all over the place.
Yeah, he kind of is.
Vedanta, we see Maya, the world you perceive, is shaped by the mind's illusions. And then back to the Upanishads again. The universe arises from consciousness. That's pretty straightforward. And even looking back at Plato, he says reality is the moving image of eternity. And the translation for that would be the mind shapes what you perceive. If you look at quantum physics, observation changes the behavior of matter, physical particles. So I think the meaning here is consciousness is not inside the universe. The universe is inside consciousness. Every single culture was screaming this exact same thing.
That's not something you agree with, objective ethics. You believe consciousness is an emergent phenomenon, right?
That's correct. Yeah, and I think that it's demonstrably true. I think that all we have to do is look at the fact that we can make testable, observable, repeatable, and predictable experiments with consciousness by looking at brain activity. We can do things like split brain patient studies have shown this. So we affect the brain. We know we affect consciousness directly. So it's pretty simple to me.
Yeah, I agree with you, brother.
Your mind is not reacting to life. It's constructing the version of life that you're experiencing. Your fears, your beliefs, your identity, your memories, your stories, all those patterns you have in your life. We think that they're interpretations. What they are is filters that reshape reality before reality reaches you. This is why two people can live through the exact same moment and experience two completely different things. This is why suffering usually comes from inside and not outside. This is why so many ancient texts focus way more on inner world than outer world.
Suffering is felt inside, but it can be very much caused by the outside. I mean, I don't know.
This is probably also why every spiritual path teaches stillness and silence and presence and meditation and surrender. And I think this is because the moment that we stop letting fear hijack the projector, we start seeing reality pretty clearly for the first time. If your mind shapes reality, then every limitation you hold is one that you unconsciously built. And every breakthrough that you're chasing is just one little thought pattern away. Truths 1, 2, and 3 combine into a single explosive idea. If you're not separate, if fear isn't real, if your mind is essentially shaping everything, then the only thing standing between you and freedom is the part of you that believes otherwise. And this brings us to the most dangerous truth of all. The enemy is not the world. The enemy is the ego. So
the enemy is the ego. The enemy is not the world. Clearly, in my view, the ego evolved as a phenomenon to deal with a material reality where we are in competition with each other. So the ego is there to both, make us puff our chests out, but also to preserve us and to provide boundaries. So, it helps us to say, hey, I have certain things that you need to respect about me. You can't do that to me. Don't do that. There will be repercussions if you do that. To say the ego is wholly bad, it's insanity. There is a very real reason that the ego exists. Sometimes we do need to separate ourselves from the illusions or subjective opinions of others, because if we don't, we'll become their victim. We will be victimized by them. Do you agree?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, because without an ego, how would you know what's good or bad for you? You need something to decide something for yourself, and an ego is there to fill in that role. You need to find a sense of direction. Otherwise, you have no idea. You have no idea where you're going, who you are, and what you even know. Yeah, I think ego and language are both. Language is especially important. Words mean things, of course. So yeah, you definitely need those two things.
It's the outcome. It's the outcome of that which is driven by the ego, which can be, in my view, good or bad. It can be good.
Depends on the context. Yeah.
It's very simplistic to say it's the cause of all problems. When if you didn't have the ego, you'd be a complete walkover, and maybe it would be much, much worse for you.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, brother. Without the ego, you wouldn't know which. Oh, I'm sorry, brother. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Without the ego, you wouldn't know which mouth to put the fork in.
Exactly. That's very well said.
Shows you what's been blocking you from the beginning. So the ego is the only real enemy here. It's the only enemy that you're going to face. No demons, no bad luck, no other people, not the world. Every ancient text, every mystic, all these enlightened teachers, they all gave us.
This is such victim blaming fucking claptrap, isn't it? No, nothing else is the problem. Yeah, it's all your fault.
Yeah, and
Christ.
it's also misunderstanding actual religious text, because Eastern philosophy cannot just be boiled down to it. The ego is the enemy. No, it's much more complicated than that. There's more factors than the ego being, though it's a factor. It's not the ultimate factor as why your life is bad. In fact, the ego can also be a useful pragmatic tool to attain either the moksha or nirvana. So yeah. This guy reminds me when I was younger, when I was reading these self-help books, he's kind of watering down religious texts into one vague oneness. That's how I feel about this right now. Yeah.
Well, that's exactly what he's literally trying to find the commonalities between major world religions. Yeah. That's what he's actually doing here.
Yeah. Which
the problem is he should step back from this and say, well, there may well be commonalities here.
There is, but the way that he's doing it.
But the problem is they haven't exactly brought about world peace, have they?
Of course not.
So,
yeah.
So what I'm saying is, even though there are commonalities driving these major world religions and spiritual viewpoints, and maybe they are at the center of all of them. But even if that is the case, as I said, it hasn't brought about world peace. So maybe these commonalities are delusions or not much good to us in as we scramble around here.
Yeah, because if you think everyone has
Of course.
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
Yeah, sure.
Fatima. I didn't mean to be rude. Oh, okay. Thank
No,
you
it's
so much.
okay.
There's a bit of a lag on my end. I didn't mean to cut you off. Just really quick, I've studied many religions in college over the last 30 years, and even though I'm agnostic, I find it fascinating. There are a lot of commonalities, common threads in religions, and it has nothing to do with the ego or the role of the ego. That's in particular sects of religion, mostly Eastern philosophy. The commonalities are what we would call a basic ethical system, such as not murdering, not stealing, things of this nature. And you find that in every single religion, but you don't find this concept about the ego or identity in every religion as being the same. Some are dualist, some are non-dualist.
Yeah, you don't really find those. Yeah. Okay, let's keep watching the video because I'm kind of curious
Exact
as to
same
see
one.
what
The
else
thing that we
he says
call
about
us,
things.
the thing that you call you, is the thing that's hurting you. If we look in the Bhagavad Gita, we see the self must conquer the lower self. If we read Plato, he says all sins come from excess self-love. If you read the words of Jesus, unless a man dies to himself, he cannot live. In the words of the Buddha, suffering begins with attachment to the self. In the Tao Te Ching, we see he who defines himself can't know who he truly is. Different continents, different countries, same diagnosis. The ego is not your personality or your identity. It's not your sense of I. Let me give you a definition of ego.
What do you think of that, guys?
Once again, he's really, I hate to say this word, but he's kind of cherry picking like just random like quotes, in my opinion. He just like put on the Google or ChatGPT, like find me things that sound similar in all major world religions and philosophical schools, and he just smacks them. Because here's the thing, each founder and each philosopher of a religion or a philosophy, guess what? They all had. Oh, wait. Actually, I can't. Wait, someone's calling me. Hold on.
Going to change your life if you adopt it. The ego is the story that you built to survive your fears. It's a mask, it's a guardrail, it's a little protective suit that we stitch together from trauma and insecurity and expectations and some conditioning. And that suit becomes our prison. But the ego desires one big thing: separation. It needs to feel separate to exist. Separate from other people, separate from the big universe, separate from the divine, separate from truth. The ego has to be able to compare. It feeds on better than, worse than, smarter than, more deserving than, more important than. So basically the ego needs three things. It needs hierarchy, conflict, and recognition. So it needs to win, to be right, to be
No, this guy, he's forgetting. Like Fatima said, and they're absolutely correct. This guy's just cherry picking stuff out of various religious texts, and you see people do this. People within the religions themselves. There's so much division, inner conflict within a particular religion. You can name any religion. Christianity is a great example. There's like 40,000 plus different denominations of Christianity. They're all using the same fucking Bible, and they're just picking and choosing the parts that they think are most coherent or fit best with their personal particular narrative. The Christianity, for example, says specifically, don't yoke yourself with sinners, right? So don't attach yourself to other people who don't have the same beliefs that you have, which is exactly the opposite of what this guy's trying to convey from Christianity here.
Yeah. Seems to be misunderstanding it a bit. Yeah, sorry, I had to step out. Someone was calling me, but it got taken care of. Yeah,
that's okay. We'll keep going.
Special to get defended by you. This is why it never shuts the F up. The ego is the voice that says they're judging you. You're not enough. You're falling behind. What if you lose everything? Or what if they don't like you? You need to prove yourself. You need more. You need control. But here's the ancient secret almost nobody realizes. The ego's entire existence is based on fear, and fear is already not real. This means that your ego is a hallucination.
Oh my God. I mean, come on. How impractical is that advice? I mean, come on.
Okay, fear is not real. Like, so what? Why do we have like the fear hormones inside our bodies whenever we feel anxious or scared? You know, which happens. Like, we start to like our heartbeat starts to go up. We start to sweat a bit. We start to blick our lips. That happens to me whenever I get fearful or anxious about a lot of things. You know, why do you think people are like antidepressants? You can say that's an illusion, but I don't think it is. If there's like an industry for it. Now that's a whole other issue at hand. But like, fear is not real. Like, what is this? Like, no,
exactly.
It is.
I mean,
real.
there's in my view, there's two types of fear. There's instinctual fear. You know, I mean, we apparently, I know I have. You know, when you walk along and you see, say, something that resembles a snake, like a bit of rope or a bit of wire.
Yeah.
Or, you know, something. You kind of look at it and go, "Whoa, what's that?" You know, and you have that instinctual fear. You know, even though you might live in a country, it happens to most humans. Even though you live in a country that perhaps doesn't have many snakes or even any snakes, And even if your family, no one in your family has been bitten for, hundreds of years by a snake, you still have that in you, So that's the
Exactly.
instinctual side of fear. And then there's also the fear. I believe life is experiential, So our evaluation of existence is built upon experience.
Yeah, which fear is
And
included.
so fear, you can't surgically separate fear from your own personal evaluation of matters built on your own experiences and observations. So if you've seen or experienced bad things, then fear is nature's warning sign to you saying, hey, do you want to feel bad again, or do you want to be victimized? If so, continue down this path. Otherwise, try to do something to shake things up a bit so that you don't, so that you lessen the likelihood of feeling bad. And to me, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. Again, he's saying that there's some kind of toxic side to fear, like, oh, we're afraid of what other people think. Well, wouldn't you be an insane psychopath if you weren't afraid of what other people think? I mean,
Exactly.
we are social beings. We depend on each other for our needs being met. Yeah. So, I mean, what type of an aloof psychopath would you be if you went around not giving the due consideration to what others think and not being afraid of consequences for your actions? I mean, he's basically, in some ways, he's arguing we should all be psychopaths.
Yeah, because he's like, don't have fear, don't care what others think, just do what you want, and the ego.
And funnily enough, Fatima, do you know clinically who has been proven to have extremely low, if not non-existent, levels of fear?
Who?
Psychopaths.
Of course, yeah. Oh yeah. I should have known that. Yes.
There you go.
Psychopaths.
This man is arguing that we should be psychopaths.
Oh, well, it goes full circle. So he's kind of setting us up for like failure almost. If he's arguing us, we should just be the psychopaths that he claimed like we should be against, right? Because he wants to make things better, right? And he wants to reform us, right? This channel's about a reformation, right? He wants to reform us into even more potential like psychopaths. Like, is he a con man? I don't know. Like, who knows what he is? He has a lot of.
Look, I'm not gonna evaluate or try and provide any input into whether he's genuine or whatever. I'm gonna take him as he is and give him, I'm going to say, look, maybe he believes this stuff. I'm not attacking him. I'm just looking at what he's saying. The words are coming out of his mouth and saying they don't make any sense to me.
No, because he's lacking the concept. He's lacking the perspective. I recently made a video on my channel that's doing very well called "Courage Without Fear." Courage is one of the virtues that you want to attain, and it is impossible to attain courage until you've had to face both fear and recklessness. Right, just like all the virtues, you have to face both sides of it before you could attain it. It's the golden mean from Aristotle. So, fear is important. It lets us know that we need to be alert, like what DNW was saying. It triggers our hyperactive agency detection device and lets us know that there's something going on. We need to figure out what's happening around us. Is this dangerous? Is the rustling in the bushes? Is that a tiger or is that the wind? We need to figure out these things and solve these things because it helps us to navigate the world more safely. If every time there's a rustling in the bushes and I just assume it's the wind and I don't think, I live in an area where there's lots of tigers around. Maybe I should at least give this some consideration, stay by the fire, take my sharp stick or whatever. This is what allowed us to evolve to the point that we're at now by recognizing this agency. But you have to have that fear. Your senses have to be triggered by something.
Yeah, absolutely. For sure. Very well said. Yeah, let's keep watching.
Hallucination. It's a survival instinct that doesn't understand who you actually are. You're the ocean. The ego is a ripple that thinks it's the entire Pacific Ocean. You are the divine. The ego is a child pretending to be the.
I mean, look. No time in my life have I ever, maybe when I was a child, right? Like maybe when I was a baby, a literal baby, or maybe just in the early part of my toddler existence. Maybe then I didn't realize I wasn't the be all and end all. Even then I probably knew that my mum existed and she was a separate entity because I was calling out to be fed or nourished or whatever, or have my nappy changed. Clearly, I knew there was something outside of me. I mean, this guy's making out that it's amazing that, some people think that they're not the be all and end all, that they're not, existence doesn't revolve around them. I mean, is this some kind of, he's getting very excited about this. Is this some kind of personal revelation by him? Is he projecting here that he himself perhaps has spent his life thinking, everything revolves around him, and then suddenly he's realized it doesn't? I mean, maybe he's woken up late to the party here. I don't know. I mean, to me, this isn't revelationary. This is just, okay, you're not insane. You realize that, it's not all about you. Congratulations.
Yeah, you should have learned that when you were like a teenager, in my opinion, because that's what I learned when I was a teenager. Like, there's more to me. The world is more than me, and I'm just here, but I still have to like navigate in it. I still have a distinct thing about me because I'm here. I'm the only one in my own vehicle, my own body, navigating my stuff. So yeah.
King. This is why every ancient tradition told you to let it go. Not because they wanted you to be moral or have some enlightenment and go out and buy linen pants and wooden bead necklaces and shit like that. They didn't want obedience or anything, or even purity. It's because you can't experience truth while you're holding on to something that isn't true. You can't be infinite while you're clinging onto a story that makes you small. You can't feel oneness while you're protecting a self that doesn't exist. You can't wake up while you're defending.
I mean, this whole thing of you can't be infinite if you're holding on to this delusion of being separate. I mean, what are you? Okay. Let's accept, we'll grant him that there is this infinite, or there is this all in, like there is this consciousness, that there is this thing that is all one. Okay, we're part of that, but I am not it. I am a part of it, whether I like it or not. I may be connected to it, but there is this thing, my cranium encircling my brain has separated me from the rest of it. I'm having my own subjective experience. I individually am not infinite. I'm a finite being. I'm a bubble that comes into existence and one day will pop, I don't know. This guy to me seems, well, it's kind of batshit crazy. What do you think?
Well, what I think is sorry.
No, go ahead, Fatima. I cut you off twice already. You go ahead. I'll be after you.
Okay. Thank you so much. No, well, he said something pretty striking. He said that original religion wasn't about obedience and like doing deeds. Yeah, it kind of was. Inherently, you have to worship the one particular god that you're born in the region to, that just so happens to make tribute to it. So no, and he says we're suffering because we are protecting a self that doesn't exist. I'm like, okay, like what does that mean? Like, I don't even like protecting itself, a self that does not exist. So like, I'm alert for like no reason. I have like pain preceptors for like no reason. Like I scream and feel fear for like no reason. Then I don't have a self. Is that it? Like I don't get it. Like he's just using, I think, old new age stuff from like the 1960s and just like packaging it in like this kind of format. Honestly, that's honestly what the vibe I'm getting. I can tell that he likes to run on vibes a lot. Yeah, which is good though. It's good. Yeah, but still though, kind of saying some weird stuff though. On top of that,
Okay.
Yeah, he's throwing out a lot of like trying to throw some catchphrases. Oh yeah, he's just trying to throw some catchphrases out there to make it sound like he's actually saying something useful, but it's really nonsensical. Things can't be all black if some things are white. You can't be alive if you're dead. I mean, it's like, well, no shit. Say something of substance. Well, the problem is you need to have this asymmetry, like what DNW was talking about a little bit ago. Without recognizing the value that you have, the value that you hold, the value that feeding yourself and sustaining your own hunger has a unique value to it, and you have to prioritize this to a certain degree. Then you can't offer anything else to the world, because even though I do believe that we're all humans and we share this humanness and we are all equal, there has to be an asymmetry to that, because if I want to help out my neighbor, I can't do anything useful for him or anybody else in the world if I don't feed and clothe myself first, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, of course.
Mm-hmm.
That's just basic common sense, for lack of a better word, right? You have to do that first before you can save someone else. Yeah.
I mean, I hate to go dark on this, but is this like one might argue that this could be the kind of thing that like people at the top of society, corrupt power, would want you to believe, that you don't really matter. Your life is an illusion anyway. You don't have an ego about things. Love your enemy, as in them, because you just have to do that because that's the right thing to do.
What if he works for like a super secret corporation that wants us to like believe in like the things he's saying, right? And we the majority of his viewers will do, and like they become very passive, and they don't start to realize, become more awake to like these ideas that are being misrepresented and using to steer them away from like other alarming things, kind of pulling a wool over their eyes, if you know what I mean. Now that you say that, D&W, he kind of has that. I don't want to attack him, but like, who knows who's like funding his channel, because he probably is making money off of this, right? And I think with these kind of channels, it's they already have some sponsorship, right? Some sponsorship which is linked to someone else, another a company, right? So who knows? Maybe you could be right, D&W, because he probably has ads, sponsorships, deals. You could be right, D&W.
Well, you always have to ask who benefits from a belief, and I don't know if the average Joe would benefit from believing that his ego doesn't matter, that his ego is an illusion,
right?
And he should absolve any connection to it.
Absolve any anything to it, any strings to it, and just be like a passive person in life, and be
yeah.
Okay, I would like to jump in here real quick and
go ahead.
say,
I was about to ask you. Go ahead.
I think y'all are kind of confusing this word illusion, because y'all were saying, kind of equating illusions to something that doesn't exist, right? And
illusion means like seeing something that's not there.
Well, I think an illusion is a misinterpretation of something that is there. A hallucination would be considered something that is not there, that you are seeing. But an illusion is something that is in existence, that is a misinterpretation.
I think you're like conflating words with one another.
No, I'm not. Look it up. An illusion is something that exists.
No, I know what illusion means. Something that's not there. Something that's false. Exactly.
No, you're wrong.
How am I wrong?
An illusion, I just told you, an illusion has to do with a misinterpretation of something that is there.
A misinterpretation is just that, a misinterpretation. We have a word for that, and that's the word. Illusion means something that's not there.
But something that is there. An illusion is a misinterpretation of something that is in existence, but you're misinterpreting.
See, it's about an experience. It's an illusion of an experience, and the thing is, the mind, the experience in and of itself doesn't have any tangible quality. It's not a material thing. We can't point to it and say it exists fundamentally. So in some sense, it doesn't really matter.
Are we talking about fear? We're talking about fear still, right?
Yeah, we're talking about the ego.
Well,
the ego,
okay,
which is.
So you are right. But the ego doesn't really exist in a tangible sense. Anyway, it is something that we point to. We can't quite put our finger on, but it isn't a material thing. So just like consciousness, it's in the ether, if you like.
Yeah, I was referring to the whole fear, the fear conversation that you brought up earlier, because he was saying fear is an illusion, and somebody was like, well, wait a minute, fear is a real thing. Fear is a chemical reaction, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, yeah, of course fear is a real thing, but he's not saying fear is not real. He's saying fear is an illusion. There's a difference.
Okay, well, thank you for that. I mean, it's probably a valid point. And we want to see how he thinks we should interpret it. I mean, he's saying we should turn it into love. I don't know what that means, and he hasn't really given us an explanation of how to do that yet. But we're willing to find out. What do you think, the mind? What do you think of the ego
I don't know that yet. That right now, I'm just listening. I really don't. I've heard people throw around that word, that concept a lot, and I just don't dogmatically, adhere to anyone's belief systems or anything. So it's really hard to just say this is what I think about the ego, because a lot of people have a lot of different. They use that word in a lot of different ways, and I just feel like it's very kind of like a subjective term.
Yeah, but I mean, it's still a bizarre choice of words then to say the ego is an illusion, because what he should be saying is the way the ego is used is an illusion, and he hasn't really given a clear demonstration of that yet. I mean, I suppose he could say that, and I think that the ego does that is toxic towards others is an illusion. It is something that. But even then, I don't even know if that's a good choice of words. Maybe say something like it's the wrong thing to do. But then I suppose you could say an illusion is saying that as well.
And then that would come down to it being like your subconscious, like your consciousness. That's what I feel like. It's just like, oh, what is your conscience telling you? That's like, well, what is your ego telling you? We're kind of talking about the same thing using different words most of the time, or describing reality.
Okay, brother. Well, listen, we'll keep going and see what he has to say.
The dream. And once you drop the ego, even if it's for a little second, you'll feel something terrifying and beautiful. You never needed it. You were always complete. The armor was the wound. Ancient teachings weren't obsessed with humility. They were obsessed with liberation. And once the ego falls apart, the final truth appears immediately. And this is the final truth that ties the entire universe together. This is truth number 5. Everything is connected. This one shows up everywhere, from ancient.
I mean, again, I don't know why that gives anyone solace, but there you go. Okay, go ahead.
Well, I think he's using the ego as by the clinical definition, which is the ego is the sense of self. So that's all the ego really does. So he, as a non-dualist, he's saying we should abandon the sense of self. And I'd like to defend Fatima because I think Fatima is correct that the illusion is in fact something that's not there. Even though you're saying, well, you're looking at something that is there and then seeing something that's not there. Let me give you an example of this. So let's say I look outside and I see my motorcycle and I say, oh, look, there's a fire truck out there. The fire truck isn't there. The fire truck is not there. The motorcycle might be there, but the illusion is claiming there's something that's there that's just isn't there. So Fatima's correct actually in that. You can look at something that's there, but if you're not seeing what's there, then you're seeing something that's not there. It's an illusion.
Yeah. I think you've perfectly summed it up there, objective ethics. So he is basically saying that the problem is this is what he's saying. The ego is an illusion because it makes us think we're separate from the whole. But again, we've already covered why we think that is a necessary function of the human psyche. We need that divide. Yeah.
Exactly. Like, for example, even the.
I mean, it may be an illusion. It may be an illusion, as in it may be not true, systematic. We may be part of a greater system, but that doesn't help us, does it?
No, it doesn't. Exactly. Yeah.
I mean, you can zoom out sometimes and maybe nihilistically or fatalistically go, oh, well, what does it matter? I'm not in control anyway. Nobody is. And maybe you can get some momentary solace from that. But, soon you'll get some hunger pangs. Soon you'll get some needs. Soon you'll get some annoyances from the neighbors, or soon someone might accuse you of something that you haven't done or whatever. So soon you will be brought back into, having an egotistical thought. And again, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I don't think it's bad to look at your compartment, your compartment of the greater whole, like what is going on for you as an individual within the collective. I don't think that's a bad thing. I think it's a healthy thing.
Absolutely.
You're absolutely right.
It's something that we train ourselves
you're absolutely right. I have to jump off to listen while I get ready for work, but let me just say thank you so much for letting me on. And let me just say one quick thing, if I may, DNW, as I exit here. The interesting part about this philosophical model of non-dualism is that we recognize that introspection, right, looking inside of ourselves is really helpful because it helps us to improve and understand ourselves. And the easiest way, the most clear way to see inside of ourselves is to actually look at other people, because we can't really look inside of ourselves very well. So what we do is we look at other people and they act like a mirror. Just like when I look in the mirror, I can see my hair, I can see my face, but because my eyes are facing forward, I can't see that shit unless I look in a mirror. When we look at our other people, see a reflection not only of our behavior, but of the effects of our behavior. And this gives us the window into the soul, so to speak. So if we imagine that for a second, then we think that consciousness being fundamental, consciousness wants to, if there's this being, this mind behind existence, wants to see inside of itself, just like we do. The only way consciousness can do this is to have different attributes. Now it's getting reflections back. And so that's how it's looking inside of itself. It's seeing, what do I really desire? What do I really enjoy? What does cause me to be afraid? What causes me to be loving, and et cetera, et cetera. So it's kind of interesting. But at the end of the day, without recognizing the value of the ego, like we've all said, you cannot contribute to society, even if you want to be altruistic. You still can't do it. You have to prioritize yourself at some degree. So thank you so much for letting me on. It's been a pleasure speaking to all of you guys.
Yeah,
thank you.
Take care.
It's always wonderful to have you here. You're very articulate and well able to explain your thoughts, and you add wonderful value to the show. So please come again soon.
Later.
Jackie says, regardless, staying sane and not losing your mind and just living normally is always the goal.
Yeah, I agree with that. Hell yeah. Let's just be. Sometimes it's okay to be like ordinary. Okay.
Yeah, but what is normal? First of all, like literally, whole wars are fought for this idea of normal. So what she considers normal can be war atrocities to another group of individuals.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but like, there's like the basic grounds, like don't start wars, but like that's for like a whole other thing, But let's watch the video.
Well, no, it is important to think about that, and I've said it before, that the kind of subjectivity of reality in terms of how we all interpret it differently and have different expectations, mores, and values, that is the norm. The norm is this crazy cacophony of different expectations, different hopes, dreams, aspirations.
Could be
competition with a capital C. It is literally info wars. It's a battle of ideas, a battle of ideologies, a battle of subjective opinions and outlooks. And to me, that is a problem. To me, that is demonstrative of the fact that existence itself is problematic from the outset, because it causes war. It literally causes a battle of subjective experience that in and of themselves have their own unique values, and in some senses they are correct, because existence caused that person to be like that. So from that vantage point, they couldn't have been anything else, So in some sense, they are acting as was expected.
Epigenetics is a thing. I think literally there could be two twins with the same exact genetic code, and just depending on how they decide to react to their situation will determine on how they will become. It's not just deterministic thing. It's your choice. You choose how you want to be.
No, I agree with that, but I think that the circumstances that cause that person to make the decision at the time might have been different. So the one twin was faced with A circumstance, the other twin was faced with B circumstance, and they reacted as they would in those circumstances, and therefore they epigenetically changed.
I think in reality, we think we have choice most of the time, but in reality, probably like 1% of our lives we actually make choices. We actually make free will choice. Most of the stuff we do,
more than just 1%, man.
Yeah, I think it's about 1%.
No, I think it's more than just 1%. The fact that we can make choices. Like I have like a whole other view about free will and like determinism. That like no, I think there's a few more things. Well, ultimately, it's canceled out in the end. But like we still have a few certain things that are like disposal. Yeah.
Guys, give the show a like. Give the show a like. Give the show a like for the algorithm. It does help raise it in the feed. Seeing as we are live, it makes more people likely to find it. So I'd appreciate that, and share it if you can on your community posts as well.
Okay, the only 1% I was referring to is our ability to react to the situation. That's kind of the only thing we have power over. Like that's the only thing we could choose. Ultimately, is how we react to things.
Okay, we'll keep going then.
laboratories. Everything's connected, everything is one system, everything influences everything. That's how everything gets. In the Hermetic texts, we see this principle of as above, so below. In the Kabbalah, we see all creation emerges from a single tree of life. In quantum physics, no particle is truly separate. Every particle has some entanglement. In Taoism, we see this idea of opposites are not enemies. They're complementary forces of the same source. In the Mayan Popol Vuh, this is where we see the universe is one living organism. In Buddhism, we have the concept of what's called interbeing. Nothing exists independently. And in Sufi mysticism, the soul is a thread in the same cosmic fabric. Even if you look at the Egyptian pyramid texts, we see the soul returns to the stars from which it came. In ancient Native American wisdom, they have a phrase that's, I think, pronounced mitakuya o yasin, which is we are all relatives, essentially saying with all beings, I am related. Nothing stands alone. So every action ripples, every emotion radiates, every intention vibrates.
Again, the big question is here is so what? I mean, why does this make it good? You know, I mean, he hasn't got to that yet, or has he, Fatima? In your view, you've been watching the longest here. What do you think?
No, I know he has not. He has not came to the conclusion why it's good that we're all one. He's just being very, very descriptive and like misunderstanding sometimes how reality works, in my opinion, because I follow a whole other conception of reality, and also just straight up like making up things as he goes on, and he's just assuming things are one, in my opinion, because like as you said before, like just because there's some like convergence of thoughts between all the major world religions, that doesn't mean they all come from, they're all the same. No, it doesn't mean that. They all exist and they all coexist in like different civilizations, and they all could come from like a singular consciousness. But even people who think that religion comes from like a singular mind, they still have like their nuances, though. You know, they do. Like there's a lot of nuances. They don't straight up say everyone's the same. No, they don't ever say that, and that would be a misunderstanding of their views. Like one good philosopher is René Guyon. Yeah, he thought that all religions come from the same source, but he preferred all other religions than just one. Yeah, even though he thought that all of them came from the same source. Yeah. So yeah.
Look, a bit of a comedic interlude here. This is quite funny. Truth Over Lies says he talks about the ego being a bad thing, but look at all the YouTube awards he's got in full view on the wall.
Yeah,
that is quite funny. That made me laugh. Thank you for that.
Look at all the YouTube stuff he has, like the awards. So
but
I don't
anyway,
know.
We won't attack the man too much. We're looking at his message. So
yeah.
What about you? The mind. In relation to this view that we are all one, and it somehow gives this man solace, and he's saying it should give us all solace. What about you? Do you find solace in that view? Does it bring you peace? You are muted. He did say he's at work, so maybe he's doing something. What about you, Pristine? She's muted as well. Oh no, she's back.
Sorry. I don't believe that we are all one. I don't know, honestly. I don't know what the go is, but I know absolutely that other people feel separate from myself.
I'm asking you. Would that give you peace? Would that make you feel peaceful if you realize we were all one? I mean, does that bring you peace? It doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't. I can't. I don't understand what that even means, because how can we be one? Like, how can separate individuals be one entity? Like, that doesn't make sense to me. I don't think it would bring me solace or peace. No, that would not bring me solace at all. It would just be weird. Like, it just doesn't make any sense to me. It would be freaky, I think. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it'd be freaky, and it would be useless because like we're all one. That's a pretty useless concept, and if we're all really one, then I'm one with the people who like did bad things to people. You know, like what the hell, you know?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I don't get. It doesn't make any sense at all. Like I can't even comprehend how that is a theory or a concept. I can understand solipsism because solipsism is saying that you're the only one. It's just you, and this is all a fake dream reality. Nothing is real. It's just you and this kind of control. And there might be outside entities controlling the illusion, but ultimately, like none of this is you. like as in like none of it is, you know, other people and what they're doing. It's just kind of like some fake VR or whatever. Like I can understand that because it's like nothing is real but you, and then you maybe come out of it and then there's entities that are external and outside of you. I don't think those entities or aliens would be you. I don't think they would be inside your consciousness. I think that maybe certain drugs and that can get you into, uh, you know, maybe real, actual, real states of reality that are legit, and this is not legit. But I can't believe that we are all like everyone is a legit, you know, unchanging person that is also you. And then people will say other stuff that doesn't make any sense. You know, they'll be like, oh, you know, so I had this trip and I met this entity and it was me, but it wasn't me. You could tell that like there were differences. It wasn't me, but it's still I met myself. And you know, it's like I can't understand this. Like maybe I'm just stupid, but I don't understand what that means. Like if something is not you, then it's not you. It can't be you and someone else at the same time, in my opinion. It's like it's either only you or other people exist. That's it. Other people exist, or it's just you. And entities are a whole separate thing. It's like it could be like just you here, like you know, but entities are like able to control what they've created. They may have created you and your world that isn't actually existing. Maybe you aren't even real. But I just the concept that other people are real, but they're also you, doesn't compute with me. Like, and none of it really does. I mean, all of it sounds pretty crazy and insane. Like, existence in itself is just not like it's just crazy. Like, I don't even know, you know,
Okay.
if we have.
We'll keep going, darling.
The whole. You are not some separate node in the universe. You're a neuron in a cosmic brain firing inside of infinity. And your life is not happening to you. Your life is happening with you, through you, and as you. And suddenly, all five truths click together like a lock snapping open. You're not separate. Fear is an illusion. Your mind shapes reality. Ego is the enemy. Everything's connected. So if all that's true, then you aren't a human trying to become spiritual. You are the universe temporarily being human. You're already spiritual. So everything you've ever been scared of, everything you've obsessed over, everything you've doubted in your life, everything that you've ever questioned before comes down to remembering what you were before the world told you who to be. And that's what the...
Okay, so basically he's saying we're not humans having a spirit, we're spirits having a human experience.
What the?
I mean, okay, well, he's kind of, whether he likes it or not, he's painted the human experience as bad because he's saying it makes you have a toxic, egotistical position a lot of the time. But that is an illusion. It's not something you should be doing. So in my view, what maybe, I don't know if this has crossed his mind. We're yet to hear it. But to me, if we are spirits having human experience, one might ask the question, are we spirits imprisoned in a human experience? Are we spirituality? Are we spirits, sorry, imprisoned in a material reality? Do you get what I'm saying? But I don't know if yeah. I mean, it would lead to that question, like, but again, I don't know whether he's going to go there.
Ancients were trying to wake us up to.
Probably.
So if the ancients all knew this, if the truths were sitting in the open for thousands of years, how the hell did we lose it? How did humanity go from cosmic awareness to this psychological dumpster fire that we're living in today? It wasn't a conspiracy. Personally, I
mean, where else is there to go with it?
Yeah.
I mean, your spirit's having a human experience. I mean, where else? Where can you go with that? Okay, thank you for that.
Also,
the human experience causes immense suffering, you know, well, yes, there's joy, but if we are all one, then we've got to try and somehow show love for those that aren't having a good time here. Therefore, they're kind of, that is kind of like a pollutant on the egotistical impression that, you know, it's great here, because that is an illusion, because I'm connected to the suffering here, you know, if I'm really doing my job here spiritually, as this man is suggesting. And then you have to ask, well, what is causing this suffering? Well, it's the spirit having a human experience. So then you have to ask, well, should we be encouraging the human experience?
Yeah, if it's the spirits being trapped. Like, if it's spirits being trapped, why encourage it? Like, what the hell? And like, who the hell is putting spirits in human bodies in the first place? Like, what the hell?
Well-
Like, let's actually think about this. Like, who is putting spirits in the human body? And question is, why would spirits be put in the human? Wait, spirits, but he says we're all one, so doesn't the idea of there being spirits implies that we can be separated, even though we couldn't? Like, I have so many questions right now. Like, I don't really. Yeah, you see, the question is a question that leads to another question.
I want to jump in here real fast as a person who has had a personal experience with this thing he's talking about, like a universal consciousness. Like, I have experience being one with everything, right? Like that generic term that people have said. And I do think people don't really truly understand the extension, how much they extend into their environment. Like you were saying, we are affected by environments, we are created by environments. Ultimately, we are our environment. We are extension of the environment. And like somebody said, it is kind of the universe experiencing itself because we are a little part of the universe. And I find it kind of funny that people want to say consciousness is emergent, yet everything is in a naturalistic worldview. Everything is natural. Everything that exists in nature is naturally in a part of it. So it's supposed to naturally come about, but yet it's emergent. Like, how is it natural and emergent at the same time? It's contradictory. It just fits whatever narrative you want, because that's a lot of times how I would say scientific stuff goes. It's just meant to fit whatever narrative you want, and then they adjust the theory according to the supposed facts. Okay, I'm done.
Well, I would think that explaining away reality as the universe is like one mind or like brain or cosmic brain is also pretty contradictory, because our reality is not so simple. That would imply that we have all the answers now. If we work from, like, if we all agreed, like, if it was really, really true and self-evident that the universe is just one big consciousness, then we would solve most problems in like math or science. And we haven't in philosophy, and we really haven't, unless you take other routes in philosophy,
Yeah,
which are against, the.
I think you're just making assumptions up to a certain point. Like, if reality was this way, then we would be able to do this. That's your assumptions right now that you're making.
Yeah, but like I think to assume that the universe is just one consciousness and there's no ego and everything, like an ego and fear is an illusion.
That's not an assumption I'm making. I'm giving you revelations I had from direct experience of this thing that he's talking about, being connected to everything.
That I can't know, because that's your experience. I can't know that experience. How can I trust you even? Like, I can't know your experiences, man. Hate to say it.
Yeah, but that's the difference, though. I'm talking from my experience. You're talking about from your assumptions. That's the difference that we're having here.
My experiences are filled with assumptions, and like I used to be like this too. Like, I used to like think that I was one with the universe, and I was like, well, this idea doesn't do much, and it's not pragmatic enough. For me.
What about epiphanies? Are epiphanies a real thing? Like things where you have understanding, some realization of something without needing to have like external input? Is that a thing that is real, or is that just a made up word?
What?
Epiphany.
Epiphany. It's a word that describes human action. That's all it is. You just have like, you realize something and you had like an epiphany. It can be used in any other way depending on the context of the situation. Yeah. Sometimes realizing something or having an epiphany isn't always good, because it depends on the context of the word and the language game being played there. So no.
Yeah, all I'm saying is there's a difference from like somebody actually understanding something and having an epiphany, as opposed to you just assuming something based off of hearing somebody's experience. Like, you can have an experience and then learn something from that experience. And I think what's happening right now, you're hearing what's it called, person's experience of the thing, and then you're like, okay, making a lot of assumptions. Like, that's what it is. And that's all I'm telling you is, you're not speaking from personal experience.
How am I making an assumption? I'm not.
Because you literally
It
said
seems to me you are, because
his wife. You literally said
what?
if the universe was, if everything was connected to the universe, or the universe was conscious, then we would be able to come up with better scientific. What did you say? I don't want to misquote you.
Better mathematics, and no, we would solve most of the intellectual issues that we are faced with, and all of the intellectual and philosophical uncertainties, if we had the answer right away, which is the ancients, what this claims do, which is this dude claims to have, such as we're all one, essentially, you know. And that's not an assumption. That's a theory of everything. He's almost posing a theory of everything, which is not
Okay,
really.
I'm just gonna say this, and I'm gonna stop talking for now. You do agree, like logically speaking, and like grammatically, everything that exists in reality is directly experiencing reality. Is that true, or am I making a false statement here?
It's true, but that doesn't mean it's true. But like, everyone has their different experiences, and they all contradict
I agree.
one another in their ontology. So we can't really form a strong consensus. And language is very important in this. If everyone's language, the way they use words, is different in their form of life, then there's no way we could ever form a consensus. And that's what's really going on. Everyone has language, they use it to describe things, and they come to different uses of the language because of their own unique experiences, which are all not the same. They're plural.
Well, all I used, the only two big words I used was experience and aware. So I would hope we could agree on those two terms with those two words.
Those two words have a lot of uses in different contexts and languages. Yes. So I don't really know. I follow another type of philosophical way of viewing things that's like language based, but that's just me, and it helps me in life. It's pragmatic, you know. I don't do anything else, you know. Helps me like do things. Oh, hold on. I'm having a phone call right now. D&W, have to step out again. I have to step out again. Hold on. I'm going on mute.
Okay. I suppose we should wait for him to come back. Pristine, have you got anything to say in the meantime? Pristine. You there, Pristine?
Wow, bad co-host.
Sorry.
Bad co-host.
Sorry,
Where is she at?
I'll be right back. Just give me like 5, okay?
Yeah, no problem.
I was getting iced tea, dude. Like, oh, sorry, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the mind. Anyways, I was getting. I'm not being bad. I'm just getting some iced tea. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, this is all very confusing. Yeah, I have no idea at this point.
Oh, I'll tell you what then. The mind had this kind of epiphany, this revelatory experience. Can you tell us how you came to have that experience, the mind? If you're able, I know you might be at work or doing something. The mind, tell us about that experience. What induced it, and what it was exactly.
Okay, I can definitely do that, but I think I heard the co-host say something. I wanted to make sure I got what she said. What did you say, Christine? Did you say something?
I said I can tell them if you
Yeah,
are
go for
working.
it. Yeah, you can go for it.
Because I know. Yeah, so. But I just don't. I think that you need more experiences with it because. Okay, so explain this. Why do so many people have vastly different experiences on what happened to you happened to them, but they came to a different conclusion and had different experiences, and that's
Okay,
where
so
I just get.
Okay, so I'm going to share the experience because now you're talking about the experience I had without anybody knowing what we're referring to. So I have done salvia, right? Devinorum. That's supposed to be like a medicinal plant that the Aztecs used way back when, and I had like a hallucinatory, visionary type of shamanistic trip, and I did see like the multiverse. I saw like reality stacked on top of each other in like little
Wow.
pieces of paper. There was like I could see backwards and forwards into time. There was a whole bunch of these little like squares going into different dimensions. There was this spiral that was making up all of reality, and within that spiral, there was There's this alien spaceship that was controlling people's minds, and literally, when I looked into that spaceship and I saw the aliens, they saw me and they were like, "You can see us, you can see us," and they pressed the button, and I went back into my body. But
Why didn't you tell me this? I didn't know
I
any
did
of that.
tell
but
you. I told you that story more than once.
So my theory is correct then, jokes. That sounds like my theory that I came up with without having salvia. Because you don't actually need salvia to know that we're being trolled, but all you need is Mandela effects, and that's pretty clear that they can change reality from my perspective. But that's just a theory I have. But the thing
I did
is,
want to
like,
mention. I did want to mention one last part. When I was in that state and I was looking at everything, I was trying to figure out who the heck I was because I saw 3 different versions of me. So there was this universal consciousness. When I looked up into the sky, I saw that everything I ever did in my whole life created a picture in the sky. It made a cosmic picture in the sky, and I was visible. I was the universe. Like I was everything that I ever did, and a part of that everything I ever did was all of existence somehow. Like I saw me, which was an impression. It looked like an outline of a human being, but as the universe, and it was a whole bunch of those stacked on top of each other, but vertically. So literally, when I saw that, I looked up into the sky. I saw myself in the universe. I looked into the spiral, and then I saw me tripping inside the restroom, and then I came to the realization that I was like this observer looking at different versions of myself. So I was trying to figure out, okay, who the heck am I? Because I'm like this universal guy. I'm this person tripping in the restroom, and then I'm this third person who's looking at all of this stuff. So who am I? And I saw the spiral that was connected to my belly button in the universe, and I followed the spiral back down to the smallest point that I can go to, and I came to the realization that all of existence is made up of this energy that is directly connected to consciousness, to my own consciousness. So, everything is conscious. That was my experience. That's the epiphany that I came to.
Why were you in a restroom? Anyways, I don't want to know. Okay. Well, everyone has different experiences, though. That's where I get confused. Because, like, which one do you go with? You know, like, they're all kind of saying the same thing, essentially, in essence. They're just telling it in different ways. So it's like, it leads to ultimately the
I feel
same.
like it's like a warfare. It's like war. It's like going into war. Like right now, we're in a spiritual warfare, and everybody who goes to war doesn't come out the same. Everybody who goes to war doesn't experience the same things. So literally, one person can become a war hero and can have all of this cool stuff happen to them. They could jump out of planes, explode whatever, and kill however many battalions. Other person can get shot and killed, and then they're just dead right there. And that was the end of it. Like just because one person or a lot of people have this specific experience doesn't mean that there aren't other individuals who are going to have a different experience, who ultimately were meant to do certain things and see and say certain things.
Now, the mind, you came on here and you did very well, saying that we perhaps had got the definition of illusion incorrect in your view. But Objective Ethics has hit back here, saying you're making a mistake with actual illusions yourself, because he's saying that you're taking these drugs, you aren't experiencing anything real. You're basically causing your brain function to create an illusion, and illusions are not real. You're doing something wrong with your sensory system. So just putting that out there.
So my kickback to that would be, I think I am experiencing reality in a different what's it called, state of mind. I think there's different states of mind that
Yes.
are real, and we have been brainwashed and put into a specific state of mind to see things a certain way, and doing certain drugs allows you to look at reality in different ways. And the way we view reality right now, not being on drugs is an illusion. I agree. Being on drugs is also an illusion. I'm not disagreeing with that, because it's still perception. We're still perceiving reality through our own perception. And ultimately, that's where the illusion lies, within our own perceptions.
True, but it could be more legit in a different state. Like, this could be more like unreal than, I mean, because a lot of people say that their trip feels more real than real. And if your trip feels more real than this, then I mean, sorry, like, how can you argue with that? Like, you can tell people that what they experienced is not real, right? And it depends on what your definition of real is. It really does depend on, like, it's hard to kind of understand, because it's like, why is everyone saying that who smoke, these plants? This is like, these aren't street drugs, this is nature. So we can really just say that they're not on drugs, they're smoking nature, right? So nature is giving them an experience that feels more real than this, and it's telling them, and they, whoever entities, aliens, could be lying, and I definitely think that they are lying about a lot, but it's like they're telling us that this reality is not real in different ways, and that our family's not real, our life isn't real. It was all just a game or a dream, and it could be many different things that they, a VR, they'll give everyone a different idea. They'll say the same thing, but they'll give everyone a different experience of that, and be like, oh, well, it's this, or it's that, or it's that. But ultimately, it's not real, is what is the general idea. You're in a Truman Show, like, everyone's just trying to get a reaction out of you. Everyone in your life knows they're not real, but they'll still tell you that everyone in your life is in on it, and they've been waiting for you to realize. And this is what people say. Like, this is what a lot of people say, and they're being serious. They're not lying either. like the mind. I don't think he's making this up for shits and giggles. You know what I mean?
He
Like,
may not be making
so,
it up, but I think basically what objective ethics is getting at, that is just drug-induced psychosis. And if he was saying this, if the mind was saying these types of things whilst not being on drugs, we would say, oh, that's just psychosis, buddy. And the mere fact he's taken drugs, objective ethics is arguing that, well, then it's just drug-induced psychosis.
Yeah, but shouldn't psychosis be individualistic and very random, and not neatly packed into like stuff that other people have experienced too? Because there's commonalities in what people experience, just as circus themed stuff, carnivals, conveyor belts turning into objects. These are all things that,
son of, wait, what's your name? Son of Christine. I just want to say, I want to jump in and say, scientists have recently just discovered a new mushroom that allows people to see little individuals all around the world. They will see little people. They will hallucinate little people, and that's all they will see. They don't see anything other than specifically little people. And that's not a delusion. That's something that's really happening in the brain. It's some type of information that's being transferred from one system to another. And it's not just us imagining it. It's something that is objectively true that people experience. It's not a delusion. A delusion has to do with something else that everyone doesn't have a universal reaction to. Like, literally, if you do a thing.
I've heard about these little people that people are seeing. I think Pristine Sun mentioned it recently. Do you have any? Have you heard any of the anecdotes? What are these little people? What do they look like? What are they doing in these visualizations? I mean, what is happening?
No idea. I have no idea. But when I was on Salvia, oh, sorry.
If I can jump in, what did I miss?
Fatima, they're talking about a specific new mushroom that apparently people are taking now, and in clinical studies, apparently, people are seeing a similar miniature being or collective of small in people, and I'm
Yes.
asking, what do these people look like, and what are they doing? That's
They
what
would
I'm asking.
be. I haven't seen any descriptions, but they would be Elvish. There was one article that said Elvish, but I haven't actually read a report from anyone yet because it's in China and Papua New Guinea. They're not online, posting this stuff. I mean, when do we come across anyone from Papua New Guinea online? I
Wow,
mean,
it's in Papua New Guinea, is it? That's interesting because I know in Papua
it
New
is.
Guinea, in the rainforest there, they believe in little people. Did you know that? That's one of
Well,
their
that's
beliefs.
because there are
Oh, I didn't.
small people in their tribes. The Papua
You mean the
New
pygmies? You mean the
Guineans. Yeah,
pygmies?
the
No,
pygmies are
no.
real.
Yeah, I know that, but they literally believe in like 2-inch like tall people running around like fairies.
Yeah, well,
Leprechauns.
scientists they've done experiments on this, and people they've already given this to people all around the world without telling them the effects, and it's not the same exact effect. It has nothing to do with
Okay.
their prior beliefs.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying. Maybe what I'm saying is maybe these Papua New Guineans have been taking these mushrooms, and maybe they back in the past they didn't know what they were experiencing was induced from the mushrooms, and they thought it worked.
I know.
Yeah.
Wait, I want to say I know when I was on salvia, I definitely saw little people that were coming out of my leg when my trip first started. That was
I think that's a commonality for everyone that takes that because my older brother takes it.
Okay.
Yeah, and see,
I want
that's what I'm
to
saying.
go on with this video, guys. But yeah, so we'll give the
Okay.
last word to Christine, then we'll click on with the video. Go ahead, Christine.
Yeah, I was just going to point out that salvia, DMT, and this mushroom, and also other mushrooms, because as I said before, there was this girl, a comedian. Her name's like Tony Nagy or something. She's an American comedian, and right before this storyline came out, she made a video where she said that she took regular magic mushrooms. This is not the mushroom that people are talking about. And typically, mushrooms don't show people elves. Like salvia and DMT do show people elves and stuff, but not mushrooms. I haven't really read any reports where people have seen elves or little people on mushrooms. So when she said that the mushrooms told her that elves are real, and she came up with, I'm not going to go through everything that she said, but
Right.
yeah, she got told that elves were real. And I thought it was very weird, and I kept thinking about it. And then next thing you know, this storyline comes up. It's similar to how synchronicities work, where you're thinking about something. I mean, I'm not claiming, that's a big claim, but I'm just saying that it's weird that showed up right after I was thinking it was weird that she had an elf experience on mushrooms. Anyway,
keep it moving.
Sorry.
Salutations, Brother Marcus. Happy Friday to you too. Do come on and join us if you can. Okay, so we'll keep going with this video.
It was something a lot simpler. It's much darker, and it's a lot more human. We just forgot who the hell we were. We got hypnotized by who we thought we needed to be. So the moment that humans started building civilizations, we needed to gather a bunch of resources. We needed to protect our borders. We needed to survive these crazy harsh winters. Fear became a tool. And then after 10
actually, he's saying that we only started doing this when we built civilizations. We gathered resources and brought them back to our temporary camping sites in caves and such. We brought food back. We brought firewood back. And it isn't actually civilization that caused us to do these things. It's our mere existence that drove us towards civilization. Like people chop and choose where they want to start the causation. Civilization
is a result.
Cause these things. Yeah, it was a result of the innate human drives, and then those innate human drives continue through the vehicle of civilization. But civilization didn't suddenly make us human.
No, we're humans, and we desire certainty. Yeah, no, even though that's a bit wonky notion, but we still strive it. So we made civilization a very strong, secure concept and form of life. Yeah, there you go.
Hello to Ricardo. We'll keep going, guys.
Tens of thousands of years, fear became a habit, and then fear became a culture. And everything that fear touches, obviously, it corrupts. That's why every single ancient text, even the Bible, they warn us about the same exact traps of greed and ego and power and materialism and comparison, desire, control, and attachment. They weren't trying to teach us to be moral. This had nothing to do with being a moral person. They were describing psychological malware. In Tao Te Ching, when wealth and honors lead to arrogance, it brings evil. If you read the Quran, you're going to see, do not commit abuse on the earth, spreading corruption. In the Bible, it says, do not store up treasures on earth.
But I mean, evil, if you want to call it that, exists whether someone is powerful or wealthy. You know, you could have someone who literally is on the bottom rung of society, physically not strong, you know, and, you know, maybe they are picking on children or something. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I mean, look, again, wealth doesn't necessarily cause evil. Evil exists regardless of the financial situation of someone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I say something? And like also,
it allows for a different maybe outcome for the evil. You know, maybe it makes the evil more powerful. I would say, yeah, that's possible. That isn't just possible. That is the case.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
And also the fact that he says that the original teachings of the ancient faith were not about being moral. I'm like, that kind of made me laugh. I'm like, are you serious? Like, how else that like a society kept its foundation? Now, I say this as a moral anti-realist and skeptic, but I'm describing it from a historical and descriptive point of view. Ancient humans forged ethics with their spirituality, and I think he said that, you know, it wasn't about like ethics or morality. It was about like psychological malware. I'm like, is that really what the ancients fought? You know, like, and what else did he say? D&W also said that he said that one day we just lost like the knowledge, right? And like it was lost. I'm like, I don't think.
Oh yes, that we had this knowledge and then we lost it with civilization. I think that's what he said. Yeah.
Okay, if I'm gonna grant this, only the smallest groups of people of the ancients had access to this information. The plebeian, the commoner, the peasant did not have access to this information, and they probably didn't even care. They just followed the social group, followed the rules, the laws, the ethics, the customs.
Can I just make another point though?
Yeah,
that seems banal because civilization was literally caused by an ability to retain knowledge. You know, to say that civilization caused a loss of knowledge seems bizarre, because civilization meant that we could write it down and store the knowledge and pass it on.
Are you saying that?
Wait, what happened to the burning of Alexandria? I thought the burning of Alexandria was due to like.
But the burning of the library in Alexandria was a thing. But the thing is that knowledge was still out there in written form.
Yeah, it was.
Hold on. That knowledge was still out there in Arabic libraries. You know, so it was actually the Arabs. The Arabs brought back the Enlightenment to Europe when they invaded Spain and replenished the libraries with, let's be honest, what was European knowledge for the most part. Obviously, there was some Arabic philosophers and mathematicians great at the old algebra, but a lot of the knowledge in the libraries was ancient Greek, you know, and it was the Arabs that had kept it going in their libraries. So, yeah, I mean, we do with civilization, we had a greater likelihood of retaining knowledge because, you know, we were educated and we passed the knowledge around in some kind of written form or with symbols, and we had a educational infrastructure as well, you know, where people were literally employed to be teachers to pass on the knowledge, and they weren't having to go around scrambling for nuts and berries. You know, they weren't having to be hunter-gatherers. Their literal job was to be an educator. So clearly we had a more proficient way of passing knowledge from one person to the next, from one generation to the next with civilization. So I don't buy this, you know, oh, civilization caused a loss of knowledge. I think that it's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's kind of because
I'm gonna just push back real quick. Actually, animals, they engage in like the passing down of knowledge. Bears, they teach their young ones how to hunt and stuff. Like there is partially, you know, nature where instinct space, but there is an aspect where there is a teaching, a passing down of actual knowledge from one generation to the next. So if you're saying that's what it takes to be a civilization, I mean, the animals have been doing that.
Yeah, but it's not the same as humans. Civilization. It's not like abstract theorizing and knowledge. That's just basic animal instincts. Humans are animals, you know, but like still at the same time, like it's kind of not fair to like compare those two, in my opinion.
It's just more abstract knowledge is being passed down, I would say.
Yeah, but it's not.
All
the
right,
same.
guys, we'll go on because otherwise we'll never get through this.
Earth. You read the Buddha, and it says clinging is the root of suffering. Every tradition saw this coming. The moment humans forgot who they were, they tried to fill this emptiness with every single thing they can except the truth. And that's exactly what we did as a people. We built entire civilizations on top of a lie that we're separate. These giant economies on top of the lie that we're all lacking. And we all built identities on the lie that we're not enough. The ego that starts off as a small little tribal safety mechanism became this global operating system. We started comparing and competing and hoarding and fearing and posturing, consuming, scrolling, performing. We turned life into a weird little scoreboard, and we made success a really, really good looking costume. And we traded all of our meaning for dopamine. We replaced.
I mean, it's a really good looking costume. There clearly is such a thing as success, material outcome.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, though
like,
it could be
one or the other. I mean, you can't. It's about contentment here, yeah, and yeah. I mean, it's not success isn't an illusion. There are people who make their way through life and feel content, you know.
Yeah,
and then there are those who have status because of how they have carried themselves through existence, you know, and that is deemed societal success, you know.
Yeah,
I would like to comment on what he just said, because you asked me why no what the guy just said in the video, like didn't Deborah keep asking me why don't I care about making the world a better place. It's because of what he just said. Clinging is the root of all existence. So if you keep clinging to existence, you keep procreating, you're so, like, people are so attached to this world and they won't let it go. That is the root cause of their suffering. So you can't help them. They need to stop clinging. They need to stop procreating. That is the only thing that is going to solve the problem. Stop clinging to this life because you think that this is all there is. There is, I mean, even if this is, I mean, I don't necessarily believe in the afterlife, but who cares? If we die, we just die. It's inevitable.
Thank you, Life Abolitionism. Does anyone want to comment on what Life Abolitionism has just said?
No.
Okay. Well, we'll keep going then.
Being still and mindful, maybe let's just call it boredom. We replace boredom and silence with lots and lots of noise and distractions. But I think the biggest one of all is we stopped asking, who am I? And we started asking, who do they think I am? We traded a lot of truth for distraction. And the worst part is the distractions got really, really effing good. Scary, sexy, addictively good. So we engineered apps that hijack our nervous system. We have news cycles that feed off of our cortisol and our stress. We have algorithms now that weaponize our attention. We have cultures that are built on outrage and tribal division. If you live in America, you're in the middle of it.
I mean, there's always been tribal division, for crying out loud.
Yeah, what is he getting at? Like, conflict is one of the roots of human history. I don't understand, you know.
Exactly.
Like, what does he mean? You know, like I don't get this. It's almost like he's giving.
I mean, the other side to this. Whilst the internet is problematic, in some ways, it has also brought people from different tribes together more than ever before.
Exactly, like this
you know
one,
what I mean?
like what we're doing right now.
There's people from all different backgrounds that come on this show, and in the past they would have been in their own little tribes, you know, and not communicated. So I don't know, man. I don't know.
I don't support globalism. I think
even
that
though
it does
problems. Even though the
I think globalization does lead to problems. It does lead to division. I mean, even the founding fathers talked about how democracy is majoritarian. So when you bring all these people together, what you're going to get is a bunch of factions trying to galvanize political power for their own group. So it's not what it's cracked up to be. This globalization.
We've always had that, but it's just been.
Yeah, but we always had that. Though. That's not really something that we can just.
It's a problem.
No, but it's always been majoritarian. It's mostly been Anglo societies, and but now that everything is so mixed, it's
There's
like
never
you're
been look. Just because the Anglo societies put flags on countries and gave them names, I mean, there were African tribes beating the shit out of each other.
Yeah,
And
I blame the
enslaving them.
Anglos. I
Do you
blame
know
the
what I mean?
no,
Anglos.
There's always been marauding tribes and clans going at war with each other,
no, but
especially
Yeah,
when Mother Nature causes a drought or a famine. I mean,
Yeah, like if you're a
no,
vegan, you
no, but
yeah,
but the African tribes did not have states, and they did not have democracy. So it's
no,
not
but they
about
still,
what.
they still did clash with each other. I
what do
mean,
you mean? The
But
African
it's on a much larger scale when you have states warring against other states and
but the,
infighting within these
well,
states.
you
but they
could
still had
argue that the vast majority of, for example, Westerners are not in a position where they're going to be attacked by another tribe at the moment. The vast majority. But if you want to think about this, maybe, I don't know, but I'm speculating that it is probably the case. In hunter-gatherer tribes, wherever they exist in the world, there is a tendency for them to go to war with each other.
No,
Still.
but in democracy, you're subjected to perpetual violence with the police.
What I'm saying to you is I would say, I'm willing to be called out as wrong on this, but this is just my intuition here. I would say these hunter-gatherer societies, if you are born into one of them, if you live in one of them at the moment, you have a statistically higher likelihood of being attacked by another hunter-gatherer tribe than we do as individuals in the West, being attacked by another country.
No, but you're
I'm
more.
not, as an individual. As an individual, I'm not talking about the country being at war. I'm saying as an individual.
As an individual, you are highly likely to be the victim of state violence. You're highly likely to be harassed by the police.
Did you ever watch the video? Did you ever watch the video of the tribes fighting each other in Papua New Guinea? There is a video. You can go and search for it. I know it's not in Africa, but you can go and search for it. It was a real video documentation of tribes, hunter-gatherer tribes, fighting each other in Papua New Guinea. I think it was recorded in the 1970s. I presume this kind of thing is happening in the Amazon as well with the tribes that live there. I presume it does. I presume it happens. I think it would probably be racist to say that, the Papua New Guineans are not like other humans. I presume that is just the base way humans behave. I know in an urban environment, we get gangs, okay? We get people who get hostile to each other. They form little cliques and they go to war with each other in one way or another. And they do what they can to get away with what they can to get power. And that's what's going on here. People are trying to attain power and it just comes out in different ways. You, my friend, worship what you believe is the noble savage. I don't think the savage is that noble.
Right, but the problem is that the state has a monopoly on the use of violence. So when the state inflicts violence, you have to just sit there and take it. They can do whatever they want. You have no rights. The state has immunity. They can literally take your life and get away with it. We've seen it with the ICE agent. And it's perpetual violence where you're just a victim. You're a sitting duck. You can't do anything. You have to rely on the courts, and the courts
again, life abolitionism. Which is worse? This Western situation where it may be hard, it may be difficult, but you have a chance. You can go to the courts, or you're running around with a bow and arrow, and some fucker throws a stone at your head from the next tribe. Which society would you rather live in? Which society would you rather live in?
I would choose. No, he asked me the question. Can I please answer it?
All right. Yeah, the mind. Let LA speak, and then you can go next. Mind. Thank you, brother.
I would choose the latter because at least I'd have a fighting chance. At least I don't have to rely on the state. If somebody were to violate my rights, I can defend myself instead of having to rely on the police and the courts who won't do anything because everybody has immunity. The state has immunity, so I would rather take the law into my own hands.
But here's the thing: you still have like the violence in both situations. My boss knows
Okay, so I'm going to jump in here now. I'm going to jump in here because I wanted to say
hold on, Fatima. Let the mind speak, and then please, after the mind, we'll have Fatima.
So literally, I agree with what the other guy was just saying because I'd rather somebody attack me with sticks and stones and me go back sticks and stones than them literally be like, send a whole SWAT team because some 13-year-old decided they wanted to be funny and they get mad and do whatever they do to get a SWAT team to come to your house, right? I'd rather not have the threat of imminent death by the people who are supposed to be protecting me with literally excessive force as opposed to getting sticks and stones thrown at me.
Okay, before Fatima, before you talk, I want to say the mind, whilst I understand like the idealism you're lamenting.
You have the idealism. I don't have the idealism. You're the idealist.
I would say to go back to that level of society, you're going to have to give up certain things that you hold dear, I'm sure, such as medical assistance, possible cures for cancer, you know, all the kind of modern.
You say that because a lot of medical stuff, like pharmaceuticals, come from the jungle.
I'm just saying, if society was that chaotic, if society was that chaotic, if society was that chaotic without any central governance, okay, if it was that chaotic, if there were no police, if there were no law courts and all these things, there wouldn't be any respect for contract law. It wouldn't be any respect. It would be just might makes right. And I believe the mind, there's a reason we walked away from that as a world.
Dude, might makes right is what is running the world right now. What are you talking about? What do you think law enforcement enforces its rules on? It's by.
Well, I agree. I agree. There is. I agree. It is a might. We obviously talk about that. We talk about that. We talk about that. We talk about that a lot. And I do agree. It is unfortunately a might makes right world.
Well, it's still might makes right. It never changed.
It just so happens, all right, that if you want to go back to running around with a loincloth and bow and arrow, I say you're welcome to do that, but you're going to be giving up a lot of modern conveniences. That's all I'm saying. What do you think, Fatima?
Okay, I'm going to say like just like a few things. Hopefully, can sound coherent. But like this conversation reminds me of the fundamental question that like the Thomas Hobbes speaks about, like the state of nature. We left the state of nature, that is the idea of the noble savage, without a big state, so that we can protect ourselves, essentially. And like he's correct, because like I'll give you a good example with one territory without a state. There's two actually, Somalia and Haiti. Like, why do you think those people try to leave their countries? Is because in Somalia and Haiti, they're kind of going back to like the idea of like a pre-existing state without any central states, and look how they are. Like Haiti, Somalia, and another good one, Iraq. After the fall of Saddam Hussein, we saw how Saddam Hussein was an authoritarian the figure. But after he fell, what came after him? A lack of central states, and like the state having no monopoly on violence. The people just started wars with each other. There was Kurds versus Arabs, Sunnis versus Shias, Turkmen going against everyone, because historically, the Turkmen have always been hated.
I think civilization is a battle by the people against might makes right, or at least trying to have the might in the right hands, trying to control the might makes right. Now, I agree with you, it is might makes right, but the collective, the people want to try and make that might fair. Okay. Now, I'm not saying it goes well. I'm not saying it always goes well, but I'm saying you have more chance of that in a democratic state. Okay. With order and some kind of system involved in, looking out for everybody, regardless of who they are, where they come from, trying to provide an egalitarian system. I'm not saying it is, by the way, but that is the eternal friction. That is the eternal battle, trying to make it fair. Because that is the eternal battle, trying to make it fair. I don't think running around with a bow and arrow and a loincloth is a fair system for anybody who hasn't got a good throwing arm, who hasn't got, who maybe might be blind, a woman or a child. There's so many things that could go wrong in that society. but you guys will be happy with that possibility.
The problem with what you're saying is that none of these people asked to be civilized. Democracy and civilization has always been imposed through violence. Maybe the West chose to be civilized, but when it comes to everybody else, including Haiti, which, by the way, Haiti is in that predicament because of sanctions that has been imposed on them. The West has gone into Haiti and ransacked their resources. Libya, Iraq, they go in and they cause all this chaos, and then talk about how they cannot have a civilized society without the West, or a non-violent society, and they act like democracy and civilization is wanted by everybody, and it's not. I don't want to live in a civilized society.
I don't think it's just the West imposing civilization. You already said earlier, you mentioned the Moors. You said they were black African. They were certainly dark-skinned fellows, and yeah, there were black Muslims that went to Spain and re-civilized Europe. During from what was the Dark Ages. So to say this is just about the West in particular, I think that's a very, very. I don't know why you're saying that, but
well,
I mean, insanity.
But most people don't know about that. I'm going to talk about that on my other channel. But
it doesn't matter whether they know about it or not. I'm just saying it's a state. You are right. Civilized tribes, civilized people tried to civilize other people, but you are incorrect to assert that it's just the West that do that.
Well,
all
civilizations do that. In the past, maybe they've done it, but I'm talking about right now. Right now, it's always the West. It's always the West going in.
Well, it may well be, but that is just what civilization does. Now you have to ask yourself a question: do you want civilization? Does that? I accept that. Okay,
I don't want civilization. Civilization has made my life a living hell.
You are free. You are free to go out and become a scrap iron collector. Go out with a shopping trolley and collect scrap iron. You are free to walk around your neighborhood. You are free to sleep in an alleyway. Okay.
You are free to return back to the state of nature. You're free to.
There is no get a one-way ticket somewhere.
There is no state of nature because every place on this planet has been captured. Every place on this planet is controlled by a state. Every place on this planet has a centralized banking system.
I agree. I agree that it is becoming less and less likely that we will.
The state of nature is more of like a mindset or like a metaphor. It's not actually a place of going in the wild. It's also like a mindset, a psychological descriptive way of being is also the state
let me talk about this, because in the state of Montana there were a bunch of anarchists that tried to form their own free society, and nobody knew about them, and these are the people that are called the sovereign citizens. And then what happened is the federal government went in with their guns and forced them to do away with whatever society they had. They didn't have driver licenses. They were basically free until people knew about them. There was this whole stand down between the so-called sovereign citizens and the federal government because they don't want them to be free. They don't want them to have any autonomy. They come in with their guns and force them to be a part of the collective. So you don't have any freedom to do that. You can go around and be homeless and sleep on the streets with rats, but nobody wants to do that. What we want is to be left alone, to have freedom.
Fair enough. I'll give you the last word on that. Guys, I just want to keep playing this video.
Yeah, and we didn't just forget all these ancient truths. We built a world designed to choke the life out of them. And if you look around, you can see the symptoms everywhere. Anxiety's normal. Depression is common. Addiction is everywhere. Loneliness is an epidemic we're in the middle of. Attention spans are collapsing. People don't even know how to be bored. Replace wisdom with content. Contemplation with distraction. We became the most technologically advanced species in history and simultaneously the most spiritually disconnected. Again, it's not because this truth just disappeared somehow. It's because the noise got louder than the signal. The ancient warning was not a metaphor. It was a prophecy. The prophecy is, if you forget yourself, you will forget everything that matters. But there's another part the ancients also agreed on.
I mean, come on, man. Has this guy ever looked at history or archaeology? Has he not seen the blood-filled battlefields throughout history, the archaeological remains of crushed skulls, broken bones, the enslaved, you know? I mean, come on. Why is he harping back to the ancients as if they had what it took to make sense of this reality and to make it fair and good? Come on.
Yeah, it's kind of very, very
the fucking pyramids are looming over us. They were literally built by slaves for the most part, you know.
Slaves,
people who certainly didn't have much of a choice. They were basically indentured servants at the very least. They didn't have much choice. If they didn't build those pyramids, they were going to starve, you know.
Yeah, fair.
Let's keep going.
Once the illusion gets to the point where it gets unbearable, once the noise gets super overwhelming, once the ego starts to look like a crazy Jenga tower, that's when people start to wake up. And right now, in this era, in this generation, we are seeing that start to happen. The illusions are cracking. The distractions aren't working as well as they used to. My friend Sean Ryan did an entire series about this called Psyop. People are starving for something real, and they don't know why. And this brings us to this final section. What did the ancients say about this awakening? Is it really an awakening? What is it going to mean for our life? So forgetting makes us suffer. Then remembering is what sets us free. And every ancient tradition, everyone, with no exception, they didn't just warn us about ego and fear and illusion. It also left very detailed instructions for what happens after the collapse. They left us a roadmap for waking up. And the patterns are unbelievably clear once you know what to look for. And they don't give you a bunch of rules and dogma and rituals, just internal transformations. So let me show you exactly what they said. Number one, waking up begins with truth. In the Bible,
waking up begins with truth. Fair enough.
What is
John
truth?
32.
What is
the
truth? I don't go.
Yeah, that is a good question. Yeah.
What truth are you talking about, bro? Like, not you, D&W.
Well, I believe the truth he's been batting on about has been that we're all connected. We are all one. Okay,
oh,
so we'll keep going.
And look how that's turning out.
Will set you free.
In many ways, if that is the case, well, then we're a massive kind of entity with multiple personalities,
disorder,
schizophrenic psychosis.
Yeah, it sounds pretty unreasonable.
Not obedience, not faith, truth. Truth about yourself, about the mind, about fear and ego. Truth is the solvent that dissolves the illusion. In the Avestra, which is a Zoroastrian text, we see the quote, truth is the best good. It is the everlasting light. From the Buddha, we see the quote, there are three things that cannot remain hidden, the sun, the moon, and the truth. Every awakening.
Now, for him, the truth has set him free and he feels good about existence. You would say, Fatima, the truth is bad. And, this is interesting because does the truth give you any happy, fuzzy feelings?
Me, personally, no. And also, truth to me is pretty, I don't know what it is. It's a linguistic puzzle. I don't know. Like, not only do I find truths that are very uncomfortable about the world in my observation, but also at the same time, I also don't know what truth exactly is. So yeah, I don't know what it is. Like, I care more about trying to, oh, hey, what's up? Noodles.
You care more about what? Sorry?
That's good.
Okay.
Well, I care more just about like trying to Okay, yeah, it's okay.
It starts here. The moment we stop running from reality and start seeing it. This is why suffering is what happens before awakening, because pain breaks the illusion that we all kind of hide behind. So number two, waking up requires presence.
But again, suffering may happen before awakening, but suffering doesn't mean that awakening will happen. I want to mention that caveat on matters, Some people suffer their whole life and never awaken to anything that solves the puzzle for them or makes them feel peaceful. Anyway, they're just making sure that's said.
Every tradition says awakening doesn't happen in the future, not someday. It doesn't happen when you're healed and calm and ready. The Buddha tells us, don't dwell on the past, don't dream of the future, concentrate the mind on the present moment.
Don't dwell on the past, don't dream of the future, concentrate your mind on the present. I mean, do what needs to be done. Do what needs to be done in the present, but again, I mean, don't dream of the future. I mean, these are all words are problematic. What did he mean by dream? Is it like having too higher expectations? Is that because that's what I'm
this
getting?
Is why
of the future. Because you've definitely got to think about the future. You've got to, if a squirrel has to bury some acorns to make sure he has enough to eat in the winter. Don't dwell on the past. Well, I mean, if there's a serious lesson to be learned from it, why not? I mean, if something happens and you can't quite work it out and it's having an effect on you or others, why not dwell on the past? I mean, is that what not a lot of science has come from? People dwelling on things that have happened, trying to cure cancer, for example, trying to cure things. That, then again, you could say that's still ongoing. That is the present, but you kind of get what I'm saying.
What else was I going to say?
On the past. I mean,
again,
also, it's the word. I mean, it's how he says it. I mean, you can think about the past, but in a pragmatic way, perhaps. Sorry,
what was I going to say? Oh, it's just said this is why I consider myself a language focused thinker, because like this dude is using a lot of quotes that can be easily mistranslated and just shared easily, and that's what I feel he's doing, because I have actually read like actual annotated online PDFs of the Buddha's words, and like it's not this temple, and even if it is presented that way by translators, there's a lot of interpretations with the words of the Buddha, because he can also do something called double entendres, and also you have to dwell and think about it on your own. You can't just take it at face value, because what he's doing right now, he's presenting us quotes from the Buddha, and we just have to go with it. When the Buddha himself says that, listen to my words and dwell and think about them and see if there's any more hidden introspection and meaning that's just beyond like oh, don't dwell on the past, don't dwell on the future, and concentrate on the present, because he would not just think that that's a straightforward a concrete command. The Buddha then did not operate like that.
Two questions.
What's up?
Two questions. One, by reading the words of Buddha, are we not dwelling on the past? And two, what would the Buddha have to say about the internet?
Right?
Well, I suppose he would say that his words are an eternal state of what is. You know, his words.
Oh.
His words.
So what you're saying is
that the present ever is. It's always the same. Like what needs to be done is always the same. I'd say that's probably
sounds like the Buddha is a grandiose narcissist.
Okay. Aren't they all, from Abraham to Muhammad? Let's keep going.
Yeah. Aren't all like religious founders like pretty self-absorbed?
Yeah. Chickpea says, has no one ever told that bloke that one is supposed to close one's mouth when he's eating? It's simple about. Sorry, I didn't know that was going to be about you, Vegan Equilibrium. But there you go. All right, let's keep going.
I think she's jealous of my burrito.
If you're depressed, you're living in the past. If you're anxious, you're living in the future. If you're at peace, you're living in the present. And Jesus said this in the book of Matthew 6:34. Do not worry about tomorrow. If we read Plato, he says time is the moving image of eternity. It's just right now. Presence is not a spiritual idea. You can get rid of the whole concept of the word spiritual. It's a doorway back into reality. The ancients were not saying be mindful. What they're telling us is stop living in an illusion. Don't live in a fake world. Number 3, waking up requires compassion and service. And every single ancient text links.
I mean, one spiritual man says don't dream of the future. Another one says plant a tree not for yourself but for future generations. You know.
And what did he say? DNW. He said that they weren't trying to teach. They were trying to shed a. Okay, is he certain about that? Like has he talked to all of the religious leaders of the world that he's came to that? Conclusion?
I'm gonna play it again.
Would Buddha say that would Buddha say that altruism is attachment?
Just right now. Presence is not a spiritual idea. You can get rid of the whole concept of the word spiritual. It's a doorway back into reality. The ancients were not saying be mindful. What they're telling us is stop living in an illusion. Don't live in a fake world. Number 3, waking up.
Is that what you're talking about?
The Buddha literally said be mindful of your actions in samsara. What is he? I don't know what this guy making the video is talking about.
Yeah, but it does. Again, it's open to interpretation. What Vegan Equilibrium just brought up about altruism. I've heard some Buddhists say it's okay not to help people because it's their karma. You're under no.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah.
Well, wait a minute, but then not helping them is your karma, right? So it's like.
Well, this is it. I don't exactly. It becomes a state of psychopathic excuse making, doesn't it? At some stage, you know.
Yeah, and also to be mindful, I think insinuates some level of future thinking or something. And more so what I was saying about altruism and attachment was not so much about karma as it was about being altruistic, is being attached to the idea that it's that you need to do something to improve something, which is a attachment to the future, attachment to the what may be or something. So yeah, there's just all kinds of fucking knots that can be tied, or maybe that's the wrong phrasing.
Okay.
There's just all, yeah, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Yep.
and if I
Requires compassion and-
like, oh, sorry. Oh, that's
Waking up
yeah,
And every single
requires
ancient text links
compassion.
awakening with compassion. And it's not compassion because you're a morally good person. It's compassion because you recognize the truth. Because if I see you as myself, compassion isn't morality. It's just me taking care of me. If you read the Quran, you see the quote, give to
that's
the needy,
pretty
orphan.
narcissistic. It's
Sorry?
just me. He says it's just me taking care of me. That's pretty like narcissistic almost. That's just me taking care of me.
I mean, what if you have low expectations, or you don't really care about yourself that much? You know.
Exactly. No, it's me
No,
taking
I
care
agree.
of me.
I agree with what he said. I think that most people don't have enough compassion for themselves to put themselves first, and a lot of people are sacrificial. They want to be altruistic and help everyone accept themselves. And it's like if you have food, if you have resources, then you're basically just going to make your life miserable because you keep putting everybody else first. Meanwhile, those people never reciprocate. They never put you first. They're always taking, but they want you to constantly give.
Yeah, that's true. I agree.
Okay, we'll keep going. We haven't got much longer. We've got about 2 minutes to play in this video, so we'll keep
captive.
going.
In the Bible, it says, love your neighbor as thyself, as yourself. In the Intellects, Confucius 12:2 says, a gentleman seeks virtue. And Plato says, be kind, for everyone you meet is fighting a hard battle. Compassion is something that we recognize. We don't learn it, we recognize it. So once you stop believing that you're separate, love and compassion becomes the only behavior.
Where does this go in a world of limited resources?
Yeah,
and commercial competition and commercial competition, and also biological competition. I mean,
Yeah, talk about illusions. That's all the illusion that you think that that's real. That's the illusion.
you don't think there's biological competition, and you don't think there's limited resources in the world?
What the hell? How is that an illusion?
Okay,
you're delusional. Yeah, you're not. That's just not an illusion. You're delusional.
What? Like no.
I think that's today's horoscope. That there's no biological competition, and that's all an illusion. That's the horoscope.
Well, I tell you what, guys, we'll talk about that in a little while because I am interested to hear about why this man doesn't think there's any biological competition or competition for resources. I will hear about that in a moment. That's interesting.
That makes any sense at all. It doesn't mean like I'm a good moral person. It just means I'm acting in something that makes perfect sense. Step 4, waking up requires stillness and self-knowledge. This shows up everywhere. In the Upanishads, we see, know thyself and you shall know the universe. Socrates said the unexamined life is not worth living. In the Yoga Sutra, yoga is the stilling of the mind. In the ancient Nag Hammadi text, which is in Gnostic Christianity, it's a type of Christianity. Know yourself and you will be free. And the Buddha tells us, in stillness, truth reveals itself. Awakening is not adding new ideas. Never, ever let somebody sell you on this idea. It's not going out and buying beads and adding new ideas. This is removing noise. Awakening is about stripping stuff away, removing illusions and stories and ego and fear, until what's left is the thing that was always there. It's you without a distortion. And number 5, waking up transforms suffering into wisdom. In the Bible, in Romans 5:3, suffering produces perseverance. Perseverance, character, and character, hope. In Buddhism, we have the 4.
I mean, I do kind of agree that it can do that, but it doesn't always do that.
Noble truths. Suffering is the path to enlightenment.
Not always.
If you look in the Bible,
sometimes the suffering can actually end your life in some cases.
Suffering is the path to enlightenment. Sometimes, not always, unfortunately.
Yeah, but it would be enlightened to know that
you'll see.
You don't have to worry about death. You don't have to be attached to the fear of death.
In compassion, I destroy the darkness of ignorance with the lamp of
What
knowledge.
you
In
mean?
the Egyptian pyramid text, they say the soul ascends through trials. The ancients are not giving us some brochure or promising us a life with no suffering. They're promising you a life where suffering becomes a catalyst for something, which brings us to point number 6 about awakening. Waking up is just remembering what you are. When you put all these pieces together, truth, presence, compassion, stillness, transformation, every ancient tradition lands in the same place. Awakening is not becoming something new. It's remembering something ancient, something deeper and original that you've always been. If you look in the Kabbalah, they say each soul is a spark of the infinite. On the Emerald Tablet, it says all is one. In the Popol Vuh, humans are the divine, remembering itself. The final step of awakening isn't learning a bunch of new motivational bullshit. It's recognition. It's a flash of remembering, oh, I'm not separate. I never was. I just forgot for a minute. Awakening is not a destination that you get to. It is a return home, and it will be shitty at first. And if this didn't feel new to you, it's because it wasn't. You are remembering. I think the real unsettling part isn't how radical any of this is. It's how obvious it feels once we hear it. You were never missing something. You were taught to forget. And awakening doesn't feel like fireworks and stuff like that. It feels like stress. Then it feels like relief. It's like you're setting down a huge ass backpack that you didn't realize you were carrying because you've been holding it your entire freaking life. The pressure to become somebody, to prove something, to defend yourself, all of that built on this misunderstanding. The world does not change when you wake up. Your relationship to the world is what changes. Fear loses its authority. Ego loses its grip on you. The noise stops convincing you that it matters. It's just because you saw something clearly. And the truth was never really hidden. It was just waiting. Love you.
Waiting. What?
I mean, it's all well and good, but he never explained why that's good. Why it's good that you have to go through that, and he does make it sound like the human experience on the whole is problematic because we're all asleep, we're all dozy, and we're causing a lot of problems in this material reality. He also didn't explain how we came to be, why we're here, and why it's good we're here. You know, why it's good that the spiritual essence is caught in a material reality.
Yeah,
Didn't broach that.
I'm confused.
And I mean, he lumped Gnosticism in with the others, which I thought was a bit bizarre. I can see links between Gnosticism and you know, some Buddhism, not all of it. Trying to get out of here basically and not come back, so that you're not reincarnated here. But it does seem that there's a distinct difference, because some of these religions, I mean, there are branches of Judaism, Christianity, I believe Islam. They think this world is where, you know, the Messiah or the Savior will come back to, you know, and this is where it's going to happen. Like, this world will go on and it will be cleansed and it will become a utopia. So they they still are in love with materiality. I think materiality.
Yeah, they are. No. What you say is correct, DNW. All of the major three world religions still have to have a relationship ego, because the ego will signify the signs of the coming Messiah. And also, remember when he brought up the quote about the Buddha saying that do not worry about the future? I know he is misreading the Buddha, and I know that's probably a false quotation attributed to the Buddha, which happens all the time. Because, like, in actual Buddhism, you do have a goal, you do have a future. That's nirvana. And you have to do things in lives, and how many lifetimes, who knows, in order to achieve nirvana. So yeah, I don't really know what he's getting at. I think, you know.
Honestly, I think if you give any homage to spirituality, it has to be abundantly clear that this isn't where it's at. This place is a mistake. This isn't good. You know, we are not our best versions of ourselves here. For some reason, this place causes us to do bad, to be evil, to hurt each other. As I said, materiality seems to be the main reason for that. The fact that our essence is entrapped in something that puts us in competition with others, that makes us feel ill at ease in our own environment, and that makes us compete for resources, but also, you know, the whole sexual thing as well makes us compete for sex, and gives us this sexual drive that is a huge problem.
Yeah, and
infidelity,
and guess what?
Rape,
none of those things are illusion.
Trafficking, all these things. It's a great problem.
I don't think that taking the red pill is necessarily a good thing. I think once you're aware of how oppressive everything is, and you see things for what it actually is, then you actually become miserable, and you become at war with the world itself. And it's like, maybe you become awakened, but everybody else is still asleep, and you're basically fighting the world by yourself. And I don't think that it leads to happiness. I think if you were ignorant, I mean, it's like everything that I've learned has not benefited me. It makes me angry. It makes me anxious. I mean, even if you were to talk about something like veganism, it's like if you didn't know about factory farming, you would just be eating your food and just be happy. But now it's like what does knowledge actually do besides make you miserable and impose additional duties?
It's an interesting thing about what you just said about the factory farming thing. Before I was vegan, you know, I had this weird thing I would do, like if I ever did something where I would feel like guilty, or let's say I was like, oh, am I going to hell where I'm not, like, for not being a Christian, right? Well, you know, it's interesting. My head would immediately go to, well, wait a minute, that can't make sense, because, like, if that's the case, if, like, I was trying to think, like, okay, everybody fucking murders animals, and there's, like, factory farms, and they do awful shit to animals, so, like, everybody's going to hell. All the Christians are going to hell, like, because if that's not bad, how can anything else, like, be okay? You know, or be bad. I don't know, be bad, or that's what I was thinking. So it's like weird. I would like immediately go there, and that was like one of the ways I realized, like, oh, this like morality thing is kind of bullshit.
Well,
But
there's
then
nothing
I
in the
really got
Bible.
into it.
There's nothing in the Bible that says you have to go vegan. Like that's something that's
No,
an ethical
I
standard.
know, but I was like thinking like how stupid it, like how it doesn't make sense, because like what's I was thinking, I was doing the like name the trait thing in my head before I even knew what name the trait was. I was like, oh, but like they're living, they're sentient, like people are just killing them. Like, what's the real difference? We're all animals.
But the bottom line is that once you know about all these things, because people think they're doing you a favor by telling you stuff, but a lot of times people will they will share information, but they don't actually change their behavior. But when some people when they hear certain things, it's like I mean, I remember when I was probably about 13, my father showed me in the Bible which says not to eat pork. And I immediately stopped eating pork. He continued eating pork. I'm like, why did you even tell me that? Like, you just gave me this knowledge for what? Just to show that you're smart? Like, it didn't change your behavior. So why are you? I mean, some people just think that knowledge is like entertaining or is like something interesting, but it doesn't necessarily change their behavior.
Well, the Buddhists will say like what you were saying about like how gaining more knowledge will make you more miserable, because then you know that like you realize it's really hard to do anything about the problems. Like the Buddhists will say, well, like that frustration you have is like an attachment, and it's about like you can recognize that the like life is suffering, that there's evil, or life can be suffering or whatever, but not to be like attached to it in a way that it affects you that negatively.
Right. That's why I'm detached. That's the reason. So that's the reason why D&W like he's asking me like why don't you care or why don't you think that we should make the world a better place? I don't think that you can make the world a better place. I think the world is what it is. The only thing you can do is help individuals who don't want to exist in this world. But aside from that, the world is not going to change. It's actually getting infinitely worse.
I agree with that.
I was like thinking about it the other day.
I can think along those lines, like abolitionism, and I did. You know, I did, and I can easily. I could go into that mindset. But you know, do you not agree that things like cancer cures, etc., can be seen in a positive light? They can be seen as making the world a better place.
No, I think cancer cures just prolong life. And people live longer and sicker and more miserable than ever. These medical advances don't change anybody's quality of life. Maybe they can extend your life, but it doesn't change the underlying conditions that you're still subjected to state oppression. You're still subject to capitalism, and you still, I mean, none of this is changing. And in fact, in a state of nature, which is something that Jean-Jacques Rousseau observed, that in a state of nature, people are healthier. Maybe they do have shorter lives, but at the end of the day, their quality of lives are far greater. They're not sick. Animals in the wild are not sick the way that animals that are domesticated are sick, or human beings.
That's because the sick ones get predated on.
Okay, but even if that is true, that still is something. I mean, why should you have to live a long, miserable, sick life?
Well, why should you have to be predated? Like, who wants to die being eaten alive?
Well, then I would say the solution would be extinctionism, not just. I mean, the whole thing doesn't make any sense. None of us should exist.
And also another thing about tribal people that like are cut off from society. Most of them die of some kind of infection or trauma, and most of those tribes, when they've exhumed the mummies or the petrified remains, they found atherosclerotic plaque in their arteries, so they all do get sick.
Well, here's the thing: if my life would have been cut short to like maybe 30, I would actually be okay with that. Like I would think that I would want my 30 years to be more impactful. I would be content. What I don't like is that unless there's some type of medical intervention, I'm likely my grandmother lived to be like 109 years old or something. I don't want to live that long. Like I don't want a long life. I'm not sure why people assume that a long life is necessarily beneficial. It's not for everybody.
Yeah, I hear that sentiment. I've heard it from some people. Like, you know, they're not actually bothered if they die. They just want to enjoy life while they can, and they're not bothered about living old. In fact, they'd like to die young, and they'd like to go out in a blaze of glory, like drinking and fucking and eating what they like. I've heard that. I've heard that from some people. That there are people who aren't willing to sacrifice short-term instant gratification for a long life where, you know, they won't be really enjoying it all that much, but they'll be living for like 20 years beyond 80, you know. I've heard that from some people. I'm not sure I agree with it, actually, though, because, you know, there is much to be enjoyed even in your older years, you know, if you're healthy.
Really? Because what if you get like Alzheimer's and like a dementia, you don't remember
I said
shit,
I said if you're healthy.
what my
If you're
grandma-
healthy. I said if you're healthy. I didn't say.
Oh, okay.
Right.
All right, there you go.
You may be unhealthy, but it depends on how unhealthy you are, doesn't it? I mean, clearly everyone at that age is going to have something, but, you know, it depends on the level, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But your quality of life is going to be compromised because you're going to be living a life of self-denial. You're going to be constantly exercising, eating food, abstaining from sex. You're not going to be doing anything that is actually enjoyable. You're just going to be not taking any risks, just being boring and monotonous. And to me, that is no way to live.
To you.
Right, to me, which is relevant. It's like...
Yeah. No, it is relevant, but I'm just saying it is interesting. Like, not everybody agrees with you, and that's just another thing about life, isn't it?
Right, but each individual should be able to be free to do what they want with their lives. But I don't think we have that freedom. It's this whole collective mentality that everybody wants the same thing, that we all want to live a long life, and we should just engage in self-denial and just be miserable so that we can live longer. I don't agree with that.
Okay, guys, I want to invite anybody else on. There's loads of people watching, so do come on. Link is in the live chat, and join in the conversation. The Mind, is he still there? No, he left some time ago. Right, well, Pristine, you've been quite quiet. What's going on? Fair enough. We have Chickpea here. Chickpea, what would you like to say to the world today? Hopefully in relation to some of the stuff we've been talking about.
How's it going?
Hello.
How you doing?
Hi, Fatima. Hello, LA. I just love what you said, LA. I tell you something, LA. The aging process is horrible. There's not one good word to be said for it. I know,
of course,
because I'm living it. It's horrible. And I have tried to leave LA, and I don't know what's going on in this planet and the afterlife and everything. And I have tried to end it. We're not just kept here by our governments and our this and our that. We're also being kept here, some of us, by some force beyond what we know. And I know so because it's happened to me. It's happened to me twice. So even if you try to leave, something outside will bring you back, literally. You know, it's like you hear people who try and commit suicide, jumping off beachy head, and they survive it. It's true, LA. It's a lot worse than you think.
That's why I hate when people are so dismissive to say, "Oh, if you don't enjoy life, then you can just choose to no longer exist." It's it's so easy. It's not easy. Everybody, I mean, we're not allowed to talk about it. I actually wanted to cover that on YouTube, but it's like all those videos have like a discretion or whatever, like a disclaimer where you can't watch it. You can't even download it, of these people who have made these attempts and they survive anyway. So it's not.
I'm one of them, and I tell you, LA, it's not funny. And I'm so unhappy about it because I should have died when I was 21, again when I was in my late 30s. And the doctor said, anyway, I won't go on to it, it's all boring. But
Did they say you're here for a reason, Chickpea?
Yeah, well,
No, maybe you are. Maybe you are.
Yeah, I'm here.
I mean, have you ever thought about that? I'm not trying to gaslight you into having a different point of view, but have you ever thought that you may well be here for a reason?
I'm here to see something. I'm not here
there
to
you
do
go.
anything.
What you talk, and if that's what you think, why the hell do you keep talking about those times you did it and it didn't work?
Because I don't want to be here. I'm here against my will.
Well, if you're if you believe you're here to see something, maybe you should start looking around.
Well, you know what a grim old bag I am, D&W. I'm a little Bible freak who believes in the revelation, and I believe it's coming true. You know that about me. You know that.
Disco says she says thank you for the conversation. She's somehow feeling better. She's also approaching maniacal laughter mode. Well, I really wish she'd come on and give us a maniacal laugh. We'd all love to hear that. We'd all love to hear that. I mean, I can only imagine what she sounds like when she laughs. But I would really like her to come on and give us a maniacal laugh. Why not? Why not, Disco? Surely she can do that.
D&W, I was talking to LA.
I'm trying to find a laugh sound effect. I have one somewhere. Because this isn't a particularly funny show, it has been buried under all manner of other sound effects. But there is one sound effect on my list here that is a laugh. Where the hell is it? That's the question. Go ahead.
That wasn't really discussed yesterday when we were talking about the imposition of life. Like people were talking about how
yeah, it's about as funny as a headache.
Well, maybe.
Oh, D&W, it's creepy. D&W.
Okay, so yesterday when you guys were talking about the imposition of life, we were talking about how it's not fair to, I don't know, make parents feel guilty about imposing life or whatever, trying to impose rules. But it's like, what about the individual? Because once life has been imposed on you, you are forced to continue existing, whether you want to or not. And there is no medical intervention. You don't have any rights. You're just stuck here. You're trapped. And none of this is fair. And then people want to talk about
life abolitionism. I mean, some might say to you that your burden, your goal, should be to try and look at what has made you so terribly unhappy, and then try and build a better future.
Is that relevant?
Try and build a better future. Hold on. Hold your mouth, young woman. Life abolitionism. You should be trying to build a better future so that others don't have to be so harshly burdened.
Unfortunately, I just wrote a whole book about what makes life so terrible, and I was told that my book was solipsistic. I have a troll who keeps making all these comments from the sidelines, and so at the end of the day, they don't care. It's not like you can actually change the world. You can write a book, you can run for office, you can organize protests. At the end of the day, most people don't give a damn. They are blue pill. They're not red pill. They don't want to see what is actually going on. So I don't know what I can do. I can't do anything myself if nobody else cares.
D&W, LA has got the right to be as grumpy and miserable as he wants.
Yeah,
and you can always moan at me, LA. I don't mind. You can moan to your heart's content because I know how you're feeling.
I'm not saying he hasn't got the right to moan. I'm just questioning the let's just say rationality of how he perceives his role in this world, and I'm just trying to see what the rationality of how his thoughts impact his mental health as well.
Well, I wrote a whole book about it, so it's really no secret. It's not like it's really not solipsistic because I didn't just talk about my personal grievances. It's not about me. It's about the human predicament, about what our lives are actually like once we're forced to exist.
Yeah, D&W.
Your book on audio. Is there an audio version of your book?
I've been reviewing it. Let me finish this question.
man.
Let me answer it. There's not an audio, but I have been reviewing it on my channel every week. I'm up to chapter 6. I'm going to be reviewing chapter 7 either today or tomorrow. So it's 11 chapters, and I've been reviewing it on YouTube because I know a lot of people are not going to read it.
What's a review? You mean you read it, or?
Yeah, I read it, and then I add commentary as I'm going through it.
Oh, okay.
So you're not a stalker.
You should just record it without the commentary, and then put that on your YouTube channel.
Well, it is what it is. It's not a lot of commentary, but sometimes when I need to clarify things or expound on it, but it's mostly me just reading it. But at the end of the day, I'm not sure that we have so much power to change the quality of our lives. It's not like you can just will yourself to be free from statism and capitalism. You exist within these systems, and they exist whether you want them to or not. And you are subjected to majority will. The majority imposes its will on you, and you just have to go along with it and pretend to be happy because there are social consequences for not being happy. And you didn't choose any of this. None of this is fair, and it's bullshit. And they always want to pathologize the individual, talk about how the problem is you. Nobody wants to look at themselves and have any introspection about how they support these oppressive systems. They support democracy and capitalism. No, they want to impose additional duties to say that you should do this or do that, but they don't actually want to fix the systems themselves.
You said duty.
Yes, duties. You have a duty to go vegan. You have a duty to help everybody. You have a duty to do this, to do that, to obey these unjust laws, to pay your taxes, to serve on jury duty, to be a good little citizen. And it's like, what about? There's nothing reciprocal about this. It's pure extraction. You have to give, and you're just going to be miserable. Why? I didn't choose any of this. Nobody chose this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't choose this either.
You have a duty as a child to obey your parents, to make sure that your parents feel love, even though your parents don't necessarily reciprocate. Obey your parents.
They have a duty towards you.
No, both of my parents were
they failed you, life abolitionism. If that's the case, and I'm sorry to hear that. I want to welcome Discog. Is that what we'll call you? Discog. How would you like to be referred?
Thank you. Discog is fine. It's the right side downing of the upside down cognitive dissonance.
Wow!
Thank you.
Wow! I wasn't expecting that.
That's a good.
What were you expecting?
I don't know. I wasn't expecting that. That's wonderful.
Are you expecting the maniacal laughter?
I like it when people put a lot of thought into their usernames. It's really good.
So much thought, but it's painful. Thank you for the appropriate provocation to.
What's
join.
painful?
What's painful? Life is painful and overwhelming, and it's maniacal laughter. Like what the.
Ramen to that.
Okay.
So
well,
it's good to hear.
Welcome.
Thank you. It's good to hear this conversation because it's a lot of things that like people act, people play, people pretend, and it's bullshit. Like enough with the surface game.
We aren't just Moni Gitz here. We are trying to work out what the hell is going on, what we should be doing. I must emphasize that.
I get that too. Yes, thank you.
Discog. You're new here. Welcome. I hope you prove to be a beneficial asset, and I'm sure you will. I hope that you come back again. Discog, we often ask people this question. We throw you in the deep end. What the hell is going on here?
I'm trying to figure it out too because I thought I knew, and I don't know anything anymore. Nothing.
Where are you from? Where are you from, Discog?
Where I am from a high control group and managed to extract myself at great cost. And
I meant where in the U.S., but
yeah.
Well, from the Southwest right now.
Are you an ex-Jehovah Witness as well? We had one of
No,
them on the other day.
Close, but
Okay.
but there were horrible hijinks that were that were employed, and it's very painful to extract from that situation, as I said, at great cost, and yeah, it's a lot of.
Well, listen, it sounds like you've been through a hell of a lot. I do wish
Yeah.
you well on your onwards journey. Be careful what you say, because I know you may be traumatized. You don't have to tell everybody everything about yourself at this. You might be vulnerable. I'm just saying it's okay not to say much. You don't have to say anything. Don't feel obliged. But yeah, so have you? You don't know what's going on. You're trying to figure it out. Yes, that's pretty much like all of us.
Right.
Now, Discog, I'm going to ask you a question that we ask everyone as well. It's a bit of a fun one. Have you ever had a paranormal experience? If so, can you describe it or them to us?
Yes, I have. They're kind of veiled. The experiences are kind of veiled, and a little bit of toggling as to what is real. Of course, I did see a couple of green orbs in the sky, kind of tag teaming each other in a very playful fashion, and I think
I've seen that too. I've seen that
Really?
too. I saw they were red. The ones I saw were red.
Oh, cool. Yeah, so I think it is, whatever that means, that it is extremely arrogant of humans to assume that we're the pinnacle of existence and that we are the only sentient beings in the whole cosmos, whatever that might mean.
That's crazy, because when he asked you that question, I just started thinking about the orbs, and then you said that.
Yeah. And there have been some it might have been a dream kind of occurrences, and maybe some memories that that I'm not sure where they came from, So.
Are these memories of a past life or something, or what do you mean?
Memories of occurrences that don't quite fit into what I thought I knew.
Memories are funny things. Sometimes we can have repressed memories. Sometimes we can have false memories. Sometimes our memories.
I suffer from that a lot. It's false memories.
Yeah.
Okay. Discog, do you believe in anything in terms of spirituality at the moment?
I'm not sure, and from this one's experiences, I'm becoming more and more sure that this is not the good place.
What the?
Right.
So.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're kind of amongst friends here in that regard. None of us think this is a good place. Well, how does that make you feel existentially?
Angry.
Okay.
Yeah, it makes me angry.
Angry in what form? Who do you direct that anger towards?
Well, I'm trying to not internalize it anymore, but that's kind of where it sits. And I suspect that that's because of the gaslighting that makes everything our fault, and maybe if I just had a better attitude, I'm like, why does this, like, why are things so upside down? And I have worked really hard to do the right thing and to operate from a place of integrity as to the right thing, and that gets punished.
Sorry to hear.
How you feel?
I agree with everything you just said. And ultimately, the is that we chose to exist. They keep telling us that we chose this.
Right? And then there's this little other piece of gaslighting belief that's like, oh, you chose, like you chose to come here to make your parents be together and make sure that, and I'm like, really? I chose that? I don't think so, y'all teenage prom goers.
Yeah.
How old are you,
People
Disco?
who believe that stuff just have no critical thinking skills.
Disco, how old are you? Don't mind me asking.
I am.
Go on, tell me. I'm 71. So you can't be as old
Oh
as
my
me.
goodness! Wow! Congratulations! And
yes,
I wrote this thing for. I wrote a note for myself today. I don't know why I'm still here, but you are a miracle incarnate. I am a miracle incarnate because what are the odds that I'm still here after all that crap?
How old are you?
know?
I'd just like to know.
I've just got 6 decades. That's all.
So 60.
Yeah.
Oh, so I'm too young to be your mother. Wow.
Well, my mother's too young to be my mother.
This
Yeah,
dog,
my mum had me young, yeah.
how did you manage upon this live stream?
Yeah, that's a good question.
I've been Chihuahua's activated. I've been peeking in here and there and now and again, and I did have another invitation which I gently, gratefully declined. But yeah, the algorithm, I guess, has been. I don't know. Is this real? Nothing is real.
Maybe
I don't know how.
it is real.
Yeah, right.
I don't know how I got here.
I think the suffering we endure is very real, though. You know, the suffering of the world, the people.
Well, that can be coded though. Like in video games, you can code. Well, just because it's like the Matrix, right? It's not like the Matrix exactly, but in the movie when they talk about pain and feeling and tasting food, none of that's real, and they explain why. But you can code pain and all that. Like with video games and stuff, you can see that the characters are having these reactions. It's not really real in the way that we think it is. Just because you're feeling pain doesn't necessarily mean that it's real in the way that we originally thought real was. Like reality doesn't really seem solid and stable in that sense, from what I've experienced anyways. But
yeah, but like I think that the
Christine, our pain
suffering
is
is
not
stable.
real.
It's a hinge. It's a hinge.
no,
of
pain is you can definitely experience pain. Sorry,
Yeah,
Christina,
Christine,
what were you
can
saying?
I say something? Christine, when I've had an out-of-body experience, when you leave your body, your brain, the brain leaves with you along with your soul and your sight. Our bodies only feel pain because it's something to do. Yeah, they're forced to feel pain to stop us from self-destructing, I suspect, and to stop us from doing anything horrible to ourselves. I think we're engineered to feel pain.
Oh
yeah,
yes,
it seems like we are what's real.
exactly. Yes,
we are real.
Yeah, our brains are real,
Yeah.
but they're trapped inside the meat bag for some obscure reason, which is what.
Well, yeah, I think that the argument is consciousness an emergent thing of the brain, or is it like is consciousness? It's not really. It's just a part of our experience. Like our brain
No,
is not.
no, you are your consciousness, Christine. You are your.
Yeah, that's what I. Yeah. Yes, I agree.
Well, that's the
meat
case.
bag
And why is it that when we
pain.
get brain damage, our consciousness is affected?
Like split brain patients and all that.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but I do know I've had an out-of-body experience, and I know for a fact our brains exist outside our bodies, and I know so because it's happened to me.
Our brains
Yeah,
exist
people
outside.
often say you don't even have a brain when you.
The whole
I think we all know she means she means consciousness, brother. She means conscious. She thinks
our brains and our meat bag is connected. We are connected to the meat bag for some obscure reason, but our brain doesn't need.
People say that consciousness is fundamental part of reality. That's what scientists are saying now. Like that is modern science. Is that consciousness? They're looking towards in that direction. And Donald Hoffman talks about this. Is that he thinks we're in a video game, and that it's consciousness is fundamental, and none of this is, and something about Avatar, I don't believe that is exactly the case. I think it's like something that in this state we cannot understand. I think that I do believe that there are probably entities. I mean, it's pretty obvious to me that there are entities out there, considering the massive amounts of reports of telepathic beings for years on end, and little people and all that. So I think that there's beings who probably have created us, and if they're evil, because I think there's evil entities. I mean, I would believe that over the good ones.
There's a lot of people that claim they've seen the Virgin Mary. Does that mean the Virgin Mary's real?
Well, they can shapeshift. They can come at different forms. That's what I mean. All these beings are speaking telepathically, but none of them look the same. They look differently to everyone else. Like
they're just
some
atoms
people
vibrating at a certain rate. That's all they are. They're just atoms. It's all just atoms vibrating at a certain rate. That's all it is. All of it. Can I just say something to LA for a second? LA? LA? Where's he gone? Okay.
I'm here. I decided to leave because I'm doing something in the background.
I just want to say that alpha acid works like a dream. You ought to.
Thank you so much, Chickpea. Because no, I'm glad that you said it, and I'm glad that you said it while Noodles was here. Because Noodles didn't believe that I knew what I was talking about. He thought it was complete bullshit.
I never discredited the alpha linoleic acid. I never discredited that.
But I'll say
no.
something.
What you
I
said.
never once challenged you on that point.
What you said was that. No, that's not what. We need to go back and pull that live stream. I don't know what date that was.
Because I never challenged you on the ALA stuff.
But LA, I tell you this much. It's true about the whole, because when we get old, our bodies stop sweating properly. You know that, yes? It's one of the drawbacks of old age. And my sweat glands under my arms have started to work again.
Oh my God! You know why? You know why? Because it's high in antioxidants.
Yeah.
And so it's going to reverse a lot of those aging things that you have.
It's doing it. And I'll tell you something else, because I've got that depression's caused by inflammation of the brain or something. My hair and my scalp have been damp for days. Really, it sounds disgusting. It does sounds horribly disgusting. But something's happening, and I've noticed it in the mornings when I wake up. I don't feel as grim as what I normally do. Because, the depression is caused by inflammation, apparently, inflammation of the brain. But I tell you, it works. And there's something very profound in this. And I find it very sad that it's taken someone like yourself to have to tell me this. The doctor should have told me this.
The doctors are not going to tell you. That's why I'm an anarchist, by the way, because they're not here to help you. They're here to extract. And I wish Divine was here also, because I know Divine is into this type of thing. But I wish I could make a livelihood out of that. But I'm highly into alternative medicine because doctors are not necessarily trying to help us. They have very limited knowledge about. They're trained on a certain medicine, traditional medicine, but they don't know anything beyond what has been indoctrinated into them. And I usually heal myself because I do my own research. Doctors are not very helpful. They can run tests. They can diagnose you. They can perform surgeries. But when it comes to the actual treatment, they have very limited knowledge beyond what they're trained on.
Yeah, because I'll tell you something. As you get older, you'll all experience this, you lucky people. When you get older, your sweat glands stop working properly, which is why we suffer so much in the heat when we get old. And lots of people die from heat stroke because your sweat glands stop working. And it actually happens. And I know so because I'm going through it. It's one of the joys of the aging process. But yes, LA, I've noticed it. It's a weird feeling, but it definitely makes your body start sweating again. It does.
I missed what you said is working for you. May you please?
It's called alpha lipoic acid, and she's taking it for her rheumatoid arthritis, but it has other medicinal benefits.
RA is inflammation, LA. That's what I'm saying. RA is why you get it when you get older. It is inflammation.
Thank you. Alpha lipoic acid.
Yes.
Alpha lipoic acid, yeah.
Thank you so
And
much.
it doesn't. You can do your own research on it, but that was one of the things that I recommended to my father for his cancer treatment, because alpha lipoic acid actually has benefits that are comparable to chemotherapy, but without any of the side effects. My father obviously didn't listen to me, and he took the chemotherapy anyway, and then he shortly thereafter wasted away because he lost his appetite. But I tried to warn him. Yeah, I mean, if you had any other health problems, I probably could recommend other supplements, because I do research these things a lot. I have a whole cabinet full of supplements, but basically through trial and error, I know what to take. And I've had rheumatoid arthritis before.
Horrible.
And I got rid of it.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a horrible illness I've got. It takes your whole life away. And doctors give you all this really lethal stuff. I've noticed it. Well, D&W's noticed a change in my mood. I've really, not for the joys of spring, but God, I've been terribly depressed recently. And it's really lifting my mood. And I don't mean I'm happy, clappy. All my grievances are still there. But I don't feel so burdened by it. Yeah, I don't feel so burdened.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to clip this. I'm going to clip this discussion and put it on my channel, because I'm glad that was able to help you.
Yes, thank you, Elaine. Because I tell you, it's really cheered me up.
About the 3 hours 35 minutes mark. Life abolitionism.
Yes, you should tell the world.
We often talk about the future here as well. Where do you think humanity is headed? Have you any opinions on the trajectory of the species? What's going to happen in the near term, midterm, and
what I think
long term? No, Chickpea, I'm not asking you this time. Maybe after.
Oh, you're becoming very cheeky lately, D&W.
Chickpea, don't you have your own song? I think I heard a Chickpea song when I was listening one time before. I love it so much.
Cheer up, Chickpea,
there it is.
Smile, my dear. Laugh, dance. Cuddle your 7 cats and have a cup of tea. Cheer up, Chickpea, smile, my dear, let the bad days flee. Put David Icke on, nod knowingly, then laugh it off conspiratorially. Dance in your favorite hat like that. Curl up tonight with your 7 cats. Cheer up, Chickpea, don't look so blue. Smile, my dear, the world needs you. Don't let the Archons get you down. They hate it when you laugh, they frown. Laugh till it echoes, dance round the flat. Fall asleep tangled in 7 warm cats.
It is good. Thank you. I do love it, actually, D&W, I have to say. Yeah, it is fabulous.
That's beautiful.
Yes, no one's ever made a song about me till this. I love it. It's funny.
Well, to answer, thank you for that. To answer yes, laughter is so healing. Oh my goodness.
It doesn't half make a difference, doesn't it? Yes.
It does.
It's so hard to find anything to laugh about nowadays.
It
Those
is.
days are gone.
Well, we can keep trying at it. I find the realms situation to feel, to me, unsustainable. Something's got to give. There's the Bodies song, which has a very telling video to it also, which is uncharacteristic for this being, but there we have it. I find it to be unsustainable. Something's got to give, and
yes, I do. Yeah.
I don't know what it is. We're hoping for some kind of shift, solar flight. I don't know, but that could be.
I think all hell's going to break loose, to be honest.
Yeah.
I'm scared, I tell you.
So there'll be trouble ahead.
I'm trying to not be. I'm trying to not, loose out fear.
I tell you this, because I just live for my 7 cats now, and I try and just live for them, and I hope that they don't my aim is now to give them as nice a life as I can and as nice a death as I can. Yeah.
You know, though, I love the sparkle in your voice, Chickpea. I love it. Yes, and your laughter. It's very engaging, and thank you for helping make the world a better place. Because
for them, for the cats, it's a good place for them.
Yeah, they deserve it.
Right, we'll give that we'll give that a round of applause. I want to invite Jacob to say something. Jacob, you are on the Finding Gnosis show. Welcome. How are you doing, sir?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
I'm doing pretty well. How are you doing?
Not too bad, thank you, Jacob. Jacob, you are new here as well. Welcome to the Finding Gnosis show. I know I'm throwing you in the deep end here, brother. Don't worry, we're friendly enough at times, most of the time, not always, but I try to keep everybody in line. Jacob, what the hell is going on in this strange existence?
Nothing exciting. I had a colonoscopy today.
Oh
Is
dear.
that when they put a tube up you?
Yeah.
A camera
I've had
glass,
that.
yeah.
I've had that. Did you enjoy it?
I hope the findings are beneficial to you, Jacob. But I wasn't actually talking about your own subjective reality, although I suppose in one way that's all there is for you. What I'm asking is what is going on in a general sense, existentially. What the hell is this place?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Did you ever have an idea?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
What is going on? Where are we? What is
Where
this
are we?
existence? Yeah.
As in Earth?
Look, you can answer it however you want to. I get all manner of answers here, so don't worry. You can answer it however you want to.
Okay,
what is going on?
I think we're in a twisted version of heaven.
A twisted version of heaven.
Yeah.
Wow, that's interesting. Can you explain what you mean by that?
I think that this actually is heaven, and that we're longing for something that we already have.
There you go. So some folk here say we're in hell. You say we're in heaven. And we're longing for something that is already here to be experienced. Is that right?
Yeah, it's already in front of your face.
What do you think of that, ladies and gentlemen?
Yeah, I could understand what he's saying. Yes.
Okay. And
well, I think that heaven and hell are two states of consciousness, but unfortunately, it's like I don't think they were necessarily in control of it because most of it is external. That people can create hell, and they have created hell. So I think that we are in a state of hell just because of the way things are. The heaven part, I guess some people are probably living in heaven. The people who are the capitalists, the people who are running things, the puppet masters, but it's not the reality for most people.
Yeah, exactly, LA. Precisely. I think we are living in a brutalized Garden of Eden somehow, because if I was living in the middle of a forest and just living off the cherries on the trees and didn't know all this, I'd be perfectly happy.
Okay. Jacob, sorry, one more question. Have you ever had a paranormal experience? And if so, would you care to share it with us?
Sure. In like 2020, I was in the shower and like I had a seizure, and when I hit the ground, I thought that I was like covered in glass, and like this blue something that was glowing blue, and like made the seizure stopped. I don't know how to explain it. It was really weird.
Yeah.
But that's
Blue, I noticed.
stuck with me.
You should have died, shouldn't you? Yes?
Yeah, probably.
Yes, I've had that. I've had a similar thing happen to me. Should have died.
Hello to Yerf Dogs. Great. to you here.
You're here.
And
You're
Gaia
cursed.
as well. Do come on, guys.
Yeah.
So you were saved
we
by a
talking
blue.
about?
You were saved by a. You were saved by
Blue light?
You were saved by a flashing blue light. It wasn't the paramedics. It wasn't the paramedics arriving in an ambulance to come get you. Was it?
No,
Come
I
on.
was by myself. Yeah.
You're by yourself. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so you had this seizure. You collapsed on the ground. You felt like what you felt like you were covered in glass. Did
Yeah,
you break the shower? You know,
I could
protector?
have swore like when I went down really hard when I had the seizure, and I could have swore I broke like the shower door was made of glass. Like, where I was like rolling around in glass and like getting blood everywhere, and then like there was this glowing blue light, and it stopped, and I have no idea how to explain it.
I
know what you're saying, Jake. I know what you're saying.
So basically, is that the only kind of paranormal experiences you've had in life? Have there been any others?
I've had quite a few.
Okay, I'm going to ask you for another one. I suppose this. Have you got any that are particularly like? Were there any involving apparitions? Anything about like? Oh, I'm not going to put ideas in your head. Go ahead. Sorry.
But the one you just had is quite profound because were you injured? Did you have any injuries afterwards, Jacob?
No,
exactly.
I was somehow completely unscathed. It was really
yes,
weird.
yes. Something's happened there, hasn't it? Something weird has happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, Jacob, because I know exactly what you're saying.
Like one time I was flying back from my grandma's for Thanksgiving, and like it was coming from Milwaukee to Kansas City, and like I was halfway, so it was roughly around Chicago. And I looked it up, and after the fact, I looked it up, and it would make sense that there would have been like a naval base. But I was on the plane looking out the window. Actually, I got to start the story. The gentleman that sat next to me on the plane put his briefcase down and proceeded to pull out an entire cherry pie out of his briefcase. And I started laughing really hard. That's why I remembered it. And then he fell asleep after he ate his cherry pie. I didn't want to wake him up, but I looked out the window and there was like this contrail, like this black cloud of smoke coming up from the ground. And as it was coming up, I was like, I didn't know what to do. I was like, if I say anything, like, what do you say if you see, like, it looked like a missile was coming off from the ground, like, towards our plane. I was like, holy crap, I don't know what to do. I was like, if I say anything, I'm going to look like a loon. And if I say anything and people panic, I'm going to be on, like, some list for the rest of my life. And meanwhile, this was, like, 2008, like, not too long after 9/11. So it was still on top of my mind. So I didn't want to freak anybody out and look out the window, and there's like this missile coming from the ground. It comes towards our plane. Luckily, at the very end, it like curves off, like opposite direction of our plane, and like shoots off like a rocket off in the opposite direction. Luckily, and ever since then, I'm like, I don't know what that was. I was too afraid to say anything at the time. I was too afraid to even ask the pilot about it after the fact, but I just am thankful that nothing ever happened because who knows what that was.
Do you think anybody else saw it?
I don't know. I was too afraid to ask, like, because I don't know if I was seeing things or if I said anything, would I be put on a list? Like, I was just afraid I was going to be put like on a no-fly list or something if I said anything. So I just kept my mouth shut, got off the plane, waited, found my parents, and got went home or whatever. So it was like, never told anybody.
Well, they're two strange ones, aren't they, folks? That's strange stuff. Do you want to share one more, because they are very interesting?
I'll let somebody else go. If I can think of any, I'll let you know.
Okay.
I would like to, if I may, pop in and say that is the perfect allegory for the things that sometimes we can see that others do not, and we get afraid to say anything because of the pushback or the labeling that might happen, or others not being able to see it.
Yeah. I only talk about my weird things here. I've never told anyone else. Nobody. The whole world. Then I come here and tell the whole planet.
Well, a lot of people just aren't. They're not paying attention. I mean, this is not anything, extra. But it's like I see things all the time that people are not paying attention to, and I'm like, how come nobody sees this? Like, I've been at like the train station. They're like rats running around everybody's feet, and nobody even sees them. I'm like, what the hell? Like,
Are you in LA? No, you're in New York. No, where are you, LA?
no, I'm in Texas. But I
Rats
think
on
they're so
mine.
busy, like they're like in their cell phones and just like
Yeah,
not really looking at anything, and
yeah.
they're so distracted that they don't pay attention to what's directly in front of them.
Still, does it matter if there's rats running around?
Yeah, it's pretty damn disgusting. I don't want rats running around my feet.
So maybe we don't have to worry about the blue beam Jesus that might be coming because people will be too busy on their phones to notice.
If I was there,
Oh, that was good.
if I was there, right?
For real,
I'd
if
be
Jesus
calling
is
the
here,
rats.
I'm sorry, I'm too hooked on my
Looking
digital
at them.
heroin. That's brutal. Fuck.
I quite like rats. They're cute. No, if I was there, I'd be making cute noises at them to try and attract their attention. I like rats.
Well, but it's also
Rats
makes
for
you
one
vulnerable.
thing. I wouldn't be wanting to attract those fucking crazy ass pizza fucking rats in New York, man. They'll
I
be
like them,
biting your
sorry.
earlobes off, man, thinking they're Mike Tyson.
Well, I don't know. When I was in the military, we had an expression. It was "stay alert, stay alive." So you were always supposed to be aware of your surroundings.
Stay
And I think
frosty, brother.
most people are not. And it's like if somebody were to just creep up on you and rob you or something, it's like a lot of people would not even see them coming because they're not aware of their surroundings. And I don't see how it's possible to just be zoned out in your own little world. It's almost like you could wave your hand in front of their face and they wouldn't even see your hand because it's like they're in zombie mode on their phones or their music or whatever the hell they're listening to. And I just don't think that is it's not a safe way to live. You should always be aware of your surroundings.
Man, you remind me of that clip of that black guy putting up flock security cameras and calling the cops because people are fucking getting annoyed that he's putting up fucking flock security cameras. Fuck. It's like, how much
Yeah.
awareness do you have in this reality? My goodness. You're putting up a dystopian fucking system, man, and you're a fucking black man. You're gonna try to weaponize the police against civilians, just trying to defend all of our rights. Like, that's fucking nuts.
Yeah.
Yep.
Paul from Newcastle, do you want to come on here, mate? There's a link in the live chat. It's pinned. He
So,
says, "Yeah, there's hunchback zombies walking around on their phones, everywhere."
So, D&W, what did I miss? I was gone for a minute.
Man, people are gonna be developing phoneosis, man. Their fucking spines are gonna get all fucked up. Phoneosis.
Actually, there is studies that say the back of our skulls have actually changed due to using phones or something. It's like a whole thing. I forget the exact details, but you can look it up. And I don't know.
See, I
There's
got
a whole
smooth
range of
spine. I just
different.
hold the fucker up above my head and watch it.
Yeah,
And you know
but
what's crazy?
our physical body has changed, apparently, allegedly, according to science. Like that whole thing is changing. It doesn't even make any sense, but these storylines that
No,
they
it
come up
does
with.
make some sense. It's like, have you heard the thing about the toddler food and how it's becoming so soft that younger generations are growing up with their reduced jaw development. Their jaws aren't developing properly because of the food they're eating.
Yep. Yeah, I've heard of that. But I think what they mean is like adults what was it saying?
What is
Causing
going
physical
on? Is shit just
changes in the
glitched up or something?
skeletons of some young adults.
I'm hearing background
Bony
audio, but
lumps.
I ain't hearing no voices.
Oh, actually, it was researchers in Australia that identified this. That some individuals are developing a bony lump or bone spur at the base of the skull, just above the neck.
Oh, really?
Anyway, yeah, it's been a
Oh, I
thing
hear
for a while. It came
you.
out in 2019. Teens are growing skull horns because of cell phones in 2019. So it's been pretty
Man, I did
common
not
knowledge
know
for a
what's
long
with
time. I only found
StreamYards and
out about it
iPhones
like 2
lately. It
years
doesn't
ago.
matter what browser I fucking put on. It seems like it works for a few minutes and just stops working. It's crazy. All right, well, I'll try join on my
So we're
PC in
growing
a little bit.
horns. So like we're gonna be like demons.
Yeah. Yep, skull horns is what they're calling it. So maybe. But yeah.
All right, well, I'm gonna get going and try to rejoin a little bit if you're still on.
Cool.
Isn't there?
So have we covered like near-death experiences yet? Maybe we should do a show about that and see if any new people, because I don't think many people you hear about. You can go on YouTube and look up YouTubers who will say they've had this, that, and the other, and you can read about it on Reddit. There's thousands of reports of everything you can imagine on Reddit. If you like wonder if someone's experienced something, just go on Reddit. You'll find a group of people who have experienced that thing. But as for people in like your life, your personal life, and on these like panels and stuff, it's kind of rare to find unique experiences, to be honest, in your immediate surroundings. Like my family and friends rarely experience like anything at all, like, and definitely no near-death experiences. And I haven't had one, so. But I have read that people also communicate telepathically with beings on near-death experiences now as well. So that just adds more credibility to all the other ones. Where did D&W?
Oh, he's not
He,
here.
like,
Yeah, he's
checked-
not here.
Okay. Yeah. So it's very weird. So that's why I believe that there are beings that created us and probably created pain for entertainment purposes. It's kind of insane. Like, why do we watch horror movies? Why do we watch thriller movies? You know, sad movies. You know, I don't know. Like, maybe it has something to do with you know, entities being crazy and psychopathic and evil, and they just think it's a good time to, and you have to have good to have the bad, because without the good, without us feeling like, yeah, you can't torture someone who's, well, I don't know how to explain it. I don't know. Who knows? It's really kind of like a mind puzzle that you've got to try and figure out. But there was this one movie called Sightless, and it just gives you like another way to look at things, which probably isn't correct, but it's plausible. It's got nothing to do. I'm applying it to something separate from that situation, but it's a situation where a crazy person. I'm going to spoil it for everyone, but I doubt you'll watch it anyway. Someone like attacked her and made her blind deliberately, like a guy. And so she came to, and he basically acted as everyone. So he just played different roles. The doctor, whatever. She's been in one building the whole time because he keeps her in this building, and he just puts on different clothing even though she can't see anything. So maybe he doesn't. I don't know, but like he you know puts on different roles and voices, right, and pretends to be different people um within the building, and then he you know he creates this system so she thinks that she's hearing the outside world. It's obviously all coming through speakers, but she thinks she's near a window and there's cars outside and traffic and stuff, but she's not. Like it's inside a situation where like she's not near a window. She's literally inside like a windowless situation. And yeah, it's just interesting because like this whole concept of one entity, acting as finger puppets basically, and controlling all these different forms and like shape shifting, but it's just the one entity. It's not actually separate individual people that are doing the anyways. I just thought that was an interesting.
That sounds like the Hinduism with Brahmin or Brahma, and with the avatars.
DW.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys, I got kicked off.
Whoa, that's an echo.
Was that
Whoa,
on
that was
purpose?
cool.
That was cool. I know. I was like, was that...
Whoa.
Actually,
Do it again.
DW.
I think that was going through all the multiverses,
DW.
We're in one of those tunnels at speed of light.
I'm here.
DW, can I just say to you, I was talking to LA about that stuff. Write it down somewhere, okay? Because you've got elderly parents, because I tell you something, there's something very profound in there. Seriously.
Yeah. Well, LA, could you comment under this video afterwards, brother?
Yeah, there's something very, it's really very profound. Because, it's weird. I haven't taken any painkillers for 2 days. I just realised.
Oh, really?
Where did Jacob go? What happened to Jacob? Where did Jacob go?
No, he just left. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna refresh.
You know what? I want to say something to Chick Pete because
what?
We recommend a lot of supplements to people that I've researched thoroughly. A lot of people don't take them. And I'm not sure because I think there's a resistance because they always want to listen to their doctors. It's like I've had family members who have had cancer, including my own father, and they don't trust you to, even if you give them the direct studies which show what you're saying, they're not going to read it. Even I've bought supplements. I've spent hundreds of dollars on people trying to help them. And for whatever reason, they think that because it's not a drug that is prescribed by a doctor, it's not going to help them. So there's a lot of resistance to alternative medicine. And I was so glad that you actually, were willing to be open to it because I know I've had a lot of bad experiences with people who they're very dismissive and they think they know everything. And it's like, even I don't know everything, but sometimes you stumble on information and it's like if I wouldn't share this information if I didn't think that it was actually going to help. Like I wouldn't want you to waste your money.
No, there's something very, very profound. I've noticed it because I tell you what, LA, I've got terrible. My RA is very bad. It's at the top end for LA. My RA is at the top end. I've got high ESR. And I've noticed it the past few days. I'm getting up in the morning and normally I have to take a handful of codeine to get rid of all the pain. So I wake up and past 2 days I haven't had to. Plus, I've noticed my sweat glands are working, so it's very profound. It's quite profound, actually. Because I also take.
Sorry.
Well, if you had any other health problems, I probably could tell you what to take for it. But I don't want you to.
Don't worry, I'm fine now. I tell you, that's why I'm so. It's because never mind. But I was just telling DNW to tell his parents about it because his parents are old. Because it's also for in the summer. In the summer your sweat glands stop working. I don't know what it's for us white folk. It tends to happen, because we're different. Our sweat glands stop working properly, and a lot of elderly people die in the hot summers we get now. Yeah, lovely. A lot of people die in the hot summers we get because. When you get older, your sweat glands stop working, so your body doesn't cool down anymore. No one's speaking to me anymore.
Well, I had to put myself on mute because I was coughing, but I haven't researched that, but I'm sure that that also.
Because us lot. Thing is, it's all genetic. Us lot that come from the northern hemisphere are not genetically designed to cope with these hot summers, and I've noticed it myself. I'm really struggling. Because my sweat glands don't work anymore. I know this sounds a disgusting thing to say, but now I've started taking these for the first time in maybe 20 years. They're working again. As I've got the central heating on a bit. I tell you, it's made such a huge difference why I'm talking about it because I could be in so much pain. And I've cheered up.
Well, I think there's a massive conspiracy to withhold information. Like
Yes.
they want you to know about these cheap supplements that actually work. They want you to go to buy some expensive prescription which has a patent on it, and that is why I don't trust traditional medicine. I don't trust these credentialed professionals who are supposed to be there to help you. They're not there to help us. They're especially in the medical profession, but they're going to treat your symptoms, but they're not going to address the root cause.
Well, they're just doing as they're told, aren't they? They're doing as they're told by the corporations, basically. Yes.
Well, but it also has to do with the whole medical licensing in the first place, that you get indoctrinated to believe a certain way of thinking, and then it's like your livelihood depends on you being able to write these prescriptions because everything is controlled through the state.
Yes,
and
exactly.
They say what is right and what is wrong, what is up, what is down, and if you deviate from that, and we saw a lot of that during COVID, because there are alternatives. Are a lot of I'm not going to say a lot, but I know which supplement to take to treat COVID. But of course, you're not allowed to say that because a lot of people were being censored. And if you don't know what to take, then you're just going to be sick, and you're going to go take some vaccine, which is not necessarily going to treat the underlying cause. Like I don't trust the vaccine. I didn't take it.
Oh, I didn't take it.
But I cured myself. I did get very sick, but I knew what to take, and I took it, and I got rid of it. So it is what it is.
Yeah, well, no.
If you want to know, I took something called pleurisy root.
Oh yeah, I've heard of that. Yeah.
But you can also take thyme. I don't think thyme is as good as pleurisy root, but I got rid of it. So it's like a lot of people don't even know where to look. They don't know how to find this information.
Yeah, but it's how we're educated, LA. All of us. It's how we've been educated, how we've been dragged up. We're all caught up in it. I mean, the COVID epidemic really, because I'll tell you something, I used to get the guy many, many years ago when I was young, and he worked in micro flips. And I learned then you can only see a virus through an electron microscope. Okay? So if that's the case, the virus travels straight through holes in the fabric of a face mask. By definition, it'll just travel straight through.
A virus has actually never even been isolated. Also, that's what the terrain theory crew will tell you. It's actually super complicated the more you get into it, but a lot of people do believe that viruses don't even exist, and they've just been lying to people to get them to take poison. And that no virus has ever actually been isolated. What they're seeing are exosomes, and the spikes are produced from adding an enzyme called trypsin or whatever. I studied this for like 2 years or something, like ages ago. I gave up on trying to tell people about it. Like the way you're speaking, like I was doing that whole thing, trying to tell everyone. I honestly just gave up. I don't even do that anymore. I don't even talk about this really.
Waste time, isn't it?
Anymore.
I do know.
Are you familiar with the conspiracy around HIV and how they misclassify it? Like they got all the science wrong about HIV.
Isn't there also like theories that like the government like manufactured it or like just spread it somehow, like accelerated it?
Well, they classified it as a retrovirus, and it was always a lentivirus. And because the classification was wrong, the treatment was wrong. And then they prescribed the AZT back in the 80s, and all people were dying from the AZT, and they're trying to say it's because they were getting AIDS, and it wasn't AIDS. It was the drug which destroyed their immune system and actually made them sicker.
Oh, so the drugs.
Of course, there's a massive cover-up to prevent people from knowing what actually happened. And even the HIV medication that they prescribe now, it has all these negative effects on people's health. It destroys their bone density and muscles. Like I've seen people that have taken these drugs, and you can literally take your finger and push all the way through because there's no muscle. It destroys their I forget what the actual term is, but It destroys their immune system. It completely ravages their health. But the thing that they have to keep taking it because it's almost the same thing with like chemotherapy, right? It's like you see that you're getting sick, you see that you're losing your hair, but the doctor is telling you to keep taking it. And it's like, because the doctor said it, you know that you're getting sick, but you're going to keep doing it until you eventually die. And you're supposed to trust these doctors because they are the experts.
Yes, you're right, LA. Unfortunately.
So what are you
And
trying to
I'm
say?
afraid they basically just killed off gay people because they're not actually pro-gay. That it was basically Fauci and whoever else was behind it, behind the scenes,
Fauci.
who just lied about viruses and then were like, oh yeah, just take this AZT drug. And they were already doing, like, gay people were already doing poppers and other drugs that were making them sick. He just finished them off basically, which makes sense in my opinion. That just makes logical sense that crazy people would do that for money and for depopulation purposes. In my opinion, it may not be correct, but it sounds very.
No, I think what happened. I think what happened is just that they were just trying to like target the gay community as just like they didn't really take them all seriously.
But you know,
it's just like I think happened with the HIV thing is that like the government didn't care to
Yeah, I just don't know how people can't figure it out. Like, it basically,
You know that Biden gave a pardon to Dr. Fauci at the end of his presidential term.
Wait,
So
what'd you say?
Biden gave a pardon to Dr. Fauci at the end of his presidential term because he didn't want Fauci to be prosecuted. And he knew that once Trump came into office, he was likely to be investigated for all of his lies and propaganda. But this is what I'm talking about. It's like some people get a free pass, they get carte blanche to do whatever they want, and they get full immunity, impunity to do whatever they want, while the peons at the bottom, they're held accountable for their actions, right? I've never been.
I love what you say, LA. I love what you say. Really do.
So the whole legal system is so corrupt because we play by a completely different set of rules. And because it's basically anarchy from the top down, all apply to us, but they get to do whatever they want. There's no ability. The law does not protect you. It enslaves you. It does not provide any protection. It just...
Can I say one thing? Funny you brought that up. LA is because not only did Biden give a pardon to the Fauci, Trump is also cozying up to like the elite and the tech and medical billionaires that he once fought were his enemies. Like he likes Mark Zuckerberg, he likes Musk, and he also likes Gates, the Bill Gates. Like he literally was sitting right next to Bill Gates in one meeting last year about like some type of like new data centers being open. So yeah, it's just bread and circuses, like the whole like opposition draining the swamp, as they say. That's a show for us, but really they're just recalibrating in their own terms, and now they're all in unison as they always were, because in my tinfoil hat way, there was one glue holding them, and that glue, is, we all know who he was, big HE, and yeah, I'll just leave it at that.
I say LA. I'll tell you something. Actually, I used to work as a legal secretary in London, and I was just working at the bottom levels. I wasn't working right at the top. And I could, as a secretary, even I could see that lawyers would drag out cases for as long as they possibly could to make more and more expensive.
Oh yeah, lawyers are awful. Lawyers are like parasites. Or
yeah, they're awful. You used to drag these cases out and out.
The parasites of society. They charge so much money. It's just a complete racket.
It's a real scam, Be very careful you ever go to court, because I tell you're a lawyer. And I'll tell you something else, LA. Lawyers from different, on two sides of the case, would get together in the wine bar, blah, 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 chatting. So I used to be very friendly with them all. It's just the way I did like them. But when I look back on it, especially on those cases, they'd be dragged out on and on and on. So be very, very careful, anyone, about taking someone to court, because you could lose everything, literally.
No, that's for real. You can like it's
Well,
crazy.
here's the thing about lawyers, though, because under common law, like you could not make a lot of money as a lawyer. Most attorneys were merchants, and they practiced law as a side businesses. Side business. There were no law licenses. They were admitted to a local bar after a 10-minute oral examination. Abraham Lincoln did not have a law license. Nobody had a law license. It was not controlled by the state. It was controlled by the local judiciary. And then all of a sudden, during the 1930s, I don't want to give y'all a whole lecture. During the 1930s, during the Great Depression, while everybody was distracted with the economy, the American Bar Association went around lobbying for all these oppressive. It wasn't just the American Bar Association; it was also the American Medical Association and these plumbers and all of these occupations went around lobbying for all these occupation licenses to restrict competition, and they got their way. And now all of a sudden, people pretend as if we can't function without occupational licenses. We need the government to determine who's competent and who's not to protect us. But meanwhile, it has always been done to eliminate competition, to drive up the prices, to create an artificial scarcity. And then it's like the public is so unaware of what is actually going on. It's just so much corruption.
And I tell you, LA, when AI takes over, it's going to get even worse. They really will do it there. Do you know
the AI is actually going to be the great equalizer, because all these people that have a monopoly, they're not going to be able to compete with AI. These people who
AI will take over, LA. That's even worse.
The point is that they're not going to be able to extract. They're not going to be able to charge their egregious fees, their attorney's fees.
So AI will do it all. Don't, LA, please don't tell me you're pro AI.
No, I'm not pro AI. But when I'm talking specifically about the racketeering that is going on with these occupational licenses, what I'm saying is that they're going to have to compete, and it's not really a free market, but they're going to have competition with AI, and a lot of these people are going to be put out of business, and their racketeering is going to come to a screeching halt.
No, it will even worse. You wait and see. I wouldn't like to bet 10 grand on, would you, LA? Because
let me be specific. So if you need a legal document prepared, you're not going to necessarily have to go to an attorney. AI is going to be write that document for you. And you're not going to have to pay all those attorney's fees, because what they do is they'll charge all these attorney's fees while they're standing around the courthouse drinking coffee and not doing any actual work.
Yes, I know.
Fees.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is eventually AI will take over everything. It will start off with the article clerks, then we'll go on to the solicitors and the part. Eventually, we're going to have AI judges. You wait and see. You wouldn't like to bet on that, would you?
It's already happening.
No, I believe you, but I'm not a fan of AI. But
I'm very anti. I think we live in the corrupt shit house, actually.
I think the government monopolies, the government occupational licensing monopolies need to be broken up.
Yeah, they never will be, LA. They never will be.
No, AI is going to do it.
Yeah, I know, but then we'll be.
People are going to be put out of work.
Judge Dredd is the law. Stop it, Brother Marcus.
Judge Dredd is the law. Well, I gotta ask, why is he Vlad the Impaler? That's funny. Like it's.
Well, we were talking about yesterday. I had a long chat, and we were talking about Dracula, and because you know, us Brits construct our sentences differently to Americans and Canadians. You know that, and every now and again you get a glitch because you construct our sentences differently.
Yeah.
And I made a stupid comment about Dracula and things, and now he's making. We had this whole discussion about sentences, because my grammar's very City of London.
Oh, okay.
We like here. Yeah. So yes,
very warm welcome to the affray for Kugaduma, who has come and gone. Hopefully he'll be back.
DW, have you noticed that when you talk to Americans, sometimes you'll say a sentence or you'll hear a sentence and it doesn't click with your English updragging? Yes.
I mean, I don't have to go to America for that. I can just step outside and walk
Exactly.
maybe
Don't
50
step on
meters.
here. Step on here. 'Cause I know.
Hello to Kugaduma, brother. Welcome to the fray. How are you?
Yeah,
And,
I'm good. Sorry, I accidentally kicked myself out of the stream.
okay,
Your
we
man
can hear
is
you.
becoming very American DNW as well. I have noticed. Sorry, I better shut the fuck up.
Anyway, I just wanted to say that LA is correct about AI.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, say that again, Kugaduma, brother.
LA was saying that the private licenses to practice whatever medicine, law, plumbing, HVAC installation, all that stuff is going to go away because of AI. AI will determine who is qualified, certify all work, all legal liability will be taken care of. The government will never question anything that the AI recommends, and the whole professional white collar, maybe eventually blue collar,
Yes.
workforce just collapses in on itself.
That's the first time I've thanked you, isn't it? But thank you for that because I've been saying this about the legal profession.
Yeah, it's pretty unavoidable. I'm working on a second novel that is kind of about that whole trajectory.
Ooh.
and how that plays out for people. It's not a dystopian thing. It's not a dystopian book because I'm kind of an optimistic person, generally speaking. I know I'm called Cougar Doomer, but that's kind of a joke. But the utopia dystopia thing is balanced with what I call zootopia. Zootopia. So everyone is sort of taken care of like an animal in the zoo.
Hooray! That's exactly what I'm terrified of.
Why would you be? Why? Real question. Why would you be afraid of that?
Because I do not want, at least in this world, I've still got my own little brain and my own little thoughts. I may not have any freedom, but I have, well, at least I've got my own thoughts, even if I'm lonely because of my thoughts and I disagree with everyone because of my thoughts, they're still my thoughts. Yes, I don't fit in, but I don't want to go to a zoo and have someone telling me, putting a chip in my brain, telling me what to think. No, I don't want, because they're putting chips in pigeons' brains now.
Okay, so just let me clear something up here. Not that anybody knows the future, but they're not gonna chip anybody.
Oh, they are.
They're just going to very quietly take over everything. And in Zootopia, they don't chip the tigers in the zoo.
No,
they don't have to do anything to the tigers in the zoo. So long as the tiger in the zoo, living Zootopia, behaves itself, the tiger's fine. It's provided with everything it needs: food, water, veterinary care, protection, security, right? And it can think any thoughts it wants to think. Any tigerish thoughts it wants to think about tigers, chimps, people, pine cones, anything at all. Yeah. And no one cares. No one who is walking around the tiger grotto cares what the tiger thinks. No one even would like to know. It's like no one's going to ask the question, what is the tiger thinking?
I know, yes.
They are there to look at the tiger, be impressed by the tiger, or not care about the tiger at all. And so long as the tiger stays at the zoo, then Zootopia works for both the tiger and, in this case, the AI. So long as we are willing to behave ourselves, we don't matter.
But do you know
at all?
Cougar, I don't know if you've read the stuff now about that the Chinese, I think it's the Chinese, have now devised a way of putting a chip inside a pigeon's brain and using them as what's that word with the little machines, that drone pigeons, are turning them into little drones, living drones.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. That's fine. And Elon Musk is working on Neuralink, which is supposed to be his answer to how he will
control.
rapture himself into the computer cloud.
Well, I wish he would
And-
rapture himself. But
Okay,
no,
but-
I'm not as possible. I do believe that the chips will come in our hands, first of all, and those who want to put a chip in their brain and download a law degree in 30 minutes. That's what I believe.
Well, all the time you're worried about that and getting yourself all wound up about that,
I'm not wound up.
you're going to be slowly migrated into
Yeah,
Zootopia.
all of us are.
I want to go back to the occupational licensing because back in the day, people did not get a formal education. Most people learned through apprenticeships. The legal profession, they learned through apprenticeships. The only reason they created the so-called law license in the first place was to eliminate. And there's a lot of there's a lot of evidence about this. Anyway. They were trying to eliminate Jews, blacks, and immigrants from the practice of
And
law.
the working class, LA.
No, but a lot of people don't know this, so this is my opportunity to say it. And so they created all these standards to eliminate. They're supposed because they couldn't have overt discrimination, but they used these so-called higher standards of practice, where you could no longer do it through an apprenticeship. Now you have to go through and get a law degree, but originally you would get a diploma privilege because if you attain a law degree in your state, then they would give you a law license. But then in addition to the law license, to the law degree, now you have to pass a bar exam, and then you have to do the character and fitness assessment, which a lot of people don't understand, that the character and fitness requirements are so arbitrary. You could be behind on your student loan debt. You could have done anything. There is no actual formal standards for what the character and fitness standards are. So even if you pass the bar exam, they could arbitrarily say that there's something in your background which is questionable and still deny you a law license. And you have all this massive student loan debt and you're not able to pay it because the state won't allow you to work. And everybody wants to talk about how it's your fault. You chose this. It's like nothing about this was of your own volition. They set up these standards and you had no control over it. All occupational licenses are lobbied for by the professionals, by the practitioners. They never come from the public. The public never asks for these occupational licenses. What the public wants is competition, which drives down price. They want a free market, which we do not have. And then, anyway, so that's my rant for today. I've done so much.
Could I add to that?
Preaching to the converted, LA. I'm afraid I know all this.
No, but a lot of people don't know it. A lot of people don't know it, so I have to say it.
Could I add to that too? I've learned. I think I've learned that the BAR is is an acronym for the British Accreditation Registry.
Right.
So that all. Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Story I can tell you. It's not pretty. I do know about it. Yes. Yes.
Because they're still basically under the. I mean, I don't know if all of this is true, but they're talking about admiralty law, how the British Crown still basically controls the legal system in America.
Yes, it does.
Basically, attorneys are foreign agents. I mean, I don't know.
It's called the law. Ooh, LA. I know this better than you. It's called the law of the sea, and the British are still in charge.
Right. I haven't been able to find the original sources, but.
It's called it's all to do with Admiralty law. I worked in that for a little while, Admiralty law, and the British are still in charge. People just don't realise. And the Queen is still the Queen of King now, blah, blah, blah. The British are still, we don't know all this, we're not told, but the British, it goes back hundreds of years. So the Admiralty law is still what the British decided all those years ago, still stands. And Admiralty law is always conducted in English. And I know that because.
But the bottom line is that an attorney is an officer of the court, so his primary loyalty is to the court, not necessarily to his clients.
Yeah,
so the attorney means to turn you over to the state, and then to subject you to state jurisdiction. And so you can't necessarily trust your attorney, even though they're supposed to be your attorney. they're advocating for the state more than they're, and it's like they have to work within the confines of the rule of the system. Their licensing is completely contingent upon respecting the judiciary, even if they are violating the law. So they can't necessarily be your zealot advocate because they are walking a very fine line. They have to respect the judges, even when they are being oppressive. And they're going to take all your money, regardless of the outcome, and you're just completely fucked. So, and they made it intentionally complicated. They created all of these legalese, all of this minutia that you have to navigate through, so that nobody can actually understand it. And it's not written in plain English. It's so,
you have to type it,
and you have to pay all these damn fees just to get your basic legal rights because you can't do it yourself. And they act like this. It has to be this way. We can't have a legal system that everybody can actually understand. It has to be complicated. No, they made it intentionally complicated so that they can rack up all these attorney's fees and put and basically force you into debt. So that you have to put a mortgage on your house to enrich your attorney and go to the damn poorhouse so you can put your attorney's children through college.
Yes. Do you know what else as well? Every all marine law, which is British law or law of the sea, is conducted by solicitors all over the world who work for one particular firm in the City of London. I know this because I work there. And they all conduct their language, their business in English. It's still going on as it was hundreds of years ago. I worked in marine law for a while.
And it doesn't matter because even if you pay all these fees, even if you cross your I's and dot your T's, you do everything right. It's the law, the black letter law does not necessarily mean anything.
Guys, if you want to ask questions, do come on, guys, because I can't actually look at the chat at the moment. So
thank you for that, by the way.
But do come on, guys, if you want to. If I hear a beep, I'll come back and let you on. The link is in the live chat.
It's Valentine's Day, DW. I'm supposed to be your girlfriend.
Tomorrow, well, it's Saturday night. Yeah, it's Friday night at the moment, isn't it?
What's he going to do? Go to the cat cafe?
Well, probably watch something on Netflix.
Oh, DW.
And we will go for a meal somewhere.
Why do you go to
I haven't booked anything. I haven't done anything. I'm sorry. I did last year. I haven't booked anything. I have to maybe get some flowers somewhere. Maybe that's probably a good thing.
Tesco sell them.
Right now, it's
I might pick a few daffodils in the park if they're out. I'm joking.
Right.
I'll buy them.
Right now, it's 12 over there, right?
048.
It's actually 10 to 1. Yeah. So I tried.
Oh yeah, because like
if anybody wants to come on, now is the time to do so. The link is in the live chat. I'll let it run for a good while. Yeah. Sorry. What did you say, Chickpea?
Are you taking Max with you tomorrow night?
No.
Oh, Matt, DW, he's your baby. You three of you should go out.
No.
Why haven't go to a street cafe?
I've already been asked to take him on holiday everywhere I go and stuff like that. I can't do that all the time. Sometimes I need a rest from even Max.
Oh,
as much
because
as I
there's
love
very
Max,
nice street cafes in Covent Garden, Very nice.
Sorry?
I used to go when I was young.
Yeah, but then you have to bring. I have brought the dog into the city centre before, but then you have to go on the tube. It's manky,
Oh yeah, that's very true. Yes, that's very, very true. Actually, yes.
Brother Marcus, what did you? I said, if you want to ask the questions, please come on the show. Link is in the live chat. I'm a bit tired at the moment, brother, so I'm gonna retreat and allow you guys to keep talking. I'll leave it live maybe for another half hour, but then I'll switch off the live, but you can stay and chat backstage. But I am going to stop communicating. I'm not going to look at the live chat. If anybody, I will listen, but if anybody wants to come on, I'll let you on, but that's it. So the link is in the live chat if you want to come on and interact. Thank you, everybody.
Bye. Thank you.
Later, DNW. Actually, I think I'm going to head out too now, actually.
Why?
Oh, because, I got to make food.
Oh.
Dinner.
So food.
Yeah.
Just have a yogurt.
Oh no, I want to.
Do you cook?
Do I? Yeah, I do cook. Yeah,
Oh,
I
wow.
do. I cook. For myself principally, but sometimes I do cook for other families.
Really? You
Yeah.
know what? Shall I tell you so? I don't even know how to boil a potato. I don't.
Really? Well, I don't know if I should laugh at that or not.
What?
I don't know if I should laugh at. I don't.
I can't. I don't know how to actually get a potato, peel it, and boil it. I've got no idea.
That's like
I
second
prefer bread.
nature to me because
What?
like I've been boiling those things ever since I was a toddler. Yeah, because like my culture eats a lot of those things, the potatoes, because they come from my country.
Yeah,
Potatoes,
mine does, but the Dutch eat a lot of potatoes. But I just yeah, I eat a ton of bread every day. I eat lots of bread. I think nothing.
Oh, I
Just
love
all
bread.
vegetables, fruit. But I
I
can't.
love bread.
What?
I love bread and I love fruit.
Yeah, I eat a lot of both. Yeah.
That's
Well, I'm
good.
still here, so doesn't do that much harm. Not eating whatever.
Yeah.
And do you take supplements also?
Anyways, you gotta go later.
You talk to me.
Yes.
Yeah, yes, I've always taken supplements, always. Ever since I was 17, 18 years old. And I take the high dose ones. Yes, I've always taken supplements. So please don't say you need B12. I know I need B12.
No. I was just curious because
Yeah, I've always. Yeah.
But I mean, I think that's an interesting way to be vegan. But I just think that I think I would get bored eating peanut butter and toast every day.
Oh, I eat because I have to. I've never been one that eats for pleasure. I eat purely because I have to. I don't eat for pleasure at all. I'm weird like that. It's probably why I've managed to stay skinny all my life, because I eat purely because I'm hungry and because I have to eat. I don't eat for pleasure. And it's kept me thin, thankfully. I'm still skinny. There's not an ounce of fat on me, I'm pleased to say. But I've always taken supplements, and I take the high quality, high dose ones. I do know the whole, but then, I don't be funny, says Stu, heat destroys vitamins. So all these people cooking, destroying the vitamin content. Plus, if you boil food, the vitamins go into the fluid, which you push down the drain. Plus, if you peel your
Well, there's actually a proper way to prepare plants, but I don't
prepare them. I just wash them. I don't prepare my plants. I just wash them. I eat the skin and I eat the layer under the skin.
Well, I'm talking about like, if you're going to eat like kale and like cabbage and that, and even legumes like or nightshades, tomatoes. Like you're supposed to remove the skin, remove the seeds.
No. You should never remove the skin because the vitamin content is right under the skin.
No, but the skin. Okay, well, I'm talking about anti-nutrients, and if you're trying to receive the health benefits without any of the negative impact.
Well, I'm 71 years old, LA. I'm still here, and I've outlived quite a few people already. I just eat the skin, and if I do get a potato, it'll be a baked potato that someone's baked for me, and I eat the skin. I always eat the skin. I don't peel my vegetables. I don't peel my carrots. I don't peel anything. I just eat the whole lot.
What about tomatoes?
I eat the skin. Of course, I eat the skin on tomatoes.
What I'm talking about nightshades. You're not like eggplant and tomatoes. You're not supposed to eat the skin.
They're quite. I just don't eat them. I don't know why. But I eat all the standard vegetables. No lettuce, cabbage, everything. I just cut it into bits. But I always keep the skin because this nutrients are just under the skin. So I don't take the skin off, and I don't cook the living daylights out of them either. I just eat most things raw. Just eat it raw. Yes, I'm a weirdo, aren't I? I do know. I just can't be bothered. I eat nuts and seeds. Eat lots of seeds. and lots of nuts and dried fruit and stuff. And I don't own a cooker. I don't own any pots and pans. Nothing. Don't believe me, do you?
I agree with you, but I would imagine that you would have to eat several times a day to not be hungry.
No, I graze all day long.
Right, that's what I mean.
don't eat proper
You can
meals.
eat, like, you wouldn't just eat like maybe twice or like twice a day. You would be eating like several times throughout the day.
Yeah, I graze all day. I'm a grazer, and even when I was young, I wanted to graze. I'll have a few slices of bread, then a couple of hours later, I'll have some, I don't know, some cereal, some Weetabix or something. A few hours later, I'll do whatever. Yeah, I graze all day long. I'm a difficult person. It's probably why men don't like me very much.
But I would imagine that would be difficult to do if you had like a full-time job. Like if you
I used to take food. Yeah, I used to take bits of stuff to work with me. I had to sit there and eat an apple, eat some nuts. I don't eat complicated food. I eat the most basic foods. You know, I take some fruit to work with me. I eat at my desk. I take a few nuts, eat them at my desk. Yeah, I'm not one of these that sits down and has 3 meals a day. It's not something that I do. It's the way I am. I just graze all day long. But like I said, I take vitamin pills. I am aware of the fact that it could be said, but apparently my blood levels and my this and that and other are all very good because my doctor keeps a check on me once a year. So I don't know. Still here. And I'm skinny. That's the most important thing doing LA.
Well, I was mainly concerned with your RA, but if you're starting to feel better, then that's the main thing. That
The RA, it's genetic. Oh, it's in my family thing. My father had it. He had RA and secondary Sjogren's syndrome, and I've got both. Yes, it's genetic. I have been told I've got a very high ESR, which means it's in my blood. Yeah, no, it's other things. I never get the flu. I never get cold. I don't get any sort of those problems. It's just my immunes. But you know what I believe about my RA, LA? I believe my RA is caused by my soul just not wanting to go out there anymore. So it just has a hissy fit and starts attacking me to keep me indoors. Because I don't want to go out there. And I don't. What do you think of that?
I don't
Someone's
know.
accusing us of being of working for the FBI in the chat. That's funny.
But yeah, I haven't. I used to bake my own bread when I was very young, when I was in my early 20s. But I gave my husband the cooker when we split up, and I haven't had a cooker since.
Why did you give it to him?
Because my husband liked eating cooked food, blah blah blah. So I used to be a good little wife, and I cooked his this and I cooked his that.
So it was like a night.
Sorry.
So you actually know how to cook?
What? Well, I know how to. Well, yeah, I know how to cook. Not that. I mean, yes, I know how to. Well, I used to know how to do it. I don't. I've forgotten it all now. Yeah, I know how to cook. Or just read a recipe and just follow the instructions in the recipe. But I'm just not interested in big plates of food. I'd rather just have some cashew nuts and an apple. That's the way I am. It's just the way I am. Yeah. I wasn't brought up to be like this. I was brought up in a very, 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 standard family who did everything properly. I'm the total opposite.
I'm interested in your supplements. How did you find things that are good and useful for your supplements?
Well, I just buy, I just get what's called, hold on, they're called Daily Ritual Gold. And I take 4 a day. I take more than I'm supposed to take. And I take more than people tell. Then it says in the instructions because I don't eat. But yeah, I've been taking supplements since I was 17, 18 years old.
Daily Ritual Gold.
Ritual Gold. Daily Ritual Gold. But I bought about a year ago. There was a sale of them, and I bought about 3 years' supply. But I've always taken vitamin pills, and I go to Holland and Barrett. Do you have a Holland and Barrett near you, Steve? I just take loads of vitamin pills, bananas, nuts. Don't you eat nuts, LA?
I do, but I don't eat them like every day. To me, I consider that to be a snack that I eat like every once in a while.
Oh no, to me, is loaded nuts with maybe some apples and a bagel. To me, that's a proper meal. See, that's the way I am. That's why I don't get on very well with normal guys. It doesn't work very well. Because men like their food.
Yeah, but I wouldn't feel satiated. I would still like want to eat something else.
Oh, sorry. Not in my space. Sorry. You have to go and cook it yourself, I'm afraid. That's why I'm not a wife, because I can't cope with it all. I can't.
Yeah.
Sadly, the reality is just the way I am.
Thank you.
I was born to live in the Garden of Eden, LA, and I was born to just pick the cherries off the trees and just pick up a carrot and eat that. I'm perfectly happy. That's the way I am. I've always been like it. It's nothing. But nuts are my favourite food. I eat loads of them.
That's good.
Do you think that AI will act as legal judges?
I'm not.
No idea.
That's it will happen. There's stuff in there was stuff. It will happen. They will take over. This vitamin notes. So do you take vitamin pills, LA?
Like it just sounds really dumb, like to put an AI in charge of murderers and stuff. Like
Yep, it will come to
without
that.
having.
I tell you, it will come to that. You wait. Well, I won't be here to see it because when that happens, I'm off.
Like
Oh, you're lucky, then.
I can imagine eating that every day. Like I have to have some type of variety. Like I would say, I probably maybe I don't know, maybe a few times a month, but not like that often. Like it's it's. I mean, I don't eat the same thing every day. I always try to switch it up.
Oh, I eat properly. Yeah, I eat it very, but I know I don't eat properly, which is why I take vitamin pills.
What do you eat?
Hey, Dave.
What do you eat?
Stuff you bruiser boy.
LA.
Look, my baby, you off to the world. Look.
Hello, can you hear me?
Look who's here. Wait, look who's here. Bruiser boy. See him?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's my little Dave, my bruiser boy. Mwah! Isn't he cute?
LA. What do you eat?
Yeah. I mean, I eat a lot of stuff. I guess it would be more like what I don't eat. I don't eat pork. I try not to eat too much chocolate, but I do eat chocolate every once in a while. But I eat pretty much everything besides pork, and I switch it up. I eat Mexican, Asian. I cook, but I don't do it very often. I usually just pick up something that's quick. Or I'll just like get like a TV dinner or something I can take to work. It's usually something that like I can just pop in a microwave and be done with it. But if I were to cook, it's usually not going to be anything vegan. It's usually going. I don't want to trigger anybody to talk about what I actually buy, but it's usually not vegan.
Okay. So I was going to ask you, what is your favorite food? But if you don't want to trigger anybody, then that's fine.
My favorite food, I don't know. I guess my favorite food type would be like Asian food, but I like shrimp, I like steak, I like I don't know. And then I also like sweets too. I like French food too. I like Is that who is that? Whose cat is that? Is that AI?
Isn't he gorgeous? Hey, thank you, GW. He's gorgeous. Love it. Look at him. Actually, I think it's a little
Oh, I
girl.
do like Italian food, by the way. It's this place called Risotto, which I really love.
Love it.
Yeah, I like all kinds of things. I try to switch it up and not eat the same thing every day.
Oh, Discog, you were looking for vitamin notes? Is that what you said?
Yeah, we were talking about vitamin pills, Marcus.
Yeah, did she want more notes about that?
I live on
That-
vitamin. Well, I don't live on them.
That would be good, but I'm getting my walkies in, so and it'll kick me off if I try to take notes on my phone. That's what happened before.
Have you got Holland and Barrett near you?
Have I got what?
A Holland and Barrett.
I think it's
don't
just in the
know.
UK. It's a shop in the UK. I don't think they have it over there.
I don't think
Yeah,
so.
it doesn't.
Holland and Barrett, I get most of my stuff from there, and you can use them online. They're very good, Holland and Barrett. They're the best place to buy.
Holland and Barrett. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
But
you.
don't you take vitamins, Discock?
I've got some from my supposedly holistic healthcare provider, but they're right next to a 5G tower. So I'm not sure. And their logo looks like a freaking coffin. So I don't know anymore. Holland and Barrett. Okay. Trying to import that on the memory.
I'm sure they sell stuff on Amazon. I'm sure they do. Yeah, we're lucky here in the UK. There seems to be a lot of Holland and Barretts everywhere. Every town you go to, there's a Holland and Barrett. Fabulous shop. Oh, look at that baby jumping in the air. Oh, look, looks like my. Oh, look at him. What a gorgeous bruiser. No one in the world is beautiful as a cat.
That's a nay-eye cat, just so you know.
It's still cute. Look at him. Oh, wow.
I want to tell you what these cats did that I was speaking yesterday. So I gave the mother cat her can of cat food, and I gave her kitten, which is starting to get a little bit bigger. I gave her own can of cat food.
Yeah.
The smaller cat was not even finished with her can, and she decided to abandon her can and take the mother's food.
Yes.
I'm not sure why she did that, but that really annoyed me. Like
Stop it. Cats do that sort of thing. That's normal. That's perfectly normal.
Why would she want to take her mother's food when she already had her own food?
Because that's what cats do. It's just what cats do, especially the babies. The babies are very spoilt by their mother. Do you ever see a mother cat with her baby? She treats it like gold. So
No, the other cat is very aggressive. Like when the smaller cat was trying, because it's not really a kitten anymore. It's somewhere like in the middle, and so like I think she was still trying to breast whatever. She's way too big to be breastfed, but anytime the mother will just like take a swat at her.
Yeah. If the mother wanted to hurt her, that stop. Mind of fighting. Don't worry, cats are very good to each other. I know a lot about cats, and yes, the mother cat bullies a baby, and the one kitten bullies another, but they don't hurt each other. And they don't.
But you just said they bully each other. That's not nice.
I'm not. That
they do want each other.
Talk.
No, they actually are pretty brutal. The male cat specifically will cause a lot of injury to other male cats to display.
That's why we get them spayed. I keep saying that on here. That's why we get them done. They will do, yes. But yes, nature is true. But we're talking about pet cats now, aren't we? I don't know about wild cats. I don't know about pets.
Do you think wild cats are nicer in the wild?
No. Nature's brutal.
Okay, so
Nature
cats
is
are.
brutal. And
cats
a
are
cat
bullies.
is a killer. Cats are nature's killers. It's
So
sad,
cats are,
grim,
so,
brutal reality.
so cats are bullies.
Well, you know me, I can't say one bad word about a cat, so but they don't bully each other like humans do. Let me say that. a human bully, that is something very
I no, I don't think the females are necessarily bullies, but the male cats definitely are.
Yes, I know, because they're looking for sex.
Bullying is kind of a power dynamic, and you see that kind of thing among humans.
Yes,
apes.
I know.
Cats are just straight up killers that also play with their food.
But that's like but I don't think any human being who's not a vegan has the right to criticize cats for killing, because I'm afraid non-vegans are just as bad.
Well, I
Sorry.
know a few. I know a few vegans who will talk to you, Chickpea, if you want to talk about cats and killing animals. If you're up
Yes,
for
I
that.
know. Don't tell me about it. I know, Mark. Thank you very much.
If you observe nature, if you observe the nature of cats, nothing about life is vegan. Nothing about it is so ethical. Like life itself is the problem. It's not your individual ethic.
No, like I said, I don't. Yes, cats are killer cats. They've been designed by nature to kill. Okay, so I'm not going to even look into the argument about it.
I mean, I love cats just as much as you do, but at the same time, when I'm like feeding a wild cat, I have to, or stray cats, I should say, I have to like intervene to prevent the other cat from getting bullied.
Well, speaking of someone who's lived with cats all her life, my 7 cats treat each other with far more respect and far more love than I've ever seen 7 humans do.
No, I've seen these female cats get brutally raped and attacked. I've seen the male cats like completely.
I know. That's why I get all my cats done as soon as they're 3 months old. Because yes, that is grim, brutal nature. And it is. Nature is grim.
If there's any consolation to the vegans, cats are the only group of animals that are known to routinely hunt and kill and eat humans for food.
Yeah, well, good for them then. You know what? I don't blame them. If a lion wants to kill a human, as far as I'm concerned, he can go and do it. I don't care. I'm sorry to be like that on the subject. I love cats. And I tell you something, Cougar. Say, for example, I had a lion sanctuary with lots of lions. I don't know what I would do, but do you ever watch that lion guy, Dean Schneider? You ever watch him?
No, I don't watch TV.
Oh no, he's not on TV. He's on YouTube. He is a member of a Pride of Lions. He's actually a member of the Pride, and he's been getting tested by vegans for not turning lions into vegans. It's true. And one day he made a show trying to turn his cats into vegans, and well, they didn't want to know, that was for sure. But as far as I'm concerned, if lions and sharks want to eat humans, I don't care.
I'm so tired of this Western bullshit where they go into other countries and tell them how they should live. And not only just the people, now they want to colonize the animals and force them to go vegan. How about you just let those people and those animals live the way that they live in nature and stop interfering? Because I always think that the Western way of life is the best way of life. And they pose their will, and I'm so sick of it. Because now you can't even, it's because what Dean Dabby was asking me earlier, like, or not just Dean, several people on this panel were asking me, like, if you don't like it, why don't you just go live in some, it's like, because there is no primitive way of living. Like, everything has been colonized, everything has been westernized. There is no state of nature anymore. You can't exist. You can't exist the way that the Native Americans existed.
No,
you can't just be a nomad and just live and be free. Like, all land is monopolized by the state. You have to pay taxes.
Yes, I know. I do know. It's a bitch and then you die.
I have a favorite big cat story I'm going to tell now.
Yeah,
so I used to live in San Francisco, and I lived over on the Pacific Ocean side, which is not too far from the San Francisco Zoo. And it's a nice zoo. They take good care of it, and they have a variety of animals, and the animals are well cared for as far as it goes. They had a tiger. Her name was Tatiana, and I think she was big. She was a big tiger. Tatiana. And she lived in a grotto, and it wasn't the best grotto. It was not a bad grotto. You see them in zoos. It's open. There's a railing at the top so that you can see the animal, and the animal can see you. It's a bit stressful for the animals because they don't really have a place to go to get away from the people. So it has so happened that one day there was they closed the zoo, and the zoo personnel, the employees, they start at the far end of the zoo, and they just kind of shoo the people out, like, zoo is closed, time to leave. And then they just make sure all the people leave. But somehow some young men, 3 young men, so now you know where this story's headed. 3 young men either avoided the cordon or were just far enough ahead of it that they weren't moving. They started teasing Tatiana, the tiger, with pine cones. They were just little pine cones, not even really pine cones, just small little cones off of some tree nearby.
I'm nasty.
And they were throwing them down in sticks. They were throwing down into the grotto. Well, she got angry. And the grotto is, like a lot of things, it's best effort. If the tiger is relaxed, well-fed, not harassed, all key points, then the grotto is what we call good enough. Well, these 3 young men were harassing the tiger. She came out of that grotto in like 3 bounds.
Yeah.
Went right up the concrete side, clawing her way out like an absolute monster.
Yeah.
And she took those young men, and
Good
she killed
her. I was hoping you'd say that.
She killed one on the spot.
Good for
Killed
her.
him instantly.
Wow.
Then she went looking for the other 2 who were running away like a bunch of chimps, shitting themselves. I love this story. I love Tatiana.
Yes.
She caught a second one. She caught a second one on the run because she's a fucking tiger.
Yeah.
And she mauled him to within an inch of his life. I don't think he died. And the third got away. It's the bear story. You don't have to run faster than the bear. You have to run faster than the guy behind you. So, of course, that big panic, getting everybody into safe places. And she was loose in the zoo for a while. And she was looking for vengeance. Straight up, gonna kill every live thing she could find. And they shot her and they killed her.
No.
Which, of course, they had to do because now she's a man-eater. But I love that story. And every time I think of Tatiana and every time I tell that story, I say, you go, girl. You go.
Yeah, at least she died a winner.
I'd say, well, she died a tiger.
Yeah.
Red in tooth and claw. She died a tiger.
Because I love cats and yeah.
Right there in the San Francisco Zoo. And, here in the U.S., we have an acronym FAFO, F-A-F-O, fuck around and find out. And I thought that was the quintessential perfect running online example of FAFO. Those guys were meat.
Right, so she did get all of them.
She got 2 of them. She killed one. I think she might have killed the second one too, but she did get the third. And after the second one, she was like, okay, that felt good.
I love it.
That felt really good. What else can I fuck up? And so she was walking around the zoo just looking for things to fuck up.
I had a few minutes of freedom.
Yeah, she had like a half an hour freedom.
I'm so glad that she had that. At least she had that.
Yeah, and I think that's a great story. That's a great FAFO story. That's a great tiger story. That's a great cat story.
Yeah.
And cats are, especially the big cats, of course, although your house cat will make a run at it. Yeah. Cats are the only animals that routinely hunt and kill humans for food.
Yeah, but well, good for them. Good for them. I'll tell you something. Yeah. You know what I think about the human race? And, I love all animals, but I'm not keen on us lot, and I'm not, if I'm not allowed to say it. I don't hate people individually, but I think, well, nasty species. As a species, I'm not, and I include myself in it. I don't say I'm any better. I think we're a nasty species. Something's gone horribly wrong with us lot. Horribly wrong. Yeah. But I tell you,
that's an interesting idea. I wonder, I'm really interested in deep time, like deep human history. We've been on this planet for 300,000 years. We can really only account for about 10,000 years of what we've been up to. The rest of it is fossil records, cave paintings, you know, and we probably didn't have language until 50,000 years ago. So I like deep time, and I always wonder to myself, what were we really like, and when was it, and what was the event that we became kind of intergalactic assholes? Because we probably are. Now, chimps can be assholes. Chimps, maybe we didn't fall too far from the tree. Chimps can be absolute assholes. So we're assholes with cordite and A-bombs and nerve gas. Okay, so we've taken it to the next level. But it's pretty clear when you look at human history and how humans treat each other, and of course animals, how we treat animals, even if it's not each other, it's how we treat animals.
Animals that get you.
There's a screw loose in there somewhere. Somewhere in the last 300,000 years, we got a screw loose.
Yeah,
seems to me.
Really nasty species, and I don't mean individually, but I think, and I include myself, because at the end of the day, I buy fish for my cats, so I'm included too.
Well, I mean, I could speak personally, I guess. I mean, I'm the one who's cougar. There's a part of me. Maybe it's because of my Viking heritage. I'm 6'2", blonde-haired, blue-eyed. There's a part of me. There's a part of me.
Blonde hair, blue eyes.
There's a part of me that is an absolute Visigoth. There's a part of me that's like, oh, you're in trouble now. And I haven't done too much of that in my life, but man, when I unwind on somebody, it's like the end of the world.
I could kill. I know that about myself. I know for a fact I've got the capacity to kill, and I know it. I can't kill animals, but boy, oh boy, I could quite easily kill a human being. And I hate to say it about myself, but I could.
What's a Visigoth?
Huh? What?
You could kill a human being.
Yeah, I could kill a human being.
Are you allowed to admit?
I don't profess to say that I can't. And I understand that women kill their babies. I understand. And it's one of the reasons why now in the world. I know myself very well. I've had lots of psychotherapy, so I know myself very well. And I know I'm capable of it. So I won't do it, but I know I'm capable of it. And I know it. Admit it. I'm capable of murder. And I'll tell you something. I would advise any man who's thinking about whatever, I've got what it takes to stick a knife in someone. I've got what it takes. And I know I have.
Wow.
You know why? I'm the vegan lady that lives with 7 cats. You know.
I think that being capable is different from desiring it. Like, I don't think you're walking around, you know, with bloodlust, being like, oh, I want to, and then you seek it out. You know, like that's what a lot of men do, and some women. But
no, but it's there. I wouldn't advise anyone to. I've got a certain boundary around me, and if anyone crosses that boundary, I know I would. I know it. I know for.
I've actually done that, which is why I know that this is something I have to be aware of. I was in a bar in my college town when I was working on my master's degree. I was in a bar. I can't remember if I was reading or writing. Yeah. And I was just doing my thing. I wasn't paying attention. I don't really interact with people much. But some guy came in, and because I'm always situationally aware, it's just an instinct. It's a cat thing. I just kind of glanced over and just side glance. Just didn't even look, just a glance. And I came away, and I couldn't read my book anymore. Because I knew that guy was trouble. I just knew. I knew. And I sat there at the table, and I just stared at the book. I just stared, and I listened. I stared at the book. And he sat down at a table with two young men, much younger than him. He was like maybe my age, 60 or something. He sat down across from 2 college kids, and I thought, well, that's kind of strange. Started talking to them like he knew them, but I couldn't read my book, And then I heard him say, "Here, you should take this." And again, I just side-eyed over, and he passed a gun under the table to the young man on the other side. And I had one thought, and it wasn't even a thought. It was the word mine, M-I-N-E, mine. And it's the most predatory thought I've ever had. And I know that's what a tiger thinks. When it's in the brush and the deer is that close and the tiger has a thought and the thought is mine.
Yeah, well,
And the tiger moves. And I moved. And I came around that table and I threw that guy on the ground and I grabbed that gun and I pitched it underhand behind the bar. And I was done. I was done. I was completely done. I looked around, no more guns, no more people. Everybody was shocked. The police came. I explained it to them. And I will never forget that moment. I think everybody has a little bit of that.
Yeah.
But I'm a person who has that, like always on, always ready. Somehow I knew that guy was going to be trouble when he walked in the room. I couldn't even read the book. Stared at the book the whole entire time I was in there. And I think all of us have that, but there's people like me that live that.
Actually, Christine, I must tell you something. Many years ago, when I was 20 years old, a guy, I was in the Navy at the time, a guy tried to come on to me and he made the big mistake of putting his face near to my mouth. And I bit him. And I bit and bit and bit. And he spent the next 6 weeks walking around with a big white package on his face where I'd bitten the hell out of him. It's true. Nothing was ever done about it because he was actually an officer and I was only a Wren. But this went off about 6 weeks. It was so fun. And my boss knew.
Breaking up for anyone else, or is it just me?
What? Sorry? What?
Might be my internet. My internet's terrible. I can't really hear anything she's saying. Sorry about that. Oh, it could be my... Oh,
I bit a man in his face and I bit so hard.
Yes, yeah.
I bit right through and it took about 6 weeks for it all heal up. You know, the human bite is very dangerous.
Oh.
And I bit the shit
Well,
out of him.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Yeah.
Okay, before more time goes by, Cougar, you said that you sometimes feel like a Visigoth, correct?
Yeah, that was a word I used.
What does
and
that
I don't mean,
What
and
does
I don't
that-
mean to
what is-
say.
I would like to ask the question, please.
Okay, sure.
What does that mean? What does that word mean within the context that you used it?
I'm probably being disparaging towards the actual Visigoths, but in the sense of having a very what is the word? Situational ethics. I'm driven by situational ethics. So when there is a situation where I have to act a certain way, I act that way without thought.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Sure.
So what star sign are you, Kuka? I'm speaking to you.
What?
What star sign
Yes.
are you? What star
Can't really-
sign?
I can't hear you.
What star sign are you?
Aries.
All right, okay. Fair enough. Just asking.
Yeah.
Oh yes, it's a sign of the military, isn't it? Fighting back. Yes. Still, yeah. So, yeah.
Could it be called primally? Sorry.
I assume that you probably would, even though you would attack a human, I'm assuming you would never harm any animal.
Oh no, I don't harm animals.
No, I mean turkey.
What? Sorry. What you do?
I mean, you said that you would not hesitate to stab like a human being, but I'm assuming you would never like harm an animal.
No, not.
I wouldn't harm an animal, but I would certainly kill an animal.
No, but you're not vegan. I want to ask Pixie that specifically.
Well, you know, the thing is, at the end of the day, I would never harm an animal, no. But I'm very aware of the fact that I pay a corporation to do it on my behalf. And I do. I pay the fishermen to catch the fish for my cat. So I am just ultimately just as bad as everybody else. I do recognize that in myself. Because I pay for someone else to do it for me. And if you pay someone to carry out on your behalf, it's tantamount to carrying out that act yourself. And it isn't. Can't win. I can't turn a cat into vegan. I won't do that. So I feed them on fish, because if I had to kill a fish to feed a kitten, I could do it. I would do it. So that's the end of that. But I wouldn't cows or hens or anything. No, I wouldn't. I feed them on fish, purely fish, and they're doing fine on it. Absolutely fine. Because I could kill a fish. Yes, wouldn't like it. So I'm not a true vegan because I pay someone else, don't I? Yes. Hello.
I don't know. I mean, I think the whole vegan thing doesn't. I mean, you know, I have a problem with the definition anyway. So I think a lot of people can call themselves vegan, but they're still harming animals in other ways. So I just because you don't consume animal products doesn't mean that you're not harming animals.
Yeah, I know.
I have a question for LA. Can you guys hear me? I have a question for LA. Are you there, LA?
Yes.
I feel like this is such a basic question, but I can't remember you ever answering it. Because you've talked about redefining veganism. How would you define veganism? Have you answered this before? I feel like you would.
I think I've talked about it on my channel, but I basically I would not focus just on the exploitation. I would focus on not. Well, first of all, I would say not causing harm in general, but I would not be specific to just animals. I would include humans in that definition, and I would include abstention from procreation. So I think that the definition in and of itself is a problem because you're focusing on animal exploitation without addressing human exploitation, and the definition is why you get these perverse results, because they will still procreate, they will still do all these other things that harm animals and still call themselves vegan.
So would you just redefine it as thou shalt not commit harm?
Yeah, but it's not.
I would just say not to harm, not to exploit as far as possible and practicable, but I would not make it specific to non-human animals. I would include human animals in that definition.
Okay, so you are okay with the exploitation terminology as part of the definition?
Yeah, but the problem is that you can't. It's impossible. I mean, I guess you can say as far as possible and practicable, but it is impossible to exist without exploiting somebody, unless you are completely self-sufficient and you produce your own food, you produce your own clothes. Unless you have some type of fair trade thing where you don't engage in capitalism, there's some type of exploitation going on, and they don't want to acknowledge that. They think that they're ethically superior without acknowledging their own exploitation.
Yeah.
Okay.
You
So
said it, you won.
even if you could redefine it, it just would be so out of reach with reality that it would just be not practical to do, right?
No, I would put human procreation at the top of the list, because by existing you necessarily exploit other humans and other animals. I would I guess you would still have to include as far as possible and practicable, but I would make it more about being self-sufficient to where you produce your own food and you don't have to exploit people. You would basically have to live off the grid or homestead or do something to where you're not exploiting people. But I don't have any respect for this term vegan. I don't think that vegan, it's not something that I aspire to be. I don't respect veganism. I think it's stupid. I think that they cause a lot more harm, and I think that they're full of hypocrisy.
I know that's what you think. I'm trying to hone in on your definition of veganism. If you could redefine it, if we could just like write a draft, how you would communicate that.
I don't know. I would say at the very least, I would include abstention from human procreation, and that would at the very baseline there would have to be abstention from procreation. And aside from that, to me, it's not even worth going vegan, because procreation causes far more harm to animals than just consuming animals in your diet.
Well, I don't agree with you on that, Life. I think you should try and do as little harm as possible. It's not possible to live a life you don't do any harm. It's not even possible.
No, but if a vegan is procreating, they have no control over whether
I'm not procreating.
Right, but I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about
Hello, guys. I'm going to shut the live down very soon. So if you want to come on to chat backstage afterwards, come on in the next 5 minutes.
And that is the reason why I don't have the same energy towards you that I have towards a vegan who has procreated, because I see them as being completely full of shit. And you're not going to sit up here and chastise me if you have 3 children and then tell me that I should not eat meat, because you have very likely created a meat eater yourself and you're full of shit. I don't respect you for doing that.
I can see what you're saying, yeah.
Huh?
I know what you're saying. But you know what, this planet, it's not possible to live a totally cruelty-free life. I don't think it's actually even possible. It's such a shit house. It's been designed this way.
Right. So the at the top of the hierarchy should be abstention from procreation, not just going plant-based.
Yeah. Yes, we should go out. I personally think we should go out of being as humans. You know, I think we should go extinct. All of us.
I just don't think that it makes any sense to create an omnivore and then tell them to go against their nature and to be miserable and struggle and go against their will to. I mean, I understand that you tell people to not procreate. They're probably going against their will also, but that's basically a one-time decision. It's not really a lifestyle change because we're all born child-free. It's a one and done. You can go get yourself sterilized, never have children, and it's not a compromise. But going vegan is a serious imposition. It is a serious lifestyle change, and for a lot of people, it is not easy. And aside the health, I don't believe that is healthy. I mean, of course you can.
No, LA, that's not fair.
Of course, you can take supplements. I'm not talking about in addition to supplements. I'm talking about just going plant-based with no supplements. You have to manage it constantly. You have to take supplements, get your blood work done.
No, that's not fair, LA. You're not doing yourself any favors, that argument, okay? Because I've outlived quite a few meat eaters, I would say. You're not doing your argument.
But you're doing it with supplements, though. So that's the problem.
But I know I have several non-meat eater friends who have been put on vitamin B12 by their GPs.
Right. The problem is that a plant-based diet is full of anti-nutrients.
Elaine, you're not doing your cause any good by this one, okay? Just leave this bit.
It's just my personal belief. It's my personal belief that for my personal health, I don't want to go on a plant-based diet because I've done the research and I don't want to do. If somebody else wants to be plant-based, that is their right. But it's not for somebody else to tell me what is healthy for me.
I don't think you're doing your argument. Well, I don't know. You know, I've outlived quite a few meat eaters, as I've said already. I'm thinner than the vast majority of meat eaters, I'm pleased to say, and I'm very happy to be skinny. And I'm in much better shape than the vast majority of female meat eaters that I know. And I hate to say it about myself, but I am.
Okay, my grandmother lived to be 109 years old, and she was not vegan.
My grandmother lived 104, had euthanasia. Oma very rarely ate any meat at all. She lived on potatoes and vegetables and had 10 children. She barely
it's anecdotal. I mean, I'm sure you can live a long life either way, but the issue is not necessarily how long you live. It's about how you live. Anyway, I don't really want to argue about whether it's healthy or not. I just think it's a personal choice. I don't think that they can have a prescription for everybody to say that a plant-based diet is adequate for everybody, and it's not. People have different dietary needs. People have different lifestyles. Some people work and they can't graze every day. They can't sit up there and eat nuts and fruit every 2 hours. Some people have to actually eat when they're able to eat when they get their lunch breaks. And
And I suspect this is how it all started out, how the whole industrial thing started out, because I suspect there was a time before the industrialists and the people took over all the land that we did live like that. Probably an apple here, a pear there, pick something off the trees to eat.
Okay. The live stream will now be ended. Does anybody want to say anything in closing? First voice.
Have a good weekend.
I would want to say I think it's natural for life forms to eat other life forms. That's it.
Okay, we are going to end the live stream. I suppose I'll play the outro for Brother Marcus. He does like it. Okay, take care, everybody. If I can find it.
Cup of tea. Cup of tea.
Truth is fleeting, shadows call. We search for meaning, we question all. The path is winding, the veil is thin. Beyond illusion, let the journey begin. Seeking knowledge, breaking chains. Through the echoes, through the pain. One more question, one more spark. We chase the light inside the dark. Voices whisper, thoughts collide. Truths are hidden deep inside. The world's a riddle, a shifting dream. Reality isn't what it seems. Seeking knowledge, breaking chains. Through the echoes, through the pain. One more question, one more spark. We chase the light inside the dark. Until next time, keep your mind wide. Stay curious and let wisdom guide you. Let